Monday, May 20th, 2019. Spring has passed and summer has arrived. Around this time in Jiangnan, the temperature difference between day and night was quite significant. During the day, wearing shorts made you feel like you were melting, but come night, you'd be shivering under a blanket. At 2:13 in the afternoon, in the Jiangnan University campus class time for most students, Tong Shuhang was hiding alone in the dormitory. He had dragged his computer desk next to the bed so that no matter how he sprawled out, he could still watch his movie. On the screen, the horror film continued to play steadily, but no matter how long he watched, he just couldn't absorb any of it. Is the sleeping pill still in effect? I'm so drowsy, he yawned, eyelids heavy as lead. Beep, beep, beep. Right then, a chat notification popped up at the bottom right corner of the screen. Someone was either adding him as a friend or inviting him to join a group. Who's adding me now? Tong Shuhang muttered and moved the mouse to click. The notification instantly opened up. Huangshan Zhenjun wants to add you as a friend. A brief profile of Huangshan Zhenjun, male, 122 years old, currently residing in Huangshan. What a bizarre name. Is this one of my classmates messing around? Tong Shuhang wondered immediately, thinking of a few guys in class who, despite their age, still loved to dream and roleplay. If it was them using a name like this, wouldn't be surprising at all, thinking that he clicked accept. Right afterward, another pop-up appeared. Huangshan Zhenjun invites you to join Group 9, Provinces Number 1. Group accept or decline. Tong Shuhang clicked. Accept again without much thought. Mountains of pressure. Shuhang joins the Group 9 Provinces Number 1 group. But as soon as he did, his eyes grew even heavier. Ugh, I'm so sleepy. The movie kept playing in the background as usual, but Tong Shuhang's consciousness grew blurrier by the minute. In 9 Provinces Number 1 group, the long inactive members suddenly stirred after noticing a new person had joined. Scholar Drunken Crane. Did Zhenjun Huangshan just add a new fellow, Taoist? It's been over a year since we had a newcomer, hasn't it? A new ID had appeared. Su Clan's Archie quickly chimed in. A new fellow Taoist. Which region of Huaxia are you from? What cave mansion do you cultivate in? What's your cultivation level? Fellow Taoist cave mansion. Cultivation level. Something about these questions felt off. Almost simultaneously, a message from the ID Mad Saber. 3 waves popped up. What's the new fellow Taoist's name? Is it a fairy maiden? If yes, could we get your measurements and maybe a photo? Mad Saber, 3 waves, sent a crying emoji along with his plea, but that only triggered even more reactions from the chat group's elder members. They all popped up with mischievous grins and sent even more of those sarcastic laughing emojis. Somewhere else, a red-haired young man sat in front of his laptop, reading those messages, and goosebumps instantly covered his arms. He couldn't hold it in and slammed his hand on the desk. Damn it! These people who laugh at others' pain, I'll remember you all. Don't let me run into you, or else I'll show you the true terror of my 72 styles of lightning blade. Just as he finished typing, that another wicked laughing emoji appeared in the group, this time sent by Su Clan's Archie. Then with clear excitement, Archie followed up, solo fight time place. Clearly Su Clan's Archie wasn't trying to mock him, this guy genuinely wanted to throw down. Mad Saber 3 waves instantly went silent because he couldn't beat Archie. His cultivation level was quite advanced, late stage of 5th rank Spirit Sovereign, just a step away from the 6th rank Spirit King. His signature, 72 styles of lightning blade, was fast, fierce, and incredibly dangerous. His footwork was like lightning, and when enraged, even he feared himself, but it still wasn't enough to defeat Archie. He called himself Mad Saber when he went wild. He truly lived up to the name, even terrifying himself. But no matter how mad he got, he still couldn't win against Archie. After everyone in the group saw that Mad Saber 3 waves had gone completely silent, they didn't hold back one by one. They kept spamming, laughing emojis. This time, all Mad Saber 3 waves could do was send a single sorrowful line of ellipsis. The group buzzed with laughter for quite a while, but eventually someone noticed that the new member hadn't said a word. This aroused some curiosity. Scholar Drunken Crane finally asked, Why hasn't the new fellow Taoist said anything yet? Unfortunately, due to the lingering effect of the cold medicine, Tong Shuhang had already dozed off into a dazed sleep. Just then, Su Clan's Ah Chi cheerfully sent another message. I looked it up, our new Taoist friends. Name is Mountains of Pressure Shushan. Ever heard of such a high-level expert with a nickname like that? The name kind of gives off a Confucian cultivator vibe, doesn't it? Really gets my hopes up. After that, Mad Saber 3 Waves completely broke down. Meanwhile, in the private study of pharmacist, another member of Group 9 Provinces number 1, someone was sitting at their computer muttering, "Where's the AU key again?" Eventually, after some slow and painful typing, he managed to send a 2-character message. It was a vague, contextless message to True Monarch Yellow Mountain. About an hour later, Tong Shuhang groggily woke up. His head still felt foggy. I vaguely remember someone added me to a group, something like Group 9 Provinces number 1. Casually, he opened the chat icon in the bottom right corner of his screen and pulled up the group chat window. Very quickly, the messages from the past hour appeared in front of him. Tong Shuhang skimmed through the whole conversation. Taoist friends, immortal abodes. Cultivation realms, senior experts. True monarch, this humble one. Chasing after a great demon hound. A whirlwind of Jianxia, immortal cultivation, terms the kind you'd only see in web novels. The member's way of speaking was oddly amusing. Half classical, half modern, half clear, half cryptic. It felt like modern people trying very hard to talk in ancient language. It seemed like this group was a Jianxia fan club. No scratch that this was definitely not an ordinary Jianxia fan club. Each member had their own Taoist alias. Their residences were called caves or immortal abodes. Even the group admin's lost pet was described as a great demon hound that ran away from home. Someone had even claimed they hadn't fought a Confucian cultivator in over 100 years. In other words, they were saying they'd been alive for centuries. Reading through it all, Tong Shuhang couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. This level of delusion. It's practically a psychological condition. More precisely, a very Huaxia-specific Xiangxia delusion. But it was fine, he liked it. Still, who exactly was this true monarch Yellow Mountain? I am Tong Shuhang, just an ordinary college student at Jiangnan University. But after this afternoon, my life will no longer be ordinary. There's a saying, a youth without fantasy is a youth wasted. Everyone goes through that phase to some degree. It's just that some wear it openly and others bury it deep in their hearts. You could call it overt delusion versus covert delusion. Tong Shuhang had always been a bit of an old soul. His phase came early and went away even faster. By the second year of middle school, while the kids around him were still dreaming of martial arts, heroes, superheroes, or celestial immortals waving around pretend swords or practicing transformation poses, Tong Shuhang had already lost all hope and interest in that kind of thing. The laws of physics in this world were just too precise. Things like jumping 3 stories in one leap, or unleashing a dragon with a single palm strike, or those transformations in superhero shows. They were all just dreams. Yet somewhere deep inside, part of him still wished it could all be real. Maybe one day he hoped superheroes, aliens, or immortals might show up in real life. He knew it was impossible. But for some reason, the hope lingered. Maybe that's just a special quirk of the human species. Tong Shuhang chuckled and closed the chat window, but he didn't leave the group. He found the members of Group 9 Provinces. Number 1 intriguing. Their conversations, absurd as they were, had a peculiar charm. From the outside, it might all seem ridiculous, but to him, it was entertaining. So until the group admin noticed and kicked him out, he figured he'd quietly lurk, reading their bizarre chats during his downtime. 1:00 a.m., Tuesday, May 21st. On the computer screen, the movie was still playing. It seemed to be a horror film, with terrifying scenes appearing one after another. This horror movie was a classic by a genius director in the genre. Rumor had it that even many full-grown adults were scared to tears, some even too afraid to go to the bathroom alone afterward. Unfortunately, Song Shuhang felt nothing, not the slightest bit scared. He rewound to the beginning, watched a bit more, yawned, slowly shifted into a lying position, and his eyelids started to droop. If that genius director knew that his movie only had this much effect, would he cry? As the DTG honor girl gently nodded off, Song Shuhang slipped into a sweet dream. A joyful, refreshing dream filled with little scenes, immortals, superheroes, celestial realms. There were caped heroes in underwear saving the world. Carefree cultivators, roaming the earth with swords in hand. These were the dreams people had cherished since time immemorial. But with time as people grew up, harsh reality shattered those dreams. People could only bury them deep within, never daring to think of them again. Dreams, after all, are just dreams. 1:00 a.m. Tuesday, May 21st, in the group chat, the group master Huang Shan Zhenjun finally came online. As soon as he appeared, senior loose practitioner Beihe immediately asked Zhenjun, "Who is that stress of Mount Book you added yesterday? Where do they cultivate? You guys didn't talk to her. She's the daughter of an old friend of mine born in this era. Seems to have good aptitude already at postnatal stage, Tier 3 peak, and about to break through to Tier 4. Quite talented. Born in this era. Then she's probably under 40 at that age, reaching Tier 3. Peak in the postnatal realm, definitely a genius. But that Taoist name doesn't sound right. Just as loose practitioner." Beihe was puzzled. Huang Shan Zhenjun suddenly exclaimed, my friend's daughter's Taoist name isn't Stress of Mount Book. What the heck is that name? Panic? It's not some weird phrase, it's the person you added yesterday. Wait, Zhenjun, don't tell me you added the wrong person. Let me check. A few seconds later, a string of cold sweat emojis appeared from Zhenjun. Let me double check. After a furious burst of typing crap, I really did add the wrong person. The ID differed by just one digit. I typed 9 instead of 8. I can't believe I made such a huge mistake. Loose practitioner. Beihe laughed, I knew it. No one modern would seriously give themselves a Taoist name like Stress of Mount Book. 3 Waves instantly turned red with shame. He'd flirted with a girl only to run into her dad. There's no greater humiliation. He wanted to crawl into a hole. Luckily, the senior seemed kind, lightly brushing the incident aside. Then he greeted the others in the group, asked them to take care of his daughter, and promptly logged out, seeing the senior leave. 3 Waves exhaled deeply. Whew, he doesn't seem like the unforgiving type. Maybe one day I can still chat with soft feather Huang Shan Zhenjun, loose practitioner Beihe, even pharmacist. Normally silent as stone, emerged with 4 words. Pray for yourself, huh? 3 Waves blinked, but pharmacist, being stingy with words, didn't explain further. Then loose practitioner. Beihe elaborated, those who don't seek death don't die, you still don't get it. 3 Waves. Look at the name of the newcomer, Lingdi Island. Sound familiar? 3 Waves frowned. Lingdi Island. Loose practitioner. Beihe followed up, yes, Lingdi Island. A senior, you should know. After a while, realization struck 3 Waves. The Lingdi Venerable. The Tier 7 cultivator with a sense of justice and pettiness. Petty, 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 he shivered. Moments later, he typed frantically, anyone know how to kneel in the group chat? That Lingdi Venerable, the one who never lets things slide. Loose practitioner. Beihe's mouth twitched. Didn't I warn you? Huang Shan Zhenjun sighed. Also, my friend never went offline. He was just AFK. 3 Waves nearly collapsed again. He could already see his future. Lingdi Wu newsy showing up, tying him up and torturing him for 3 days and nights. Oh, no, I was wrong. Zhenjun, please, plead for me. Zhenjun replied with a cold emoji everyone else ignored. 3 Waves, dog-like howls. Back to the earlier topic, loose practitioner. Bei asked Zhenjun, what do we do about that stress of Mount Book guy, Taoist? 7 said, kick him. Just a mundane mortal doesn't belong in this group. Zhenjun hesitated. I accidentally added him, so maybe it's fate. Let me draw a divination. He didn't want to immediately kick the guy. It would make him look bad. Better to use a reading as an excuse. Also, recently he'd taken an interest in divination, studying for nearly a month. Now he was addicted doing a reading before anything. He grabbed a Tang poetry book and started a fortune draw. Flip, shuffle, shake. He drew a poem, and for the first time ever it flowed perfectly. He looked at the result, and his face turned ashen, willing to be birds flying wing to wing in the sky, and trees growing intertwined roots on earth. That famous romantic poem by Bai Juyi, Winged Birds, Entwined Trees. With that guy, he shuddered. Hell no, maybe my divination isn't strong enough yet. Try again, second draw. If love can last forever, why be together morning and night? Your grandpa's morning and night. This can't be right, try again. Third draw. Suddenly I turned around and saw you standing where the lamp had dimmed. Silence. Zhenjun slowly closed the book, looked up at a 45-degree angle gloom on his face, then calmly tore the book apart. Clearly I have no talent for fortune-telling. All those readings were nonsense, never again. He tossed the shredded poems aside and messaged the group, let's leave stress of Mount Book in the group for now. Seems fate brought him here. We'll let things unfold naturally. Taoist 7 fine. He'll probably leave on his own soon. By the way, what was the result of your draw, Zhenjun? You guys keep chatting. I have something urgent. Gotta go offline. The next morning, Song Shuhang's roommate told him to rest more since he was still recovering from a cold, and even helped him request a day off. Why does it feel like my cold is getting worse? Maybe it's because I've been inactive lately. As usual, he opened his chat software and saw a pile of unread messages from Juzhou No 1, Group Curious. He clicked in to see what the delusional cultivator roleplayers were up to. He read through the morning's chat, Beihe's questions about the new member, 3 Waves Misstep the senior from Lingdi Island, and Zhenjun's fated divination. It was all becoming clearer, so it was a mistake he had suspected as much. He didn't even know anyone named Huangshan Zhenjun. From the messages it seemed you couldn't just join the group, you needed an invite. Also the members weren't exactly young anymore, and there were even women. One woman seemed to be middle-aged, maybe 40 or 50. To be that old and still so delusional. Her kids must have it tough, he thought. Reading the group chat logs had become Song Shuhang's new entertainment, but he stayed completely silent, not daring to type anything. He wasn't a cultivator. What would he even say? One day when he got bored, he'd quietly leave this Juzhou No 1 group. At least that was the plan. 10 days passed unknowingly. It was Saturday, June 1st, International Children's Day. Song Shuhang's roommates usually stayed in the dorms from Monday to Friday and went home on the weekends. So as soon as the weekend arrived, he was left all alone in the dormitory, stretching his back. Song Shuhang muttered, "Ugh, so boring." He had already recovered from his illness, though he still had a slight stuffy nose and an occasional cough. This kind of dry cough took a long time to heal. Without proper care, it could last a whole month. It was Saturday, so he slept in until 8 a.m. and then went down to the canteen for some breakfast. With nothing better to do, he lazily returned to the dorm. After turning on his computer, he habitually opened the chat logs of the 9 Provinces number 1 group. It had become his daily time killer. Unknowingly, it had already been more than 10 days since he joined the group. As soon as he opened the group chat today, the first message he saw was from the alchemist. Rarely did the word stingy alchemist speak, but today he had opened his golden mouth to share a simplified pill recipe. It was a 7-character sentence complete with punctuation. Since Song Shuhang had joined the group, he had never seen the alchemist send such a long message. Curious, he read on, the alchemist had sent the message in the early morning. Over the past 10 days, Song Shuhang had learned a bit about some of the group members. The ones most frequently online were the Gossip Master, Scholar Drunken Sage, and the Suicide Seeker Crazy Blade 3 Waves. Fairy Soft Feather always wanted to fight, and the laconic alchemist rarely spoke. There was also the deeply hidden, profound monk who rarely appeared. Even when he did, he only sent emojis or a period. Apparently, this eminent monk was currently practicing silent meditation. Not only could he not speak, he wasn't even allowed to type. At best, he could send an emoji. Lastly, there was the seemingly most normal person in this group of delusional cultivators. Spirit, Butterfly Island's soft feather. Her ID differed from Song Shuhang's by only one character. Thanks to her, he got the chance to join this 9 provinces #1 group. Back to the alchemist's message, it was a simplified pill formula: 3 liang of ginseng, 4 liang and 3 chen of wolfberries, 1 liang of morning dew, mystic herb, 3 liang of yang-raising stone, 2 liang and 3 chen of maiden's fragrance, 1 liang of celestial tyrant's branch, layer 4, liang of scarlet flame, bamboo iron shavings. In total, 45 kinds of medicinal ingredients. Some of them, like ginseng, were familiar to him. Others were more exotic, like yang-raising stone juice, or completely unheard of ones, like morning dew, mystic herb. Celestial tyrant's branch, scarlet flame bamboo. Following the formula, you had to place the ingredients into the cauldron in order heat for 5 minutes, then add the next batch and continue simmering. Maintain the correct flame level. Do this until the mixture thickens into a paste. The final product would be slightly black transparent and very pungent. It was easy to understand out of the 40+ ingredients. Song Shuhang didn't know many, so he decided to look them up online. Among them, 30 were common traditional Chinese medicine ingredients used to replenish energy and blood. The other 15, like morning dew mystic, herb celestial tyrant's branch, and scarlet flame bamboo, he had never heard of before. Were these names just made up by the alchemist and the group members? These people were seriously delusional, even making up fake pill recipes. Could someone have actually followed the recipe and drank it? He began to worry food might upset your stomach, but bad medicine could kill, should he warn them. After all, he had been watching them for more than 10 days now. He didn't want anyone to die from drinking some weird potion. Feeling a pang of conscience, he typed a line, "Medicine can't be taken recklessly." Just as he was about to hit enter to send it, the chat window shook. A large smiley face appeared in the group chat. It was from the group admin Wu Newsy 7th Cultivator of Truth, someone who had never shown up since Song Shuhang joined the group. He wrote, "Not bad. I just tested 7 batches of this formula. Very easy to make and the success rate is extremely high. I also took some. It's over half as effective as the original body tempering fluid, but far easier to prepare. Although it's the lowest grade body tempering fluid in these times, when spiritual energy is growing scarce and rare ingredients are increasingly difficult to find. This is truly a valuable substitute for us alchemists. Keep up the good work. If you can refine a 3rd-grade pill recipe or higher, that will be an immeasurable contribution." He added, "Most importantly, this method is much simpler and can even be delegated to alchemy apprentices." Venerable 7th Cultivator was a highly respected senior in the group. His cultivation was even slightly above that of true monarch Yellow Mountain. He was also a renowned expert in alchemy and carried great authority on the topic. Such praise naturally boosted the alchemist's spirits. "Thank you, senior. I will work hard." Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. Someone had already made and drunk this so-called body-tempering fluid. Thinking it over, he deleted the line he had typed. He knew that with the personalities in this group, no one would listen to him even if he tried to warn them repeatedly. Besides, if someone had already tried it and looked that pleased, then at least it wasn't immediately fatal. Still, Song Shuhang didn't want to just sit idly by. He was still worried about these delusional cultivator types. You could say Song Shuhang was the kind of guy who deserved a good guy label. He pulled a book and pen from beside him and started jotting down the names of the 30 known ingredients listed by the alchemist. After all medicines have some toxicity. Maybe this body-tempering fluid was a slow poison, something that didn't kill right away, but could be lethal over time. He had to verify the recipe properly. Song Shuhang had a cousin named Zhao Yaya who studied pharmacy. Her university had a traditional Chinese medicine department, so he wanted to ask her about it. He planned to ask her if after throwing these 30 tonic herbs into a pot and boiling them together, the final product would be harmful or even lethal. Just wait. Group members, I'll get to the bottom of this. The next morning on Spirit Butterfly Island, a curvaceous young woman stepped off the island with a mischievous grin on her lips. Finally managed to sneak out. This time I must capture that spirit ghost. Meanwhile, Song Shuhang was having a strange dream. He brought the pill recipe to his cousin Celestial Tyrant's branch. Scarlet Flame Bamboo. Auntie, where did this brat get such a weird recipe? He's definitely mentally ill. Quick, take him to the hospital, Miss Nurse. Ah! Song Shuhang woke up with a scream covered in cold sweat. What a nightmare. Clearly, when asking his cousin for help, he must avoid mentioning any of those weird ingredients. I really have put quite a bit of thought into these weirdos in the group. He glanced at the weather forecast app in the bottom right corner of his screen. June 1st. Clear skies June 2nd. Clear skies. The weather was nice. Maybe it was time to get outside and move around a bit. Song Shuhang felt like his physical condition was getting worse lately, so he decided to exercise more. That was what he told himself at least, but his hand moved on its own and clicked open the League of Legends icon on his computer. Just a few rounds first, he thought. But once he got into the game, it turned into match after match without stopping. Double kill, triple kill, quadra kill, pentakill. Before he realized it, it was already noon. He stretched his tired back and thought weekends really do fly by. Song Shuhang let out a dry chuckle and closed the game. So much for getting outside for some activity. Once again, his hand moved on its own and opened the 9 Provinces #1 group chat. Looks like the message count has gone up again. He glanced at it after turning on his computer, then again before turning it off every time it lifted his mood for the day. Sure enough, as soon as the group chat opened, he saw that Scholar Drunken Mirth was online again. The chat logs must be plentiful. Scholar Drunken Mirth, Apothecary Brother, your pill refinement skills really are unmatched. I tried refining 10 batches of the modified body tempering liquid and actually succeeded with 8. The medicinal effects were even better than I expected. Unfortunately, this version of the body tempering liquid only works for those new to cultivation, so it doesn't do much for someone like me, but it'll be a huge help to the disciples and students of the other seniors, like True Monarch Moon Saber of the Great Luo sect. Once Senior Butterfly and the others get their hands on this recipe, they'll owe you a big favor. Apothecary Brother, Even Hidden Wisdom, Monk Who Rarely Surfaced, popped up with a thumbs up emoji. Scholar Drunken Mirth immediately laughed and said, I almost forgot. Master Tongsuan also raises a bunch of little monks. Apothecary Brother, looks like you've just gained another favor owed to you, wandering monk. Tongsuan replied with another smiling emoji, then went silent again. Scholar Drunken Mirth responded with a smiley face of his own, then walked to the living room and poured himself a cup of tea. He felt that this practice of silent meditation, or whatever it was called, truly tested one's patience. If it weren't for the group chat, allowing Master Tongsuan to at least send emojis, how would he even communicate with people? The Buddhist sect was always so troublesome. That's why he'd refused to join them in the first place. It was a good thing he hadn't been tricked by that old monk into becoming a little novice monk back then. About 10 minutes later, Mad Saber 3 Waves logged in. Fairy Soft Feather, Fairy Soft Feather. If you're online, please respond to me. He sent a flood of kneeling and crying ghost emojis. Scholar Drunken Mirth smirked. He already knows the answer, but he's still asking, hey fellow Taoist 3 Waves, you've been offline for days. Were you in closed-door cultivation or something? Mad Saber 3 Waves replied irritably, closed-door cultivation my ass. 3 days ago, Senior Lingdi Genjun came to visit me and stayed for 3 or 4 days. After that, well, you know, Scholar Drunken Mirth made it clear he had absolutely no sympathy. Anyone who walks straight into death on their own has no right to be pitied. 3 Waves tagged. Lingdi Island. Fairy Soft. Feather. Beautiful. Fairy. Soft Feather. Please come out and meet me just once. I really need your help." He added another begging ghost emoji. Fairy Soft Feather logged in and sent a question mark fairy. "So glad you're here. I have a request. Please take your overly doting daughter obsessed, completely hopeless old man back. I beg you, I really do." He added another groveling emoji. Fairy Soft Feather sent a loud, laughing emoji, then asked, "Daughter obsessed and completely hopeless old man." Cold sweat trickled down Mad Saber 3 Waves' forehead. "Wait, something's not right." Old man, the heavens spun around him. Mother of mercy. That's not Fairy Soft Feather. It's Lingdi Genjun himself, using his daughter's account, Mad Saber. 3 Waves panicked like an ant on a hot pan. Crack, something inside him just broke. Oh, it was his fragile little heart. That old geezer really is beyond saving when it comes to his daughter. Who logs into their daughter's account like that? Who else on earth would do such a thing? Scholar Drunken Mirth added, "Right, brother 3 Waves. Miss Soft Feather is probably busy refining a new batch of body-tempering liquid, so she likely won't be logging on anytime soon." And then there was and then Mad Saber 3 Waves lost connection. Yes, lost connection, not just went offline. He simply stared blankly at the computer screen. "Song?" Shuhang burst out laughing. His mood was lifted D by them. After quietly reading the group chat for over 10 days, he was starting to feel that the people in this group weren't your average delusional types. The things they said were strangely authentic. It didn't feel like they were just imagining things. That thought only flickered through Song Shahang's mind for a moment. Maybe I've read too many of their chats and started getting brainwashed. Thinking of this, Tong Shuhang suddenly broke into a sweat. He had long passed the age of delusions, but who hasn't had that year? The dream of being a hero. A superhero is still a dark history that he dares not remember for his whole life. Just thinking about it makes him feel embarrassed, wanting to die to escape it, wanting to forget everything completely. Therefore, he absolutely cannot be assimilated by the people in the group. "Let's just go eat." He raised his hand, preparing to close the chat window of the first group. Just as he was about to turn it off, a message from Baha appeared in the group. "Arsha, has your junior finished their tribulation? Yet why haven't I heard anything about it? If it's good," Arsha replied, "I'm preparing for it. It will start in a few hours." Baha asked again, "Where is the tribulation taking place? Do you need any help?" "The tribulation is in a suburb of H City." "Don't worry, my Arshi has exceptional talent. The Thunder Tribulation for the post-heaven 3rd grade is nothing. It will be over in a moment. Just wait until my Arshi advances to the pre-heaven 4th grade. Then there will be a chance to challenge you all. Ha ha ha. Good." She laughed loudly, his laughter very infectious. "If you say so, then I can rest assured. This little Arshi's talent is not bad. The Thunder Tribulation for the post-heaven 3rd grade should not be a challenge for him," Baha replied. After that, the group fell silent again. Tong Shuhang scratched his chin. "H City, huh? Isn't that near Jiangnan? Speaking of which, my university is located at the intersection of Jiangnan H City and Yi City Hat. City is a small city of Huaxia. Although it's small, the economy is quite developed. It's a famous shopping paradise in Huaxia, known for having everything under the sun, of course, except for illegal things. If the tribulation is in H City, can it be seen from Jiangnan? I'm getting confused." Tong Shuhang chuckled. "Can I really take what these people in the group say seriously?" Stepping down from the forest, he looked out the window at the sky. And the Thunder Tribulation. Today the sky is clear without a cloud. The sunlight is dazzling. There can't be any thunderstorms, right? After all, it's not like the old days. Weather forecasts are very accurate now. At least the weather for the next 3 days will be sunny. There's no way there will be any thunderstorms or lightning. Taking advantage of the nice weather after eating, he planned to go to the bookstore. As he went downstairs, Tong Shuhang didn't know that near the lightning rod there was a girl about 14 or 15 years old, standing with her arms crossed. Next to her was a young man with white hair holding a sword. "Sure, it's almost time." The girl nodded lightly. "Sure, I know, I'm fully prepared." After finishing lunch, Tong Shuhang went to the nearby bookstore to read some books. He liked reading in bookstores, not because he wanted to save a few coins on renting books, but simply because it was his personal hobby. Tong Shuhang felt extremely happy sitting in the corner of the bookshelf in the store reading like this. Of course, to avoid annoying the shop owner, after reading for a while, he would rent 1 or 2 books to take home. Living in this world requires a heart. One cannot be too excessive. That way he could avoid being kicked out by the shop owner. After all, this large bookstore had all kinds of books. There weren't many rental shops like this left. If he got blacklisted, he would probably not find a better bookstore near Jiangnan University than this one. It is said that a person's name is very important. A person is like their name. Tong Shuhang loved reading books and was not picky at all. Whether it was novels, literary works, classical collections, or even boring theoretical knowledge that made others feel a headache, he would collect them all. Recently, he mainly read a few books about driving skills, planning to take the driving test when his study schedule was a bit lighter. Registering for the driving test at school is cheaper by 7,000 to 8,000 yuan, compared to taking it outside. The time spent reading in the bookstore always passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was almost 3 p.m. Time flies. I need to get ready to head back. I still have to go to the nearby supermarket to buy some food for dinner. Tonight, Friday, I can party all night long. I randomly picked a book and walked towards the counter to rent it. The checkout counter of the bookstore is located at the entrance. Today, the awning outside that shields from the sun was broken, so the owner of the bookstore was sitting in a shaded corner to avoid the glaring sunlight. The sun was so bright that it felt like it was already the middle of summer. Tong Shuhang raised one hand to shield his eyes and looked up at the clear sky without a cloud. He raised his right hand to present the book he intended to rent to the owner. The bookstore owner was a typical beauty from Jiangnan, delicate as if made from water. She also loved reading and enjoyed holding a book and reading all day. From her attire, it was evident that her quality of life was not low. She opened this bookstore simply out of personal interest. The owner usually sat there quietly, reading, looking as beautiful as a painting, truly making people feel that the scenery was delightful. Many young people changed their personal interests just to admire that beautiful scene, transforming from foolish youths into literary youths, frequently coming here to linger. However, it was said that this picturesque beauty was merely a facade of peace from the owner. Where there is a facade of peace, there must also be a facade of violence or a facade of chaos. However, Tong Shuhang had been coming here for over half a year and had never seen it. All right, remember to return it within 2 days. If you're late by a day, the rental fee increases by 1 yuan. Tong Shuhang smiled brightly as he received the book. Just as he stepped 1 foot out the door, a loud explosion echoed. Startling everyone present in the bookstore, Tong Shuhang almost stumbled and fell as he stepped out. Inside the bookstore, various exclamations of shock erupted. "Damn it, oh my God, thunder in clear skies. I'm scared to death." Tong Shuhang looked up at the sky. He immediately noticed that the previously clear sky was now changing. A dark cloud was gathering on the horizon, quickly covering the sky. It looked like a storm was approaching. It seems it's going to rain soon. Just now I was saying that the weather forecast from back then was unreliable. Whatever they say, it must be the opposite. If they say it's sunny, then I must definitely bring an umbrella when going out. I thought that after so many years, the weather forecast would have improved. Yet it still seems as unreliable as before. This is even worse than in the past. In the past, you just had to look at the weather forecast in reverse. Now you have to gamble on whether it's accurate or not. While lost in thought, he held the book he had just rented, preparing to take advantage of the clear sky to dash back to the dormitory. But Tong Shuhang hadn't even taken his second step out when another loud rumble echoed, making everyone's ears ring. The foot he had just lifted retreated back. In this Jiangnan region, the thunder used to be very loud, followed by a series of booming echoes. But now the thunder sounded like a firecracker with added explosives. Boom, rumble, boom. It was both loud and steady. Even the echoes were drowned out. Surely someone must have done something evil to be struck by heaven. What kind of heavy sin could lead to such a thunderous situation? Hearing 2 people whispering beside him, Tong Shuhang was stunned. Was it struck by lightning? Moreover, What caught Tong Shuhang's attention the most was that the dark thundercloud did not spread out. Instead, it remained concentrated on the horizon, with thunder rumbling continuously, but not spreading outward. The thunder lasted for more than 10 seconds without stopping, giving people a strong feeling that a storm was about to arrive. At the same time, at the place where Ah She was, she had just gone through 3 rounds of tribulation. The corners of her mouth were still raised as if nothing had happened. Tong Shuhang saw a little kid with his mouth wide open, 2 fingers pointing up at the sky, shouting, "I want this sky to not cover my eyes, and this earth to not bury my heart. I want the dark clouds to disappear without a trace." The corners of Tong Shuhang's mouth twitched. He was sure that when this kid grew up, every time he remembered today's scene, he would definitely feel embarrassed and want to bite his tongue off. Moreover, such embarrassing moments would follow him for a lifetime. After a long time, when he finally felt he had forgotten this memory, it might resurface from some corner of his mind one day, making him wish he could scream, "Go die." He would hate himself for being foolish and doing something crazy back then, because he had also been through it. He understood very well. It was just that he didn't know why, upon seeing this comical kid, Tong Shuhang suddenly remembered the delusional group obsessed with fairy tales in the first group. Really, why do I feel so familiar with this, as if I've known it before? But just at that moment, the sky returned to a clear state without clouds, and the sunlight shone everywhere. It was as if the thunder and lightning from earlier were just a misunderstanding or some kind of illusion. The little kid was excited. "Ah, I've chased the dark clouds away." Tong Shuhang was stunned. What kind of situation is this? Could it be that the sound of thunder was like firecrackers? Was the image of the zigzagging lightning just now something I misheard, an illusion? Meanwhile, the little kid ran happily towards his mother. "Mom, I'm a fairy now." Tong Shuhang frowned. A fairy? He just didn't understand why. Upon seeing this comical kid, he suddenly remembered the delusional group obsessed with fairy tales in the first group H City, the Thunder Tribulation for the post-heaven 3rd grade. The content of the conversation in the group flashed through his mind. No matter how strong Tong Shuhang's heart was, it skipped a beat. The gathering of thunderclouds just now seemed to be right above H City. Could it be true? The weather forecast said it would be clear. But suddenly, the strange scene of thunder and lightning appeared. As Tong Shuhang thought about this, he suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Ha ha ha! How could that be? How could something like this happen in the world? It must be a coincidence, right? Am I still a child to have such thoughts? What is this about tribulation? What about immortals? I must have caught the disease from those people in the group, and that kid in front is also getting scolded by his mother. What kind of immortals are we talking about, this fool? Tong Shuhang pondered in his heart. Although the content in the chat was quite amusing, he should leave the group as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he stayed too long, he would be assimilated. He planned to wait until he could verify the efficacy of that pill formula and confirm whether those tonics were harmful before leaving the group. In fact, these were just a few friends in the same chat group, and he had been added without understanding anything. Tong Shuhang could completely disregard the life and death of others. But he always felt that if he knew the medicine was poisonous and the other party took it, he would have to advise them against it. Regardless of whether they listened to his advice or not, at least he wouldn't feel guilty about it. That's right, no guilt. Tong Shuhang stretched as if he had figured something out, but he didn't know that the one who had just gone through the tribulation, the girl named Sanshi Liu, had just brushed past him. The dark clouds in the sky were merely a coincidence. There was absolutely no such thing as a tribulation. Meanwhile, the girl Sanshi Liu had blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, with lightning flickering around her, gradually disappearing into the crowd. After returning to the dormitory, Tong Shuhang opened the chat app and sent the list of medicinal materials he had copied to his cousin. Sister Nha, for example. If we put all these medicines into a pot and boil them down into a paste, would eating that cause death? If you have time, could you check it for me? After sending it, Tong Shuhang leaned back in his chair, his mind blank. His cousin Tong Nha was different from him. She was interning and rarely went online. Sometimes she would only be online for a bit every few days, and it was very normal for her to reply only on weekends. If possible, Tong Shuhang didn't want to ask about this online. After all, some things are better said directly to avoid misunderstandings. If his cousin thought he intended to take that medicine and he didn't clarify in person, it could lead to a misunderstanding. He feared that his mother would fly over to see him and then give him a good scolding. But what if his friends, who were also delusional about immortals, couldn't wait and actually took it? At this moment he felt himself being increasingly assimilated by the people in this group. Indeed, although reading the chat logs was quite enjoyable, it would be better to leave the group sooner. Taking advantage of the fact that he hadn't spoken a word in the group yet and had no connections with anyone there. Leaving the group wouldn't be too hard. However, despite saying that his fingers unconsciously moved the mouse towards the top right corner of the screen, inviting the first group of Kuchao to come out. Tong Shuhang couldn't help but mutter, it seems this Zhong Kwai Tien Su is playing the role of a fortune teller. About 2 to 3 minutes later, Zhong Kwai Tien Su posted, "Haha, nothing is wrong. This immortal master predicts a great fortune and great benefit. Ah Shi and his junior absolutely have nothing to worry about. We just need to wait for little Shi Liu to challenge everyone. A great fortune, that should be a bit reassuring, right? Although this fortune telling isn't real, it can sometimes provide some comfort." Tong Shuhang thought to himself, but after hearing the result, Baha didn't seem happy at all. Instead, he was silent for a while. A moment later, he sent a sad, smiley icon, indicating that something must have gone wrong with little Shi Liu, which is why Ah Shi wasn't online. Is there anyone near H City? Go check on Ah Shi and see if he needs help. Kwang Jiao Tam Lung chimed in sighing, "If Kwai Tien has predicted great fortune and great benefit, then something must be wrong. But I'm very far from H City. Even if I wanted to go, it would take several days." YC asked, "What's going on?" Wu Nuzi felt confused. Kwang Jiao Tam Lang explained, "Wu Nuzi, you don't know this, but the fortune that this immortal master predicted has never been wrong. If he predicts great fortune and great benefit, you must prepare well, because you are definitely about to encounter disaster. Conversely, if he predicts that you will face calamity, then you are likely to encounter great luck. If one day he predicts that you are about to face a great calamity that could destroy the world, then you can rest assured and celebrate in advance, because this is definitely a sign that you will break through the heavenly barrier, and the immortal master will add a little more to it. From another perspective, the skills of Kwai Tien are quite strong. As long as you reverse what he predicts, it will basically be accurate without any adjustments." Zhong Kwai Tien Su speechless. He wanted to shout loudly to refute, but his life was filled with unerasable stains. So he could only swallow his anger, spitting out the water he had just drunk. Is there really such a way of thinking? In the chat channel, Kwang Jiao Tam Lung had learned from experience this time and didn't open his mouth to seek death again. "By the way, Wu Nuzi, can you ask when your father will be home? He has been a guest at my place for a long time. Doesn't he miss home or his beautiful and lovely daughter?" "All right, senior, I will try to ask my father," Wu Nuzi replied very politely. But it was just a formality. She didn't say when she would ask, nor did she confirm that she would call her father back. Kwang Jiao Tam Lang had become quite astute, so he didn't take Wu Nuzi's vague words seriously, which made him feel quite emotional. Just then, Baha tagged everyone in the group, asking if anyone was in H City. The members who had been lurking in the group all surfaced one by one, sending shaking head icons. With such a large huaxia, there were only so few people in the group. It was impossible for everyone to gather in one place. Tong Shuhang's Jiangnan area was quite close to H City, but he didn't know Ah Shi. Moreover, he felt completely clear-headed and couldn't participate in searching for someone who was missing due to a tribulation and then end up predicting that something had happened with someone in the group. After all, he hadn't been assimilated yet. At this moment, Lin Diep Jiao Wu Nuzi spoke up again. "I'm preparing to go to City G to handle some matters. When the time comes, I will fly to Jiangnan Airport first, then go to City G. Jiangnan is close to H City, so if you need any help, you can contact me anytime, although I don't have any connections in Hat City. If you need assistance, I will definitely do my best," Ha replied. That's great. If you pass through Jiangnan, the girl in the group will be coming here soon. Tong Shuhang was surprised. Baha happily said, I'll find a way to contact Ah Shi. If he needs help, I will reach out to Wu Nuzi. His relationship with Ah Shi was not bad. Before joining the first Ku Chao group, the two were close friends who would do anything for each other. Now the fortune-telling from Zhong Kuai, Tian Su, made Baha feel anxious. If you don't care, it's fine, but caring will only lead to chaos. At this moment, the group leader, Huang Son, Tran Quan suddenly appeared and spoke to comfort Baha. Don't worry too much, with Ah. There don't mention a post-heaven third-grade tribulation, even a pre-heaven fourth-grade tribulation won't be a challenge for him. That's true. Baha sighed. Actually, I'm not worried. After all, it's just a post-heaven third-grade tribulation. It's just that the great fortune predicted by Zhong Kuai Tiansu made me feel uneasy. Huang Son, Tran Quan, 3 dots. Kuang Zhao, Tam Lung, 3 dots. Because Baha's reasoning was very sound. The two of them couldn't refute anything. In some corner, Zhong Kuai Tian Su angrily slammed his hand on the table, damn it. Baha, what do you mean by that? You're really underestimating me. His hand was shaking with anger. A month later, at the top of the Forbidden City, do you dare to come? Baha readily replied. Sure, I'm afraid of that fake immortal master of yours. However, can we postpone it to 3 months later instead of a month? Also, how will I find you then? After all, you have many identities. If you change to another nickname and stand in front of me, I might not recognize you. Zhong Kuai Tian Su is not only skilled in fortune-telling, but also very adept at disguise. You all in the group guess that he must have frequently made wrong predictions in the past and was chased away, forcing him to change identities to escape. Over time, he has developed unparalleled skills in disguise and transformation. If I provoke you and you run away, what then? Zhong Kuai Tian Su said angrily, 3 months it is. When the time comes, you just need to wait at the top of the Forbidden City, and I will come to find you, you damn face. Even if you transform, I will still recognize you. Baha remained calm, looking as if he had already secured Zhong Kuai Tian Su's promise. Let's decide on that. Huang Son Tran Quan suddenly sent a smiley face and said, It seems you, Baha, are about to break through. You need a battle to guide you to a breakthrough, right? You've been stuck at the 5th grade Spirit Emperor level for a long time. It's time to break through. When the full moon comes 3 months from now, if I can spare some time, I will definitely go to the top of the Forbidden City to act as a referee for your duel. At that time, I will conveniently prepare some small gifts for both of you. The Tran Quan truly understands my heart. Baha was immediately excited knowing that Huang Son Tran Quan was a senior, and the gifts he prepared could not be simple. The items that came from the hands of such seniors were treasures that only appeared during fortuitous encounters for juniors like them. However, Zhong Kuai Tian Su said nonchalantly, Since the Tran Quan has said so, I can't let Baha down then. Originally, I planned to have Baha stand at the top of the Forbidden City, facing the cold wind at midnight. Huang Son Tran Quan 3 dots. Reading this chat, the teacup in Baha's hand was crushed. Damn it, this guy is really a fortune teller who plays with people's hearts. His intentions are truly dark. At this moment, Baha secretly made a decision in his heart. 3 months from now, I must beat Zhong Kuai Tian Su to the point where even the Tran Quan won't recognize him. After that, the group fell silent. After Tong Shuhang finished reading all the chat logs in the group, he felt somewhat worried. Would Zhong Kuai Tian Su and Baha really go to the top of the Forbidden City in the Imperial Palace to duel 3 months from now? In his mind, he envisioned 2 extraordinary masters standing on the top of the Forbidden City, confronting each other. Immortal monster, today is your day to die. Accept your fate, Baha. And before the two could make a move, the site manager would catch them. What are you two doing? Come down here. This is a national heritage site. Tong Shuhang smirked. Oh my, what am I thinking? But with their personalities, it wouldn't be surprising if they actually did something foolish like that. I'll just remember this for now. Before I leave the group, I should remind them not to damage national heritage. Doing so is illegal. Another day passed, and early in the morning, Tong Shuhang went to freshen up. After finishing his personal matters, he hurriedly grabbed a bao bun and went to the computer to check if there were any new updates from the school today. The hot topics at school all mentioned the strange thunderstorm this afternoon, and the location of the lightning was indeed just as the school forum had predicted. It was the city of H. As expected, it really was the city of H. Due to the thunderstorm, several areas in the city of H and the nearby Jiangnan region experienced power outages, leading to continuous incidents. But fortunately, there were no casualties. There were also some bits of news about the Jiangnan University area. For example, there were changes to the Handsome Boys board at school, and some academic prodigy had achieved national fame by winning first place in a national competition. There were also reports about how much a pair of shoes worn by a certain graduated senior was auctioned for, and all sorts of trivial matters like that. The school forum didn't interest him much. He just skimmed through it to have something to talk about later when chatting with others. Suddenly a notification popped up indicating there was new news piquing his curiosity. The school forum was buzzing with discussions. Some people commented gleefully, wondering who had done this, as the attackers showed no mercy, whether it was a group of fighters or some martial artists. Some speculated that the boxing team was training new recruits and organized a collective attack on the delinquents. Others added that all of them were knocked out and were being taken to the hospital. No one had regained consciousness yet, so it was unclear who had done it. Some recounted theories. According to shop owners in the alley, there hadn't been any major brawl, moreover. Even if there had been a fight, it wouldn't have ended with everyone lying flat like that. It couldn't possibly be a mutual destruction situation, so it was very likely that some expert had intervened, handling these delinquents swiftly, whether it was one person or a few. An expert, you say? Like one person taking on 80, haha. Some laughed, noting that the number of delinquents beaten was at least 80 if not 100. With such a large number being knocked unconscious in just a few minutes without a single one escaping was quite a feat. Only a hero from a novel could achieve something like that. Perhaps it was special forces from the military who had intervened. I heard that special forces can knock down ordinary people as easily as pie. In just 1 minute, they can take down dozens of people. Is the guy up there telling a joke? Even if special forces are that strong, they still have their own missions. Sending them to deal with delinquents is like using heavy artillery to swat a fly. Let's not talk about it anymore. Once those delinquents wake up, we'll know who did it. Song Thu-hang forced himself to stay on the website. After all, the matters concerning those delinquents had nothing to do with him. He casually skimmed through a few comments before closing the news window. Although Song Thu-hang was only 175 meters tall, he was quite strong. He was not someone who could be easily bullied, so he lived in a completely different world from those delinquents. Unless something unexpected happened, he would have nothing to do with them for the rest of his life. Stretching his shoulders, he closed the school website and sat back in his chair. The strange thundercloud from the day before still lingered in his mind. He clearly wanted to relax, but that image kept repeating in his head, making it impossible for him to calm down. Why does this keep swirling in my mind? I need to play some games to clear my head. The next day, Sunday, June the 2nd, at 7 a.m., the sky was clear. Song Thu-hang woke up early. He had intended to stay up all night, but a series of strange events yesterday made him feel odd. He had no desire to stay up late, so he took a shower and went to bed early. Tonight, his roommates would be back. After getting out of bed and washing up, Song Thu-hang habitually opened the chat window in the bottom right corner of the screen. His cousin still hadn't replied, so it seemed he would have to wait a few more days. If she still hadn't responded in 2 days, he would just call her directly. Sitting back down at his computer, he opened the #1 chat group out of habit. Every time he glanced at it, his mood instantly improved. However, if he looked too much, he might get too absorbed. He didn't want to open it, but since he had, he might as well see if there was any interesting news today. The first piece of news in the group came from Tothi A, that which worried everyone. There had been a little incident with Teo Thap Luke's thunderstorm, but I've already handled it. After the incident with Teo Thap, that she was a bit stubborn, however I managed to bring her back without causing any major issues. Just, a few dozen unruly kids were knocked out by Teo Thap. That near the city of H, and there were no fatalities. Next, I need to take Teo Thap. That back to the Tong Mon in To Ti. I probably won't be online for the next few days. In short, everyone don't worry. This message was sent at 3 a.m. today. Bak Hatan Han replied, immediately saying it was good that there were no issues, which put him at ease. I'll message Wu Nuzi to let her know not to worry, so she doesn't have to rush to the city of H. Song Thu Hang always felt that Bak Hatan Han was online 24/7. He didn't know how the other person had so much energy. Could it be that Bak Hatan Han's free time was similar to his? So every time he logged on, he could meet Bak Hatan Han. No, when Song Thu Hang was offline, he was still online because every time he logged in, most of the messages were from Bak Hatan Han. The other person truly seemed like they didn't need to sleep. They were indeed a warrior online. What's this? What song is Bak Hatan Han mumbling about? Even while cultivating they remember me. It must be that troublesome guy. Saying that Bak Hatan Han stood up and didn't bother to shower anymore. While Song Thu Hang scrolled down the chat to continue reading after To Thi A. That finished speaking, she greeted everyone and logged off immediately. Next, around 5 a.m. pharmacist came online and sent a photo, followed by a question mark. It was a picture of a plant that Song Thu Hang had never seen before. This plant twisted and turned, resembling a dragon. At the top, there was a row of backward spikes, and the roots were dark purple, making it quite a peculiar and eye-catching plant. Bak Hatan Han was the first to respond. Jok Long Thao, a pharmacist. Do you need it again? Didn't you just buy some SAB not long ago? Pharmacist sent an annoyed emoji saying I tried it and they all died. Moreover, the quality of those Jok Long Thao wasn't very good. Bak Hatan Han replied, all right, if I find it, I'll contact you. Others will definitely let you know if they see it. Pharmacist added, I need it alive, okay? Jok Long Thao. Just by the name, you can tell it's not a good plant. It wouldn't be used for alchemy, would it? I wonder if it's poisonous. Song Thu Hang felt a bit worried. He always felt that the people in this group had a knack for finding trouble. Wait, something seems off? He scrolled back up to reread To Thi A that's message. It was this. Just, a few dozen unruly kids were knocked out by Teo Thap, that near the city of H, and there were no fatalities. Next, I just want to take Teo Thap Luke back to To Thi Tong Mon. I probably won't be online for a few days. In short, everyone don't worry, Bakshi. Hatan Han replied, it's good that there's nothing wrong. I'm relieved I'll contact Wu Nuzi to tell her not to worry, so she doesn't have to rush to the city of H. Okay, To Thi A, that sent an emoji and then disappeared. These words made Song Thu Hang feel very strange. He suddenly remembered the incident with the delinquents getting beaten up. Was this a coincidence? If all these events were coincidences, then there had been too many coincidences lately. Maybe I should change my perspective. Perhaps this isn't a coincidence. I'm just overthinking it. I can't think wildly anymore. If I keep this up, I'll end up like those people in the group. Song Thu Hang stretched and prepared to go for a run. But that's how people are, completely unrelated. Things can end up being connected. It's like when you suspect someone of stealing your money, you start attributing all sorts of things to them. The more you look at them, the more they seem like a suspect. He felt that he was now suffering from the same syndrome, suspecting others of being thieves. Today, he woke up quite early and he felt that his physical condition was deteriorating rapidly. Over 10 days ago, he caught a cold and he still had a lingering cough that hadn't fully recovered occasionally, coughing a few times, which was quite uncomfortable. So he was motivated and decided to run 1,500 meters in the morning to improve his health. His goal was to persist in morning runs for a month. As for that chat group, it would be best to check it less often. Things like celestial beings, tribulations, and other such nonsense simply didn't exist. At this moment at the Jiangnan airport, a girl with long hair down to her waist was pulling a large suitcase out of the airport. A young man wearing glasses talking on the phone with his wife passed by and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, beautiful girl." However, his wife heard it, and an angry voice came through the phone, prompting him to quickly explain, "No, honey, I'm really on a business trip in Jiangnan. I'm not looking at other women. You must have misheard. Hello, hello." The girl had fair skin, long legs, and was wearing a white t-shirt with denim shorts and sporty shoes, looking youthful and beautiful. However, at that moment the long-haired girl appeared somewhat sullen as she gazed at the large airport, muttering softly, "I hate places this big the most," because it was very easy to get lost. At 7:40 a.m. after running and sweating profusely, Song Thu Hang felt extremely refreshed. On his way, he passed by the canteen and bought a steamed bun and some soy milk for breakfast, waiting until his breathing returned to normal before heading back to the dormitory. With a whole Sunday ahead of him, he wondered what to do. Maybe he could go read some books. Song Thu Hang thought to himself while nibbling on the bao bun. He casually opened his computer and went to the school website because he was a bit concerned about the news regarding the delinquents who had been knocked unconscious, so he kept an eye out for updates. After some time browsing, there was still no new information about the delinquents being beaten. The poor delinquents were still lying unconscious in the hospital, and none of them had woken up yet. So it was unclear who or what had beaten them up. According to classmates who had visited them even while unconscious, the delinquents occasionally groaned in pain because there were so many of them. The hospital had arranged to put them all in the same large room. 70 to 80 people lay there continuously groaning in agony. The scene was truly tragic. If they had only been knocked unconscious, it was hard to believe they could remain that way for an entire day and night without waking up. Would these delinquents end up being turned into vegetables? While pondering this, he opened the group chat. During the time he had been running and having breakfast, a few new messages had appeared in the group. Lin Diep Jiao Wu Nuzi was online via phone. Bak Ha Tien Boy. I have arrived at the Jiangnan airport. Does a that Tien Boy need any help? Baksh. Ha Tan Han was indeed online. He quickly replied, "Wu Nuzi is online, huh? That found Tier Thap. Luke early this morning and left the city of Hat already. You don't need to worry about them. Just focus on getting to City G for your work. That's good," Wu Nuzi replied, then added, "A, that has already left the city of H. Yes, she left this morning." "Bach, haha," Tan Han asked again. "Do you still have something to find, that for Wu Nuzi's side? Actually, I hope to meet, A, that if possible it would be even better if someone could accompany me to City G. I'm not very familiar with Jiangnan, the city of H, and City G. I'm afraid I won't be able to find the place I'm looking for. You want to go somewhere? Now with the navigation function on your phone, it works quite well. There are many people in the group who aren't used to or don't care about modern technology. Bak, Hata and Han could be considered an expert in using modern gadgets." Song Thu Hang felt a bit awkward and thought, "Hey, is it okay for you guys to change the topic like this? Isn't this a group focused on those with delusions of being immortal? Shouldn't we be talking about ancient things or some kind of positioning magical artifacts? Something a bit more advanced would be using a teleportation point, but talking about the navigation function of a phone doesn't fit at all. I need to remember the style of these people," Wu Nuzi said with frustration. "I've tried using it, but I still can't find the place I want to go. Moreover, my sense of direction is quite poor. Even holding a map, I might not be able to find what I need back." Hata and Han reassured her. "It's okay. The issue with your sense of direction will be resolved once you reach the 5th grade realm. Then you can fly and look from above. At that point you won't have to worry about getting lost anymore, but be careful not to get on the wrong vehicle with scammers." Song Thu Hang spat out a mouthful of water. What, flying on a sword? The style of these people really hasn't changed. Wu Nuzi said appreciatively. Thank you, senior. Let me see what I can do. Back. Hata En Han added. Where do you want to go? If you really can't find it, I can ask around to see if there are any fellow practitioners nearby who might be able to help. Wu Nuzi quickly replied. There's a place called Luxin District in the city of Hat. There should be an ancient temple. They're called Kui Jung Tu. I want to go to that ancient temple. Got it, I'll ask around for you. If I have any news, I'll contact you. Thank you, Senior Wu Nuzi replied with a smiling emoji. Song Thu Hang was also in Jiangnan. With his kind-hearted nature, helping others find their way was a small matter for him. He certainly wouldn't refuse. However, at this moment, even if he wanted to help, he had the will but not the strength. The university was a 2-hour drive from Jiangnan Airport. Jiangnan was a large city, not small at all. Moreover, Song Thu Hang wasn't familiar with City G either, and had never heard of Guizhou Tu. He only knew that City G was close to Jiangnan, and was also a well-known city in Huaxia. Because it was a religious sanctuary, various religions made it dizzying to look at. Every year during the holidays of various religions, pilgrims flocked to City G, filling the city to the brim. There were quite a few temples there, and finding a small temple wouldn't be easy. Speaking of which, the name Latin sounded very familiar. It seemed he had heard it somewhere, probably in some news report. At that moment he remembered that if no one had mentioned it, he would have almost forgotten about the convenient transportation like taxis. Wu Nuzi dragged her large suitcase to the taxi stand. In an instant, several taxis pulled up to her. The fact proved that beautiful people are prioritized wherever they go. If not for her enormous suitcase, many drivers would have turned away without greeting her. Miss, where are you going? Wu Nuzi asked, her voice quite different from her lively and bright appearance, but this made her somewhat endearing. Driver, do you know where Guizhou Tu is? The driver thought for a long time before shaking his head, saying he had never heard of Guizhou Tu. Seeing the uncle shake his head, Wu Nuzi felt a bit disheartened, her face turning red with disappointment. Fortunately, the uncle added, do you know which area it's in? Wu Nuzi immediately replied, I know it's in the Luxin district. The Luxin district, I know that area. I live there. However, miss, are you sure you're not mistaken about the name of that temple? I've lived in that area for many years and have never heard of Guizhou Tu. Driver, just take me to the Latin area, saying that Wu Nuzi lifted her enormous suitcase. This almost startled the uncle. This suitcase must weigh over 60 kilogulin, maybe even more. It was comparable to the weight of an adult man. Miss, you're really strong. Sit tight. Let's go. In the #1 chat group, Lin Diep Zhao Wu Nuzi was online via phone back. Ha, I'm heading to the Luxin district first. However, the taxi driver doesn't know Guizhou Tu. I'm preparing to go to the Luxin district and then ask people there. Maybe someone will know. Back. Hata En Han replied. All right, I've asked a few people. However, for now, no one knows anything. In short, if there's any news, I'll contact you right away. Thank you, Senior Wu Nuzi replied with a smiling emoji. With this response from Bak, Hatan Han, her previously anxious mood finally calmed down. By the way, this was her first time leaving home alone. Previously, her father had always accompanied her, or she only moved around the area near Lin Diep Zhao. She felt quite excited. At this moment, Song Thu Hang didn't see this chat because he really had nothing to do, so he went for a stroll in the nearby area to relax. Speaking of places to unwind, he couldn't help but mention the food paradise next to Jiangnan University. The food paradise was a bustling area for food sales, about a 20-minute walk from Jiangnan University. But that little distance didn't stop the footsteps of those who loved to eat in the sky. Apart from airplanes, everything with 4 legs on the ground, except for chairs, was sold to satisfy all kinds of culinary preferences. This place was always referred to as the food paradise, or the paradise of delicious dishes. Its original name had been forgotten. Right, what was this place called? Song Thu Hang looked up at the sign of the area, a large sign that read, Welcome to Luxin District, in bright yellow under the sunlight. Oh right, this place is called Latin Area. What a nice name. Song Thu Hang thought as he walked inside. After taking a couple of steps, he suddenly stopped. Then he quickly backed up to the sign, staring intently at the bright yellow letters. Welcome to Latin area. He thought he hadn't misread it. It was indeed Luxin district. Earlier, Song Thu Hang had been thinking for a long time, feeling like he had heard the name Lakin somewhere, but he couldn't remember where it turned out to be here, in this famous food paradise. No, it wasn't the Lakin that Wu Nuzi mentioned in the group. That was in City G. This was Jiangnan. Could it be that Wu Nuzi remembered the place wrong, or did both City G and Jiangnan have a Luxin district? This was quite normal. Only city and province names rarely overlapped. However, names of towns, areas, or villages often did. The Lakin that Wu Nuzi wanted to go to must be the one in City G. She probably wouldn't come to Jiangnan, since he was here to relax. Song Thu Hang didn't think much more about it. He walked and ate eating while strolling around. He didn't know how long he had been wandering, but when he felt a bit tired, he casually sat down to rest in a seating area. Opposite the resting area was a large section of Lakin, bustling with people coming and going. The weather had just warmed up, but it couldn't stop. Women's love for beauty everywhere were tight-fitting dresses, crop tops, short skirts, low-rise pants, high heels, boots, and flip-flops of all styles. The long white bridge was mesmerizing, with ample bosoms and slim waists, adding various charms to the LT area. Just sitting in this resting area, he could see countless pairs of long, fair legs, radiating dazzling light. Song Thu Hang randomly chose a spot to sit down and rest, which was also the best place to admire beautiful women. 3 boys sat next to him, seriously rating the legs of the girls. One chubby guy with thick glasses pointed at a girl in a red dress and said, "Did you see that? The girl in the red dress standing at the bottom corner of the electronic screen. Wow, that figure. Just then, the chubby guy with glasses excitedly shouted louder, "Look over there, 100 points! 100 points!" The bright-faced guy immediately rushed over and grabbed the chubby guy's cheek, saying, "What are you shouting about?" "No way. 100 points." But when he looked over, there was indeed a beautiful figure stepping out from around the corner beneath the large screen. She was pulling a huge suitcase, but she didn't look the least bit flustered or tired. Her orange hair shone in the sunlight, and she had a tall, slender figure. Even though she was wearing a pair of ordinary sneakers, it was clear that her legs were longer than those of the people around her. With each step she took, she covered double or triple the distance of an average person. She truly resembled a female lead from a drama standing still, yet exuding an aura that made her the center of attention. The beautiful girl with black hair walked quite quickly, catching up to the girl in the red dress that the 3 guys had been evaluating just moments ago. All beautiful things seem less special when standing alone. Only when there is something to compare to do, they become incredibly eye-catching. No mistake about it, this is definitely a perfect 100. The bright-faced guy immediately stood up, brushed off his clothes, and ran a hand through his hair. "Hey, what are you doing?" the chubby guy asked. "What else?" "I'm going to introduce myself. A perfect girl like that is hard to come by in a lifetime, so no matter if I succeed or not, I have to go and say hi, otherwise I'll regret it for life. A real man must be brave and charge forward at times like this, without feeling embarrassed." Then the handsome guy walked into the crowd, heading straight for the beautiful girl. However, within 2 minutes he returned, looking dejected. Failed already, that was quick. Although he knew his friend would probably fail, he thought his friend had a decent appearance and could speak well. But to fail so quickly with his capabilities, even if he failed to introduce himself, he should have been able to chat a bit with the beauty. The bright-faced guy had tears streaming down his face, lamenting that he had no chance to get to know or date her. Her legs are indeed long. She walks fast. One of her steps is like several of mine. I almost wanted to run after her, but I still couldn't catch up. Song Thu Hang, sitting next to them, couldn't help but laugh until his stomach hurt. These 3 were really funny. After resting for a while, Song Thu Hang stood up again to stroll around, planning to buy some snacks to take back. He thought to himself that not long ago, when he had a cold, his roommates had taken care of him. So taking a stroll in the food paradise, he felt he had to buy some snacks to express his deep gratitude. He didn't know what the three guys liked to eat, so he decided to buy a portion of anything delicious to bring back. However, it seemed that fate had arranged for him to encounter the long-legged, orange-haired beauty. After all, this world is so big. How could there be so many coincidences? So he didn't expect to run into her while strolling around. As he walked out of the beef restaurant holding a large bag of food from the food paradise, ready to take it back to his roommates, he saw the long-legged girl with black hair quickly approaching him, pulling a huge suitcase. This time Song-thu Hang truly understood what it meant for a long-legged person to walk fast. Clearly, when he first saw her, there was still a considerable distance between them, but in the blink of an eye she had reached him. What a coincidence! In the eyes of sorcerers, the future is like looking at flowers in the fog, always filled with mysteries and uncertainties. However, a very famous sorcerer believed that the future would also change according to the different choices of each person. But no matter how one chooses, it is never random, because nothing in this world is random. If it is merely a matter of course. Even when two people meet, it may seem coincidental on the surface, but in reality, it is a matter of course. These matters of course follow one another, pushing the wheel of history forward, developing into predetermined futures. Saying all this, the only thing he wanted to express was that no sorcerer's predictions are wrong. If there is a mistake, it is only because the outcome predicted by the sorcerer represents a future that will certainly occur in a parallel world, and you, based on something that is certain to happen, will lead to a different future. Therefore, the sorcerer is not wrong. It is this world that is wrong. Song-thu Hang couldn't help but smile, thinking, "What am I thinking? A beauty like that could never have a connection with me." The time had come. He prepared to head back to the dormitory. He had just taken 2 or 3 steps when the girl behind him finished buying her things and casually asked the shop owner a question. Song-thu Hang didn't intentionally eavesdrop on others' conversations, but he happened to overhear her question. "Excuse me, do you know if there's a temple called Kweijung-tu near the La Tin area?" What a coincidence! Kweijung-tu, La Tin area. Song-thu Hang naturally thought of the girl named Lin Diep Jiao Wu Nuzi in the chat group. Could it be? Did I hear that wrong? Thinking this Song, Thu Hang took out his phone, unlocked the screen, and instinctively opened the #1 chat group in the messaging app. After he had gone offline, there were indeed a few new messages. First was a message from Lin Diep Jiao Wu Nuzi from over 2 hours ago, saying she hadn't been able to find any information about Kweijung-tu, but she had taken a taxi to the La Tin area and was preparing to ask the locals directly. 20 minutes ago, there was another message from Lin Diep Jiao Wu Nuzi saying, "I've successfully arrived at the La Tin area. There are so many people here. It's very lively, not at all like I imagined. Especially the food street. I've already seen many delicious dishes." It seemed her mood was quite good. First, she had successfully found the La Tin area, and second, there were many delicious foods there. Song-thu Hang rubbed his face, thinking that if it took about 2 hours to get from Jiangnan Airport, she had already arrived at the La Tin area with all the good food. But if it took 2 hours to get from Jiangnan Airport, then even a racing car wouldn't make it in time. If we consider the taxi travel time and Wu Nuzi's destination, it was clear that she had gone to the wrong place. She hadn't gone to the La Tin area, but had instead gone to the food paradise near Jiangnan University. And if it wasn't a coincidence, then the long-legged, orange-haired beauty could very well be Wu Nuzi. Just thinking of the beautiful girl with a very modern and trendy aura being someone from that immortal group made Song-thu Hang feel a strange twist in his heart. However, just this information alone couldn't confirm that the beauty in the restaurant was Wu Nuzi, because it was also possible that there was some special event at Kweijung-tu in the La Tin area, attracting many people, so there could be many people like Wu Nuzi who ended up at the wrong location. This was also very likely. Song-thu Hang continued to scroll on the screen, but there were no new messages in the history. Bak, Hata and Han was either not online or was busy asking for information about Kweijung-tu. While Song-thu Hang was scrolling through the screen, Lin Diep Jiao Wu Nuzi sent a voice message. Song Thu Hang unconsciously opened that message. At the same time behind him, Wu Nuzi, tired, let go of her suitcase and stepped out of the restaurant, looking a bit disappointed. This was already the 12th restaurant. The previous shopkeeper had made a good suggestion, but whether it was a new or old restaurant, she had already asked them all. None of them had any information about Guizhong 2. She sighed, took out her phone, and with one hand opened the chat app, tapping into the #1 chat group. After waiting for a while, she still hadn't received a reply from Bak Ha. Since she was holding something in one hand, it was inconvenient to type, so she opened a voice message and spoke in a soft voice. Bak Ha Tien Boy, do you have any news about Guizhong 2? I've asked many shopkeepers in the Latin area, but no one knows anything about it. Please let me know if you receive any messages. She released her thumb and the voice message was successfully sent. By the entrance of the restaurant, Wu Nuzi saw the young man who had just given way to her earlier, now standing by the road. She saw him tapping on his phone, not knowing what he was doing. Wu Nuzi didn't pay much attention and continued walking forward. Just then, the young man's phone emitted a sound that Wu Nuzi found very familiar. Bak Ha Tien Boy, do you have any news about Guizhong 2? I've asked many shopkeepers in the Latin area, but no one knows anything about it. Please let me know if you receive any messages. Wu Nuzi instinctively turned her head to look back. Wasn't that her voice? Moreover, this was the voice message she had just sent. Wu Nuzi was first taken aback, then a feeling of indescribable joy surged within her. The young man in front of her was actually a senior in the #1 chat group. Wu Nuzi, who had been feeling down about being lost, suddenly felt like she had found a lifeline. She was still dazed by the soft voice, which was indeed very pleasant to hear. At that moment, a breeze carried a fragrant scent into her nose, a faint floral aroma that also resembled the scent of a young girl's body. Song Thu Hang turned around and saw the long-legged girl with orange hair standing behind him, her face beaming with joy, her eyes fixed on him. In her soft voice, filled with the joy of meeting a familiar face far from home, she said, "Senior #1 chat group." Song Thu Hang stumbled and fell, and the long-legged girl sat down beside him, their eyes meeting. At that moment, Song Thu Hang truly didn't know what expression to use to face this girl. At this point, there was no need for her to introduce herself anymore. If Song Thu Hang still couldn't guess her identity, he might as well go to the market and buy some tofu to commit suicide. Song Thu Hang felt that his voice sounded very unnatural, extremely unnatural. Lin Diep Jiao Wu Nuzi. Wu Nuzi finally calmed down a bit and began to assess this senior. "It's me. May I ask what your Taoist name is?" In her memory, among the Taoist names in the #1 chat group, aside from Toti, a Thap Luke, who had just transcended yesterday, everyone else was her senior. This senior in front of her looked to be only in his teens. Surely this couldn't be his real age. He was about 175 meters tall, with a gentle face that seemed easy to talk to. His kind expression gave off the vibe of a good person, making it easy for others to label him as such wherever he went. Moreover, she couldn't discern the cultivation level of this senior. His aura was completely restrained, as if he had blended into the world of ordinary people. Wu Nuzi thought to herself, "Has he already reached the level of true qi like my father?" The term senior made Song Thu Hang feel a bit uncomfortable in his gut. This blonde girl looked to be around 20 years old, while he had just turned 18 not long ago. Did he really look that old, like a middle-aged man? And what about Taoist names? He immediately recalled the pile of nicknames in the chat group, all of which were something like Huang Son Tran, Quan, Beihe XX, Zhong Chu, and Fu Chu, which made him feel even more uneasy. Song Thu Hang didn't want others to think he was delusional. He said, "Ahem, you can just call me Song Thu Hang. And please don't mention Taoist names anymore." Wu Nuzi, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "Oh, I'm sorry, senior. I momentarily forgot. As a cultivator, it's common knowledge not to mention Taoist names in front of others." She had been too excited and had forgotten. Song Thu Hang coughed twice, feeling as if his cough, which was almost gone, was now flaring up again. He leaned slightly forward and waved his hands repeatedly, saying, You don't have to call me senior, just call me Song Thu Hang. Oh no, that's not very good. Wu Nuzi shook her head. Song Thu Hang insisted. Please just call me Song Thu Hang, or Tu Hang, or Tu. Song, whatever you prefer, if Wu Nuzi called him senior. One more time he would feel very embarrassed. After all, this was the real world. Wu Nuzi, feeling awkward, still added senior, but internally calmed down, her face breaking into a smile. It seemed that this senior was a good person, and not the cold type, if that's the case. Perhaps this senior would help her. Wu Nuzi cheerfully said, Song Tien boy, are you here to help me? Song Thu Hang was completely defeated. All right, you can call me whatever you want. He lifted the large bag in his hand. The two of them, with such a big suitcase, were indeed blocking the way for others, so it was best to find another place to talk. Let's walk and talk, he said, and Wu Nuzi immediately followed him to keep up. Song Thu Hang said, I checked the history of the #1 chat group. It seems you wanted to go to the La Tin area in City G. Wu Nuzi was very smart. From Song Thu Hang's tone and attitude, she guessed the truth and looked at him with pleading eyes. Yes, that's right. The La Tin area in City G. Wait a minute, senior. Could it be that this isn't the La Tin area? Song Thu Hang sighed and said, this is indeed the La Tin area, but it's the La Tin area in Jiangnan, not in City G. You should check the navigation on your phone. Wu Nuzi tilted her head, took out her phone and started tapping. But as soon as she opened the phone, it rang with a pleasant sound, and the screen went dark. Wu Nuzi looked at Song Thu. Hung Song Tian boy, my phone is out of battery. Song Thu Hang once again felt a sudden pang in his heart. This beautiful woman seemed a little bit silly. Still, he handed over his phone. Here, use mine completely black. Wu Nuzi happily accepted the phone, chirping out her thanks, and then looking at it. Suddenly the phone rang out with a cheerful dingling before the screen went. Wu Nuzi once again lifted her eyes to look at Song Thu Hang Sr. Song, your phone has also run out of battery. Damn, Song Thu Hang finally remembered when he went out earlier. His phone still had 6% left. After sitting around for almost 3 hours and browsing the internet just now, it was only natural for it to shut down. Song Thu Hang sheepishly took back his phone, then asked hesitantly, Wu Nuzi, is the matter you're going to handle urgent? Her voice was still as soft as before, not sounding too rushed, but she said it would be best to get there as quickly as possible because any delay could bring complications. If she didn't hurry, her father would return home from visiting Senior Kwong, Jiao Tam Lung, and take her straight home. That was why she had given only a vague answer when Senior Kwong Jiao Tam Lung asked about her plans in the group chat. If her father came back home, she wouldn't be able to sneak away anymore. Song Thu Hang suggested, if you like, you can come to my dorm for now. I'll help you look up the way on the computer and you can charge your phone, but it'll take about 20 minutes to get there. Is that okay? Song Thu Hang was a gentle, consistent young man with a warm, friendly face, a truly good person at heart. So he really wouldn't just leave Wu Nuzi alone without a care. In this world, aside from one's father, who would turn a blind eye to a beautiful girl like her. Your dormitory? Is that the place where seniors go into seclusion, she asked. If it's only 20 minutes away, then it's fine. But she also thought, no, this is a boys' dormitory, and bringing a beautiful girl there will surely cause a stir. The school dormitories were very strict for female dorms. Boys were absolutely forbidden to enter just one step inside, and they'd be facing a death sentence. But for female students, the boys' dormitory was like a garden, come and go as they pleased. So when Song Thu Hang brought a girl back to the dorm, no one stopped him. Besides, it was Sunday, so most students were out relaxing or holed up in their rooms. Gaming, bringing Wu Nuzi to back didn't attract much attention though. Song Thu Hang still felt a bit like a sneaky thief, glancing around nervously. Finally they were safe. Wu Nuzi also glanced around curiously, realizing just how dangerous the boys' dorm could be. Fortunately, his roommates typically wouldn't be back until 3 or 4 p.m. or even later in the evening. The room was small, a 4-person room, but it had everything: a bathroom, a balcony for drying clothes, and a small kitchen. Song Thu Hang invited her to sit down. Please have a seat. Would you like something to drink? She sat down and said, "I'd like a cup of Lin Mach Beach Tra." Huh, Lin Mach Beach Tra. Was she kidding, or was that some new drink he'd never heard of? Song Thu Hang froze for a moment, then quickly remembered the true identity of this beautiful, long-legged girl. Though she looked pure and sweet, she was actually a cultivator, completely immersed in her fantastical world. This Lin Mak Bitch Tra must be some kind of spiritual tea that the members of their group chat talked about. Song Thu Hang felt a faint pang in his chest. "We don't have that here, but I have lemon water, mineral water, Coke, or milk. Please pick one." Vu Nu Tu seemed a bit surprised. How could a senior cultivator not have Lin Mak Bich Tra? She knew this tea was the most common hospitality drink for cultivators, with only a faint spiritual energy, but a rich aroma that lingered long after drinking. It wasn't as miraculous as medicinal pills, but it was far more affordable. Every cultivator would have some in stock. Then she realized, I understand. Senior is living incognito among mortals to cultivate his mind. She'd heard that some seniors would go into hiding every 150 years or so, living as mortals to train their hearts and refine their minds. She smiled sweetly. "Senior, I'll have a glass of lemon water, thank you." "Okay, just a moment," Song Thu Hang said. A moment later, he took a large glass of lemon water from the fridge and handed it to her. "Thank you, Senior." "No need to be so polite," he replied. She really was a good girl. Polite and well-mannered, though, sadly, a bit delusional. He sat down in front of the computer and opened a web browser, typing Luxin District City G into Baidu Map. Soon the map showed the location in City G. Originally, the trip from the southern airport to Luxin District would take about 5 hours. But since Vu Nu Tu hadn't come straight from the airport and the university was also near City G, it would only take a bit longer from here. A taxi ride from the university to Ku Latin would be about an hour and a half, assuming no traffic jams. But with the poor traffic on that stretch, it could still take around 5 hours. Vu Nu Tu leaned closer to the screen and gasped when she saw how far it was. "Senior, that's so far. Can we take a taxi?" Song Thu Hang replied, "You can, but probably only a few drivers would agree to take you, and it'd be a long, tiring trip. 5 hours there and 5 back. "So, what do we do now?" she asked. "Let's take the train," he said. "There's a station not far from Luxin District called Hak Ra Station. There's also a station near the university. It'll be much faster than a taxi, less than 2 hours to get there." Her eyes lit up. "When shall we go?" "No rush, we can book the tickets online," he explained. "Let me see, there's a train at 4:00 p.m. If we go pick up the tickets at 3, we should be good." Wait, when shall we go, he thought. Did she think he was going with her to Luxin District? Vu Nu Tu blushed. "Senior, I was too presumptuous. I didn't even ask if you could accompany me. Senior, would you be able to come with me to Luxin District? I'm really bad with directions, and I'm afraid I won't find the Ghost Lantern Temple on my own." Song Thu Hang scratched his head, then declined politely. "I'd like to help, but I really can't. If we leave at 4, we'd arrive after 6, and I don't know how long you'll be there. I can't guarantee I'd make it back in time for classes tomorrow afternoon." Vu Nu Tu looked crestfallen. She was the type whose emotions were written all over her face. "Senior, you're not free tomorrow." "Yeah, I have class tomorrow afternoon," he said. Seeing her disappointed expression, he wondered if he'd been too harsh. He didn't want to hurt this gentle girl's feelings. After a pause, he added, "But if you're not in a hurry, I'm free next Friday. We could go together then. As a student, I only get weekends off." She still looked disappointed. 1 or 2 days wouldn't have been a problem, but waiting 5 whole days was too much. Her father wouldn't stay at Senior Kwang Jiao Tam Lung's house for 10 days straight. But suddenly she brightened and asked carefully, "Senior Song, just hypothetically, if you didn't have class tomorrow afternoon, would you come with me to City G?" He laughed. "Well, if whatever you need to do doesn't take long, I suppose I could. But that class has been set since the beginning of the semester. It's unlikely to be cancelled without a very good reason." As he spoke, Song Thu Hang typed into the search bar City G Luxin District Ghost Lantern Temple. The map showed Luxin District and City G, but no sign of any Ghost Lantern Temple. It was probably a small or long abandoned temple. Vu Nu, too, suddenly said, "Senior Song, could I borrow your computer for a moment? I want to gather some information and maybe Senior Back Ha Tan Tien in the group has some updates." Song Thu Hang nodded, logged out of his chat account and made room for her. "Here and give me your phone, I'll charge it for you." She smiled sweetly and took the seat, expertly logging in to her own chat account. As soon as Song Thu Hang turned around, her fingers began to fly across the keyboard, clack, 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 faster and faster, until she was typing at a speed of over 900 APM. If she were a professional gamer, she'd be dominating every game out there. On the screen, a series of windows opened and closed one after another. In no time, she'd even found information on a certain young man, Song Thu Hang himself, complete with a smiling profile picture and personal details. Class 43, Faculty 19, part of the School of Mechanical Engineering at Jiangnan University of Design and Manufacturing. Then another window popped up. It was Song Shuhang's class schedule. Right after that came the afternoon class schedule for Han, taught by Professor Ren Shui. He was a young teacher, tall and handsome, always wearing black-rimmed glasses with a gentle smile on his lips. He belonged to that category of men who, no matter where they stood, would attract a crowd of young women in the prime of their youth. All of this happened in an instant. Having received the intelligence, Wu Nuzi closed all the windows on the screen. The corners of her lips lifted in a sly smile. Prearranged class schedules naturally couldn't be casually cancelled, but in this world there were always unexpected accidents. For instance, the responsible teacher might accidentally fall from a beam and sprain his ankle. This Professor Ren Shui was precisely the teacher for Monday afternoon's class. "Sorry, teacher," she said, as she pressed her palms together, silently chanting some incantation. When she finished everything, Wu Nuzi thought to herself, "It's done. Tomorrow afternoon's class will probably be temporarily suspended or postponed for a few days." After closing all the windows, Wu Nuzi moved her fingers again. Her gaze then landed on a note next to the computer. What was this? The note was covered in the names of various medicinal ingredients. It was the simplified pill recipe for body-tempering liquid from the pharmacist in the 9 provinces. Number 1 group. Back then, Shuhang had copied it down for Chunana to research. However, this recipe didn't include those mystical ingredients like heavenly tyrant grass, 9 suns, scarlet flame, bamboo or yang plum, mysterious vine. Wu Nuzi thought to herself. Could it be that Senior Song was also researching this pill recipe? But very quickly, she noticed that Song Shuhang's version seemed incomplete. Why did he only write down the common, easily available ingredients? Why didn't he include refined materials, like clear dew or mysterious grass? Could it be that Senior Song intended to improve on the recipe of the pharmacist predecessor, making adjustments to reduce costs in the refinement process? Song Shuhang's face froze. He had indeed been mistaken as a fellow enthusiast. "I don't refine it," he said. Wu Nuzi's eyes sparkled. "Why not Senior? Did you actually modify the pharmacist predecessor's recipe a bit?" Song Shuhang fell silent. He had initially planned to bluntly explain that he wasn't at all interested in that fantastical recipe, but seeing the sparkling look in Wu Nuzi's eyes, he felt too embarrassed to crush her enthusiasm so directly. After a long moment, he found an honest answer. "Actually, it's because I couldn't find some of the ingredients. For various complicated reasons, I just don't have any of those materials, so I haven't had a chance to refine it at all." This was the honest truth. Even the simpler ingredients listed in that recipe, not to mention the rarer ones, were expensive. As a college student, he couldn't afford them at all. Even if he sold a kidney, he still couldn't buy them. "Oh, I see, Senior," Wu Nuzi said apologetically. She didn't really understand why he didn't have those ingredients, but on Lingdiep Island, such materials were as common as mountains. "Senior, once I return, I'll send you 2 large chests of medicinal ingredients as a thank you gift, okay?" Those 2 large chests of materials she mentioned were worth several times their weight in gold. Too bad. Song Shuhang didn't realize just how valuable they were, otherwise he'd have prostrated himself in gratitude. Song Shuhang thought to himself, 2 large chests of materials. They're probably not that precious. So he nodded in agreement. Wunuzi shook her head. She had never booked a plane or bus ticket by herself. Her family's many disciples and servants would handle everything for her, devoting themselves to the Ling Diep Island cause. Song Shuhang said, "Then give me your ID card. I'll use my account to book the ticket for you." Wunuzi obediently handed it over. "Yes, Senior Song, I'll just go out to the balcony to get some air, don't worry." What a polite and well-mannered girl, though she seemed a bit scatterbrained. Wunuzi gave a shy smile and quickly walked to the balcony, her eyes drifting outside. From the east-facing balcony, she had a clear view of the main road and the school's flower garden. There was nothing to block the sightlines, so even from the second floor the view was wide and open. First, she cautiously glanced at Song Shuhang, then discreetly performed a small spell to isolate the energy fluctuations that would shield her next movements from detection. Once she was ready, she quietly took out a pair of dark sunglasses from her pocket and put them on. Don't underestimate these little lenses. They were a magical treasure personally crafted by the Lingbao Elder. With them one could see for thousands of miles. This was the upgraded version of the 1,000-mile eye, and once worn it could elevate her perspective to the skies, letting her observe the world below like a god. This was a work of love from a father for his daughter, so that when she got lost, she could use this bird's-eye view to find her way. They always said daughters are fathers' sweethearts from a past life. How true it was! If she'd been a son, the Lingbao Elder would never have gone to such lengths. After all, what self-respecting man would get lost? If he couldn't find the road ahead, he'd just blast a straight path through. A brave man who dares to take action is a truly romantic man. Vunu too quickly took advantage of the God's Eye view provided by her magic tool and focused her attention on the faculty housing area of Jiangnan University. After scanning and cross-checking the data, she successfully locked onto Professor Nan Thui, a tall, thin man wearing black glasses. At this moment, Professor Nan Thui was innocently taking a nap with his 6-month-old daughter. Since sleeping with one's daughter might cause misunderstandings, it was crucial to specify the daughter's age again. She was only 6 months old. "Good girl, go to sleep now. Here, let Daddy sing, 'Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star' for you. I'm so sorry, truly sorry. I will definitely make it up to you later. But for now, you'll have to suffer a dislocated leg and a trip to the hospital." Vunu Tu murmured apologetically. In her hand was a radiant golden talisman glowing faintly with magical power. Ordinary talismans could only be used once. Only rare high-grade ones could be used multiple times. Naturally, the talisman in Vunu Tu's hand was top-tier, something only someone with a wealthy cultivator father would dare to squander on a trivial matter like this. High-grade talismans were difficult to craft. Though reusable, they still had limitations, losing power with each use. Vunu Tu activated the golden talisman with precise control. Far away in his apartment, Professor Nan Thui was still half asleep. Suddenly he was yanked off his bed by an invisible force. Unfortunately, he landed at exactly the wrong angle for his leg crack. There was the clear sound of a joint popping out of place. 10 minutes later, the wail of an ambulance cut through the air. Poor Professor Nan Thui was carried away on a stretcher. "Done, Vun Tu said with satisfaction, carefully putting away the golden talisman. Her objective was achieved. Professor Han Thui would be taking sick leave, meaning there would be no class tomorrow afternoon. No class meant Song Shuhang would be free. If Song Shuhang was free, he could accompany her to City G Simple. She walked back inside and saw Song Shuhang booking tickets on a travel website. In a soft voice she said, "Senior Song, perhaps you should book a ticket for yourself too. Who knows, maybe there really won't be any class tomorrow." Song Shuhang chuckled. "Haha. If there's no class, I'll just book another ticket later." At that moment, a notification popped up on the university's website. "Attention class. 43 cohort. 19. School of Mechanical Engineering, Jiangnan University. Due to Professor Nan Thui's injury, Tomorrow afternoon's statistics class is replaced with an English class by Professor Smith. Please inform each other and prepare accordingly. Thank you. Song Shuhang grumbled, Professor Nan Thu's in the hospital. What a coincidence. But then he frowned. An English class with Old Man Smith tomorrow. Ugh, standing next to him, Voon Hu Tu's eyes gleamed. This was like the saying, when the devil is 1 foot tall, the Tao is 10 feet taller. A girl from Lin Diep Island wouldn't be so easily defeated. She'd already put one professor in the hospital, why not add another? Her eyes flashed with resolve and a faint, killing intent. Smiling slyly, she quietly returned to the balcony and put on her magic tool again. Before long she locked onto her new target, Professor Smith, who was out for a walk along the campus river. Strangely, a cold wind suddenly swept over the elderly British professor. He pulled his coat tighter, puzzled by the sudden chill. "I'm sorry, truly sorry. Once this is all over, I'll make it up to you." And Professor Nan Thui Vunu, Tu murmured softly as she activated another golden talisman in her hand. Meanwhile, Song Shuhang had just finished booking Vunu Tu's high-speed train ticket. Right then, another update appeared on the university website. Attention class 43, Cohort 19, School of Mechanical Engineering, Jiangnan University. Because Professor Smith has also been injured and hospitalized, tomorrow afternoon's English class is cancelled. Class 43 will have the entire afternoon off. Please inform each other and review the relevant materials. Thank you. Reading that, Song Shuhang felt as though tens of thousands of horses were stampeding through his mind. What the hell is going on today? He turned to see Vunu Tu smiling brightly like a flower. Today was full of truly bizarre events. In the end, Song Shuhang had no more excuses to refuse Vunu Tu's invitation. He followed her to City G, never expecting that two professors would end up in the hospital at the same time. The odds of this happening were about the same as winning the lottery. Yet here they were, both out of commission, giving him a full day of freedom. Under Vunu Tu's eager gaze, he booked a ticket for the high-speed train to City G. Before long they were at the station boarding the train. Their seats were next to each other, with his just behind hers. The faint scent of the young woman's perfume wafted over, intoxicating and almost overwhelming. If this were a novel by now, a young man would have come along trying to find a way to approach the beautiful girl. As a result, he'd try everything to provoke me. And at that moment I'd transform into a superhero, either to kill him on the spot, to eliminate future troubles, or at least to beat him to a pulp. But unexpectedly, no one came to cause trouble at all. Everything written in the novel was a load of nonsense. Song Shuhang was yawning and about to fall asleep. However, Yunuzi had already dozed off for a long time, resting her head conveniently on his shoulder. Song Shuhang's cheeks turned bright red. After 18 years as an otaku, he finally got to sit shoulder to shoulder with a girl. He didn't want to wake her up, let her sleep for a bit. When she woke up, they'd be close to their destination. Very soon the announcement from the train staff echoed through the carriage. "Dear passengers, the train has arrived at Hexiang Station. Please take your luggage and important belongings and disembark from the right side." Song Shuhang gently nudged Yunuzi awake. "We've arrived, wake up." Yunuzi woke up groggily. "Has it already turned light outside?" she murmured sleepily. Song Shuhang felt as if a bomb had gone off in his chest, utterly smitten by how cute she was. He couldn't believe he was so captivated by the cuteness of a girl around his own age. Standing up, he looked down at her and said, "The train has reached the station. Let's get off quickly." "Senior, what time is it now?" she asked. "It's 6:08 p.m. We've arrived at City G. Let's get a taxi straight to the Latin district." Song Shuhang replied. Yunuzi nodded obediently. "All right, I'll follow your lead." This was the kind of life she was used to, having everything arranged for her, just following along without a care. After getting off the train, they found a hotel in the Latin district to stay temporarily. Since they weren't a married couple, they couldn't book the same room. Yunuzi wanted to drop off her luggage in her room before heading out. Song Shuhang, who didn't have anything to stow away, waited for her in the hotel lobby after leaving his ID at the front desk. The hotel wasn't busy, so the receptionist was quite free. Song Shuhang took the chance to ask her, "Excuse me, miss, is there a temple here in the Latin district called Gui Dung Temple?" The receptionist thought for a moment, then shook her head. I'm sorry, sir. Although there are quite a few temples in this district, I've never heard of any called Guidang Temple. Thank you. Song Shuhang nodded politely. While they were chatting, Yunuzi came out of her room and walked over to his side. Senior, where shall we go now? Let's just wander around. Mainly, I want to see if there are any elderly people chatting in groups. Maybe we can get some useful information from them. Just as they stepped out of the hotel, a young woman in the lobby pulled out her phone and made a serious call. Master at the Latin Hotel. I heard a man and a woman asking about Guidang Temple. They're around 20 years old. On the other end, a cold voice replied. So it's finally happening. How strong do they look? The woman said. The girl seems very powerful. The boy looks ordinary, but she appears to treat him with a lot of respect, calling him senior all the time. I see. Keep an eye on them, don't let them notice. I'll find an opportunity to test their strength. Meanwhile, have our other watchers stay alert. Who knows, there might be more than just these two, searching for Guidang Temple. On the other end of the line, a man gripped his phone tightly, his face cold and his hand trembling slightly. 60 years. He knew the true master of Guidang Temple wouldn't die so easily. But after all these decades, he'd thought the master had long lost interest in this place. That was why he dared to quietly plan to break the seal at Guidang Temple and take what was inside. He didn't expect that in the end, someone would still come. After leaving the hotel, Song Shuhang and Yu Nuzi wandered around the Latin district. They spent a long time asking around among elderly folks over 50, but no one knew anything about Guidang Temple. Song Shuhang felt a headache coming on. Who would have thought it'd be such a hassle to find just a single temple? Yu Nuzi, are you sure Guidang Temple is in the Latin district of City G? He asked. I'm sure it's here, and I definitely didn't get the name wrong. Gui as in ghost, Dung as in lantern, Yu Nuzi answered firmly. When my mother was pregnant with me, she brought me here. Back then I could only rely on my father's spells to observe the world around me spiritually, so I only clearly remember the signboard that read Guidang Temple. Song Shuhang understood the first half of that explanation, but the second half was gibberish to him. He thought, we really don't live in the same world. Were there any other distinctive features nearby, like on a mountain near a river or... Yu Nuzi frowned slightly. It wasn't on a mountain, it was on flat ground. I don't remember anything else clearly, Song Shuhang asked. Has Senior Beihi said anything? Yu Nuzi checked her phone and brightened. Senior Beihi is online right now. In the 9 provinces #1 group, Beihe Sanren appeared. Yu Nuzi quickly typed a message. Senior, have you found anything about Guidang Temple? A reply came swiftly. I asked a few fellow cultivators, but everyone I know lives in the east of China. No one's heard of City G+. There's a real troublemaker pestering me right now, so I'm afraid I can't help further. It's okay, Senior. Take care of your own matters, Yu Nuzi replied cheerfully. Reading that message, Song Shuhang felt that Beihe Sanren was completely unreliable. When you didn't need him, he was always online. When you did need him, he was busy with something else. Yu Nuzi pumped her fist confidently. Senior Song will just have to rely on ourselves. As if remembering something, Song Shuhang pulled out his phone. Got it, I'll take you to someone. Not long after they arrived at a traditional courtyard residence, a handsome young man about their age was waiting at the gate. As soon as he saw Song Shuhang, he grinned widely. Ha ha ha, where did you find such a beautiful girl, you rascal? This was Bazi, one of Song Shuhang's 3 dorm mates. Bazi's full name was Lin Tuoba. His name sounded rustic and didn't suit his good looks at all. Bazi, I didn't know you were in City G too. My grandpa lives here. Our family came back this week to visit him. My grandpa's from the Latin Square in City G, and I'm sure he knows something about that ghost temple you're looking for, Bazi said. His grandpa was a very trendy old man who loved tinkering with gadgets. No wonder Bazi inherited that hobby, because he was so fashionable, he was popular even among younger folks. Guidang Temple. You young ones still know about that. Grandpa Lin was surprised. Yu Nuzi stepped forward and asked politely, Grandpa, do you know where Guidang Temple is? Grandpa Lin pointed east from the courtyard. Keep walking east for about 700 meters. You'll come to a small forest. Inside, there's a big tomb. That's where the ghost temple used to be. Yunuzi's eyes widened in shock. A Tumgidang temple was demolished. Grandpa Lin sighed. Yes, over 60 years ago. It was flattened by someone who wanted to build a grand tomb for himself. It's a story from way back when even TVs weren't widespread. In those days, news didn't travel like it does today with the internet. That's why hardly anyone knows about Guidang Temple. Only a few of us old-timers still remember. But from what I know, Guidang Temple was privately owned. Someone bought it a long time ago. You know a lot, Grandpa Song Shuhang said with admiration. Grandpa Lin thought for a moment. Actually, the land belonged to someone named Huang Daigeng. Over 60 years ago, he sold the temple to someone else, but before he sold it, he'd already planned to demolish it and build his own tomb there. When someone came to buy it, he just sold it off conveniently. A few years later, seeing that the buyer never came back, he felt safe and flattened Guidang Temple to build his tomb. Hearing this, Song Shuhang couldn't help but curse. That's shameless. He glanced at Yunuzi, guessing that the person who bought the temple might have been one of her seniors. But she didn't look angry. She just sighed. That Huang guy probably didn't die well, right? Grandpa Lin said, "How did you know after he built his tomb? He died just 3 days later. Within a year, his entire family died off one by one. Everyone here said it was a very strange affair. That guy basically built his own family's grave." Yunuzi explained calmly, "That's because there was a spirit ghost in Guidang Temple, about to mature. A powerful cultivator bought the temple to seal it and prevent it from harming people. Building a tomb on top of it was practically asking for trouble. The spirit ghost latched onto the tomb's energy to track down Huang and his family, draining their life essence. It's lucky they only wiped out one family and not the entire bloodline." Grandpa Lin fell silent for a long moment, then shook his head. "Superstitious nonsense, child. Science is real power, not this ghost talk." Song Shuhang couldn't help laughing out loud. Grandpa Lin truly was a modern grandpa. But once he'd finished laughing, he couldn't help feeling a chill. Was it really just superstition, or was there something more? Time passed quickly. Before they knew it, it was 11:30 p.m. Yunuzi tugged at Song Shuhang's sleeve. "Senior, let's go." He followed her, asking, "Yunuzi, why do we have to go to Guidang Temple in the middle of the night?" She answered, "Because midnight is the best time to find a spirit ghost." "What a spirit ghost? You came all the way to City G just to catch a spirit ghost." He thought she was here for something really important. Who would have guessed she'd come to this far-off city just to catch a ghost? But following Grandpa Lin's directions, they soon arrived at the forest. There were only gravestones left. No one would have guessed it used to be Guidang Temple. Song Shuhang asked, "Do you need my help?" "Don't worry, Senior," Yunuzi replied confidently. "It's just a spirit ghost. It won't be able to hurt me. You just stand there and watch my back." Song Shuhang could only shrug. "Catch the ghost, subdue the ghost, assist you, fine. Before long they reached the old tomb that had replaced Guidang Temple. Song Shuhang tightened his coat, thinking he might really see a ghost tonight. Yunuzi had already begun her preparations. She opened her large suitcase, revealing a sparkling array of magical tools. She took a deep breath. Even though there was no wind, her long black hair fluttered around her like a warrior's banner. Song Shuhang found a clean rock to sit on and watched as Yunuzi started her ritual. Just like that, the drowsiness in him grew stronger and stronger, and he felt his eyes start to blur. It was true. Why on earth would someone follow a girl in the dead of night to catch ghosts? He was so sleepy, he thought he might die of it. Who knew how long had passed, but when Song Shuhang blinked his blurry eyes open, he saw Yunuzi gracefully swaying around an ancient grave. Her figure was elegant, each movement like fine silk, making her seem absolutely captivating. With that figure and those curves, it would be a waste if she didn't become a supermodel. But still, in the middle of the night dancing by a grave, what a peculiar hobby she had. Humming there seemed to be 2 green lights flickering around her, dancing along as if in perfect harmony, with her moves making it almost mesmerizing to watch. However, this scene could not be called beautiful, for the eerie graveyard setting made it hauntingly bizarre. Such a unique sight had to be recorded, Song Shuhang thought, reaching into his jacket to get his phone. Song Shuhang truly had a big heart. Most people would have been scared stiff seeing this, but here he was wanting to record it because he was half asleep. His hands were a bit stiff, and the phone slipped from his pocket and thudded to the ground. In the faint light of the phone screen, he caught a glimpse of something weird falling onto him. Everything had been going smoothly, but Yunuzi hadn't expected that there were actually two spirit ghosts hiding in the grave. When she caught one, the other attacked from the shadows. Her father had only sealed one spirit ghost. Why were there two who had put the other one there? There were two ways to subdue spirit ghosts. One was to win them over, coexisting with them, until they formed a bond deep enough for the ghost to be subdued naturally. This required charisma and courage. If one's charisma was too low, not only would it fail, but the cultivator could end up as the ghost's next meal. The other way was to use brute force. Simply put, whoever was stronger won. This method was brutal but straightforward. Beat the ghost into submission, but not to death, and then it could be subdued. The sneak attack startled Yunuzi, but she quickly regained her composure. She softly chanted, and with a flick of her hands, sent two golden talismans flying at the spirit ghosts. Normally, she didn't use talismans, but this time she wanted to capture them as quickly as possible. When the talismans touched the ghosts, green smoke billowed from them with a sizzling sound, and the ghosts screamed in pain, weakening rapidly. Yunuzi was using the brute force method. She was a third-rank postnatal battle king. Her ki as vast as a river, her fists deadly. Moreover, her father was a mighty cultivator, and she wore equipment of the highest quality. She had fought enough battles to know how to handle ghosts. Using this chance, she pressed her attack both hands, striking the spirit ghosts repeatedly. With each strike, she could feel their bodies crack and break, but she was careful not to kill them. She wanted to subdue them, not destroy them. If she used her full strength, a single palm strike would have obliterated their souls. Pushed to their limits, the two ghosts finally revealed their trump cards. One let out a sharp cry, and a golden shield appeared in front of it as it lunged at Yunuzi. The other let out a roar, and a red light enveloped it, doubling its size instantly. These were innate ghost techniques. Clearly they were above the average mid-grade level. Yunuzi's eyes sharpened. She clapped her hands together, forming a butterfly seal. If this is all you've got, then submit. The butterfly dance technique she used was a second-rank spiritual skill, designed to shatter protective barriers. For an untrained spirit ghost, using an innate shield, it was no match. Her strike shattered the shield, and the ghost that had created it fell to the ground, covered in cracks. She only needed to form the contract to subdue it now. But at that moment, the red glowing ghost lunged forward, grabbed the fallen ghost, and bolted for the exit. Yunuzi's strength was great, but her battle experience was lacking. She had let them escape. The red glowing ghost had grown in power after doubling in size, but it smashed right into the ghost ceiling formation Yunuzi had prepared earlier. The formation broke, and the two ghosts turned on. Song Shuhang instead, wanting to absorb his life force to heal themselves before deciding whether to fight or flee. The two ghosts didn't even consider leaving this place. They had been here for over 60 years. If they could leave, they would have done so long ago. These mid-grade ghosts were not stupid. At that moment, Song Shuhang was bending down to pick up his phone. Not good, Senior Song. Yunuzi's heart tightened. She stomped the ground, transforming like a butterfly, racing to intercept the two ghosts. But the ghosts had already awakened their innate talents and exploded in speed, ignoring Yunuzi's attacks as they hurtled towards Song Shuhang. They were determined to take him down with them. Seeing the two ghosts about to pounce, Song Shuhang didn't panic. He calmly picked up his phone first and shone its light around, in the brief moment before he had caught a glimpse of a strange plant. When the phone light revealed it, he saw a plant coiling like a dragon with small thorns and a faint metallic hue. Wasn't this the poison dragon grass that the alchemist in the 9 Provinces No. 1 group had mentioned? He decided it was best to keep it hidden from Yunuzi for now. If she saw it, she would probably give it to the alchemist, who would refine it into some deadly potion. He quickly yanked the plant out of the ground. As he uprooted it, he heard a heavy sound. But when he looked up, there was nothing. Only Yunuzi stood nearby, staring at him in astonishment. In her heart, Yunuzi thought truly impressive. From what she saw when the two savage spirit ghosts charged at Senior Song, he hadn't even flinched. He calmly picked up his phone and pulled out the poison dragon grass, as if the two ghosts were no more threatening than buzzing flies. This poison dragon grass wasn't particularly rare, but this one had clearly been planted long ago as part of a formation's core. Once pulled, it triggered an invisible shield. The two ghosts slammed into it like bugs flying into a bug zapper, convulsing as they collapsed to the ground, completely defeated. No wonder he's called Senior Yunuzi. Thought I have so much to learn. But I can't let him look down on me. She quickly pulled 2 soul-suppressing beads from her bag. These soul-sealing beads were treasures used to contain spirit ghosts. Once sealed inside, she could perform the necessary formation to establish a contract with them. Yunuzi didn't want to repeat any mistakes, so she had brought many soul-sealing beads. She pressed the beads between her fingers, formed a series of intricate hand seals, and softly chanted seal. The 2 weakened ghosts had no power to resist and were sucked into the beads. Song Shuhang watched in wide-eyed wonder as the green lights of the ghosts swirled around Yunuzi before being absorbed into the beads. It was a sight no science could explain. He gulped. His worldview, built up over 18 years, was now halfway shattered. Could ghosts really exist in this world? Just like in the ancient legends? After sealing the ghosts, Yunuzi looked at him gratefully. "Senior, I truly must thank you. If you hadn't helped, those 2 would have escaped, and once they left this place, finding them again would have been almost impossible." "Ha ha!" Song Shuhang forced a laugh. There was nothing else he could say. "Senior, there were 2 spirit ghosts here, and I only needed 1. Please accept the other one as a gift. With your cultivation, you might not need it, but you could pass it on to a disciple or future generations." Yunuzi was very generous. She handed over a mid-grade spirit ghost, worth a fortune without hesitation. Song Shuhang, staring at the bead, thought, "Oh my god, there's a ghost in this bead." Even though he was still half skeptical, what if it was really a ghost? Yunuzi was sincere and didn't give him a chance to refuse. "Please, Senior, accept it. You helped me greatly tonight. If you don't accept it, I'll feel uneasy and it might affect my cultivation." The bead felt ice cold in his palm, an eerie chill on this warm night. If this thing was really sealed, surely it wouldn't come out soon. It was her token of gratitude, so he accepted it. Spirit ghosts had become nearly extinct in the modern world. Now that they were subdued, they could head back. The 2 of them walked side by side, back down the path. Just this level of insight and confidence, together with the senior-like demeanor, made the branch leader's legs feel weak. He was originally a cautious and meticulous person, or rather a coward. Precisely because of his caution, he had been able to cultivate the demonic arts of summoning spirits and crafting evil ghosts for over 170 years and still live safely, but he was unwilling to let it go. He had spent 60 years on the Ghost Lamp Temple and these 2 spirit ghosts, plotting various schemes and waiting bitterly for this moment. Now everything had gone to waste. No matter how timid he was, he couldn't accept this outcome. The branch leader felt unbearably stifled in his chest. He lifted his head to look at the sky, his voice filled with grief. "You're taking my spirit ghost away, fine, but you should at least leave one behind." Among the 2 spirit ghosts in the Ghost Lamp Temple, one had been sealed by Wu Nuziling Dian, but the other belonged to this branch leader. With just 1 spirit ghost, he would have the chance to break through the bottleneck of the 2nd stage and reach the 3rd stage of the Walking Realm. His lifespan, already nearing its end, would be extended by another 100 years. Even if he had to offer everything he had, no price would be too high to pay. Finally, he turned to look once more at the tomb of Huang Dakan, surrounded by the formation. The branch leader felt a pang of pain in his heart, turned around and left, step by heavy step. After the branch leader left, another tall man dressed in black emerged from the forest. His face showed a hint of mockery as he took out his phone and dialed a number. Master Senior Sister has successfully found the Ghost Lamp Temple and sealed the spirit ghosts. She's now resting, probably returning to Lingdi Island tomorrow or the day after. A calm voice came from the other side. It was Wu Nuzi Lingdi. That's good. That girl always makes people worry. There weren't any mishaps along the way, I hope. The man in black answered. No, everything went smoothly. Well, there were a few minor surprises like that branch leader and also that young man named Song Shuhang. Looking at the distant figure of the branch leader, Liu Jianyi yawned and said, Anyway, that branch leader was quite sensible. He didn't make a move, so I didn't have to kill him. He was lucky. If he had dared to attack Wu Nuzi, he'd be buried with Huang Dakan by now. As for that Song Shuhang guy, he's a bit tricky. If Master knew that Wu Nuzi snuck into his room in the middle of the night, I'm sure Master would be furious. Who knows if he'd order me to keep an eye on Song Shuhang. So, anything about Song Shuhang I won't mention to Master at all. Wu Nuzi would never have guessed that her discovery of her father's handwritten notes and the trip to the Ghost Lamp Temple were all secretly guided by her father's will. Wu Nuzi Lingdi even sent disciples to protect his daughter on her journey. It could truly be called a father's deep care. In fact, even if Madblade 3 Waves hadn't courted death, Wu Nuzi Lingdi would have found another excuse to temporarily leave Lingdi Island. It was just that Madblade 3 Waves happened to show up at the right time, saving Wu Nuzi Lingdi the trouble of making up a reason. The next day, Monday, March 6th. It was sunny at 9 a.m. Song Shuhang and Wu Nuzi took the train back to Jiangnan University town. They were lucky arriving at the station at 8:45 a.m. They caught a 9 a.m. train and had a smooth journey back. By the time they reached Jiangnan University town, it was already noon. Out of courtesy, Song Shuhang asked, Do you want to come to my place to rest for a bit? Wu Nuzi politely declined. Thank you, Senior. If I have the time later, I'll definitely come find you. But for now, I need to head home quickly to make a contract with the spirit ghost. Besides, if I stay longer, my father might return. It wouldn't be good. In that case, farewell. You can catch a taxi at the train station to go to Jiangnan Airport. Are you okay traveling alone? No problem. Besides, I've already booked my round-trip ticket. I just need to get to the airport to head home. Oh, Senior, what's your address? I'd like to send you 2 trunks of medicinal herbs. Song Shuhang said, No need. Let's talk about it another time. Wu Nuzi was very earnest. Please don't make me break my promise. Senior, on Lingdi Island, we always keep our word, all right? The heck. Song Shuhang saw that he couldn't refuse, so he took out the small notebook he always carried and wrote down his address for Wu Nuzi. Wu Nuzi carefully put away the slip of paper, then waved goodbye. Song Shuhang watched her leave and finally let out a long sigh of relief. It's finally over. She probably won't show up again. He scratched his head and smiled wryly. Time to go home later. Song Shuhang would have to thank Wu Nuzi for her persistence. If she hadn't insisted on giving him those 2 trunks of medicinal herbs, his life might have remained completely ordinary. Graduate from university, find an ordinary job, marry a kind wife, have a child and live an unremarkable life. But because of Wu Nuzi's persistence, everything was about to change. In the 9 provinces. 1. Group Bei He Sanren, Wu Nuzi. Did you find the Ghost Lamp Temple Wu Nuzi on her phone? Yes, I found it and completed the mission successfully. I'm on my way back now. Earlier I went to the wrong place, to the Luoxin district in the south, but I was lucky I met a very powerful senior Song from our group. Thanks to his help, I found the real Luoxin district in City G and the Ghost Lamp Temple. I wouldn't have been able to complete the mission without him. Bei He Sanren senior Song from our group. There are a few Song seniors in the chat. What's his Taoist name? Wu Nuzi. I did ask him, but he didn't tell me. Then I forgot to ask again, but I do know his real name. Song Shuhang. Bei He Sanren thought for a while. Song Shuhang, the name sounds familiar. Anyway, congratulations on completing the mission. I feel a bit embarrassed since I said I'd help you, but couldn't do much in the end. Wunuzi replied, Thank you, Senior Beihei. You've already helped me a lot. I have to get on the plane now. See you later. The next day, Tuesday, June 4th, it was blazing hot in Jiangnan University town. The 14 ceiling fans in the activity room could only blow out hot air, making everyone feel lightheaded. The teaching assistant was soaked in sweat, his voice barely audible. Song Shuhang sat upright in the classroom. Despite the sweltering heat, his mind felt unusually clear. The female classmate sitting 3 seats away, who normally never came near, was now leaning closer to him. It wasn't because of any newfound charisma on his part, but because of the faint, cool air emanating from his body like a walking air conditioner. Song Shuhang looked down at the bead hanging around his neck, the frozen soul ice pearl that Wunuzi had given him the day before. As soon as he put it on, it dispelled the oppressive heat around him and formed a layer of cool air. What's more, he felt mentally sharp. Able to remember English vocabulary, he usually had to read 3 or 4 times to memorize. Now he only needed a glance. This was truly a scholar's divine tool. With this, it would be easy to become a top student. This level of miraculous effect was far beyond the scope of science. He thought back to the scene of Wunuzi sealing the spirit ghost. Could such things really exist? Song Shuhang was lost in thought. The miraculous frozen soul. Ice Pearl made him half believe in the existence of cultivation. If it was real, did that mean there really were immortals who could command the wind and clouds, move mountains and fill seas? One question after another flooded his mind. If it was all real, then the people in the 9 provinces one group, were they all truly immortals? Song Shuhang had never been so eager to read the group chat's messages. He wanted to see the cultivators' discussions and witness the world of cultivation. Why isn't this class ending yet? Please hurry up. Ding, ding, ding. The bell rang for the break. The classroom erupted as the students dashed out to get some fresh air. At that moment, a loud voice rang out at the door, catching everyone's attention. Excuse me, is student Song. Shuhang here. Song Shuhang looked up and saw a man in a suit with a fierce, intimidating appearance, but a broad smile on his face. He didn't recognize him. I'm Song Shuhang, can I help you? The suited man grinned broadly. Haha, I'm a courier. I have an urgent express delivery for student Song Shuhang sent overnight by air. Because it's from a very important sender, you need to sign for it personally. He respectfully handed Song Shuhang a business card. Song Shuhang glanced at it. It read, Feng Express Delivery Service Limited Liability Company. The express delivery card from Sima Jiang was extremely simple, with no job title or phone number. Just the name of the company and the sender. Nowadays, even delivery workers have their own business cards, huh? Song Shuhang held the card with a sense of doubt. What could be so urgent that it needed to be airmailed? As he thought about this, an image of Wunuzi smiling shyly appeared in his mind. Song Senior, I also wanted to send you 2 more stalks of medicine. Thinking of this, Song Shuhang said seriously to Sima Jiang, Hello, little Jiang, may I ask where the package is? Little Jiang. The man in the suit's cigarette smoke curled slightly. It had been many years since someone called him that. Unexpectedly, there was still a chance to hear it again, especially from a young man. Nonetheless, he smiled and said, It's already been delivered to your dorm's medicine room. You just need to go there to check and confirm it. Very quickly, the 2 of them reached the entrance of the southern medicine room. 4 men in black suits stood guard over 2 large crates each, about 80 x 80 centimeters, with stern expressions. Song Shuhang clicked his tongue and asked, Does your delivery company always work like this? It's so flashy, completely like the triads in the movies. Haha, we aim to serve meticulously and thoroughly. Besides, this time the customer is special, so we're even more thorough. If everything's in order, please sign here, student Song. Song Shuhang nodded, approached the crates, and looked at the delivery form. As expected, the sender was listed as Wunuzi, though the address had been left blank. Well then, goodbye, student Song. Have a nice day. Sima Jiang waved his hand, leading the 4 men in black away. These crates probably contained the materials needed to refine the simplified body-tempering liquid that Wunuzi had mentioned. Song Shuhang carefully opened one of the small compartments inside the crate and saw over 40 kinds of medicinal ingredients, all neatly arranged. Some he recognized: ginseng wolfberry, yang-raising stone maiden's fragrance, and some he'd never seen before yet. Just their scent alone made his entire being feel refreshed, as if the aromas of various herbs were seeping into his body. There were also rare ingredients, such as celestial tyrant's branch and scarlet sun, chisel thorn slices. Using these herbs and following the method that the alchemist had shared in the 9 Provinces No. 1 group, he should be able to refine the simplified version of the body-tempering liquid by carefully cooking and controlling the heat. Just how effective would this body-tempering liquid be? Could it truly be like what was described in the cultivation novels, remolding one's body? Perhaps he could rely on these materials and the alchemist's prescription to test if cultivation really existed. A thought suddenly emerged in Song Shuhang's mind, like a spark spreading across a grassland. He couldn't shake it off. First things first, hide this stuff and hope the roommates wouldn't mind him tinkering with these materials. All right, time to start refining the medicine, Song. Shuhang was the type who, once he decided on something, had to act immediately. If he was going to refine this potion, he'd need a pill furnace, wouldn't he? Obviously, the city's stores wouldn't sell pill furnaces. Maybe he could find something online, but whatever was available would surely be just ceremonial decorative stuff. So buying a proper furnace this afternoon was not realistic. He'd have to improvise. Song Shuhang went into the kitchen to search. Very quickly, he spotted something that might work: the electric rice cooker. But this thought was dismissed immediately. No, this was too different from a pill furnace. He'd never actually seen a pill furnace before. Didn't know if it looked like those in the movies, but it had to be a proper furnace, not a rice cooker. Putting the rice cooker down, he kept searching the kitchen, but found nothing suitable. There were pressure cookers, kettles, chopping boards. Nothing that could substitute for a pill furnace. The pressure cooker was thick, but it had to be sealed when cooking, while he needed to add new herbs every 5 minutes during the refining process. In the end, the closest thing was still the rice cooker. Well, as long as it can cook the herbs, maybe it's worth a try, he thought. Opening the small compartments, Song Shuhang carefully compared the herbs to the simplified body-tempering liquid recipe. The formula was divided into 4 equal parts, each with about 10 herbs. Ginseng wolfberry, yang-raising stone maiden's fragrance. Over 30 of these ingredients could be found online, but things like celestial dew, grass, celestial tyrant's branch, scarlet sun, chisel thorn didn't show up in any search, probably only found in fantasy games. Thankfully, Wu Nuzi was so thoughtful. The herbs in the box were already arranged exactly as per the recipe, from left to right, top to bottom. Even the amounts had been measured out. Girl's thoroughness really was unparalleled. Song Shuhang let out a sigh of relief. That meant he wouldn't have to bother the group chat's experts for help right away. According to the recipe, he just had to add the herbs, simmer for 5 minutes, then add the next batch, repeating until the liquid condensed into a black, transparent, strong-smelling body-tempering liquid. The alchemist had said so directly. It sounded simple: just be careful, and anyone should be able to make it. Song Shuhang opened the rice cooker, added the first herbs. Wait, the recipe didn't say anything about adding water. Should he add water? He was puzzled. Probably right. Otherwise, after 5 minutes, the herbs would just burn to ashes. But how much water should he ask in the group chat? He hesitated, then decided to just wing it. After all, this was his first attempt. There would definitely be issues. If he stopped to ask about every problem, the 5-minute timing would be off, and the whole batch would fail. He decided to pour in a cup of water. Better to just try it once and record all the problems for later discussion in the group chat. He had no choice but to use the induction cooker, since open flames were banned in the dorms to prevent fires. Anyway, heating with electricity or with fire shouldn't make much difference. Through the rice cooker's glass lid, he could see the ginseng slices bobbing up and down in the water. A strange feeling rose in his chest. This was pill refining, right? It really was. But why did it feel exactly like cooking soup? Maybe it was because his posture and expression were completely mundane. Setting a timer, he stared at the floating ginseng slices while carefully watching the clock. After 5 minutes, the herbal broth had turned a honey gold color. Both the heat and timing would take experience to control, but he had none at all. He could only watch the timer and let the induction cooker do its job. It still looked like he was just making soup. He took out the third herb in the recipe, the celestial dewgrass. He'd never found anything like it online. It looked just like normal grass, thin and green, but if you looked closely, there was a faint mist clinging to its stalks, like morning dew on leaves. He felt a surge of anticipation. Maybe this special herb would cause some sort of change in the potion. He opened the rice cooker and dropped the celestial dewgrass in quickly, closing the lid again. Even if this fails, he thought, at least I'll learn something and maybe prove that cultivation really does exist. The celestial dewgrass floated in the boiling liquid, just like the 2 herbs before it. Nothing seemed to happen at first, exactly as expected. But just then, a fresh breeze wafted from the bead he wore around his neck. I can see it now. Each time an herb touched the water, faint golden medicinal properties seeped out, merging with the liquid. The ginseng slices even swelled slightly. He could feel every minute change in the herbs. It was an incredible sensation. Hold on, he realized the heat was too low. The celestial dewgrass needed higher heat, so he put his hand on the induction cooker's control and turned it up without hesitation. The water boiled fiercely, the lid rattling as steam rose, and the celestial dewgrass quickly began to melt away. Song Shuhang didn't know how long it would normally take to melt a single herb like this, or what the exact heat level should be. But in these 5 minutes, even at the cooker's maximum power, the celestial dewgrass should not have dissolved so fast. This was clearly a special property of the celestial dewgrass. He also realized that maybe the original recipe didn't need added water at all. Perhaps the ginseng and wolfberry had to be heated in a special way to release their essence, and then the celestial dewgrass would instantly complete the reaction. Had this batch already failed? He didn't know. Another 5 minutes passed, and Song Shuhang calmly added the 4th herb. It too dissolved steadily within about 5 minutes. Likely why the alchemist had said about 5 minutes in the first place. Every herb's size and shape was different, and every stove was different too. So there'd be some deviation, like this. Every 5 minutes he added another herb to the rice cooker. 3.5 hours later though, Song Shuhang was still energetic. His body was a bit tired. He was almost at the 40th herb. Opening the rice cooker, he quickly added the 41st herb. Before he could close the lid, a sudden change occurred. The pale grey liquid, infused with the power of 40 herbs, reacted with the 41st herb, producing a pungent, overpowering stench. Half the liquid in the pot quickly evaporated, a fifth of it gone in the blink of an eye. What the hell is this? It's evaporating too fast, will it fail, he wondered. No, not a total failure yet. It was just evaporating too fast. He had to slow it down somehow. Adding more water. Song Shuhang threw in the herbs, like reviving a dead horse, pouring an extra ladle of water into the pot. He wasn't sure whether it would help, but at least it'd slow the evaporation rate a bit. There was no time left for him to attempt another round of refining. His dormmates would be back in just 2 hours. Honestly, if he got caught in the cramped dorm kitchen, brewing something that smelled like an alchemist's cauldron, Song Shuhang didn't dare guarantee that his enthusiastic roommates wouldn't tackle him and stuff him straight into the new mental health hospital. Given their fervent helpfulness, it was definitely possible. So Song Shuhang decided whatever, just throw everything left in and see what happens. It was probably going to fail anyway, at least he'd gained some experience. After all, both Beihei and Wu Nuzi in the chat group had failed dozens of times. If an amateur like him succeeded on the first try, that would be truly suspicious. He opened the pot and dumped in the final 4 ingredients: Immortal Tyrant King's Branch, Scarlet Ridge Bamboo's new shoots, Sea Cold Star Crystal, and Snow Demon's Core. Immediately, Song Shuhang witnessed a genuine 2 extremes of fire and ice. Hot pot in action. The first 2 ingredients melted as soon as they touched the boiling liquid, turning the water bright red and surging with heat. Steam rose furiously through the exhaust vent like a mini geyser. Meanwhile, when the sea-cold star, crystal and snow demon's core touched the boiling liquid, their shells cracked open, releasing a translucent blue liquid that seemed almost icy cold. When it mixed with the red-hot potion, half of the mixture instantly went still and cold, while the other half continued to roil and steam, visibly separating into two distinct layers. "Oh no, this is bad," Song Shu-hang realized. The potion was splitting apart. He couldn't let them separate, so he immediately cranked the electric stove to maximum, determined to force the cold potion to boil again. 30 seconds later, something miraculous happened. The potion's two parts stopped splitting. They began to meld together again under the fierce heat. Encouraged Song, Shu-hang didn't turn down the heat, but instead pushed it to the highest setting. If he was going to fail, he'd at least fail spectacularly. Pushing the temperature to the limit, he hoped that all the medicinal properties would merge before they evaporated entirely. The electric stove hummed ominously at full power, and inside the pot, the two warring liquids finally fused. The whole pot shook with the force of the reaction. Soon Song Shu-hang could no longer see clearly what was happening inside. The thick steam left a dense layer of residue on the glass, blocking his view. All he could do was watch the clock and shut it off exactly 5 minutes later. At 4 minutes, 23 seconds, there was a sudden surge of pressure inside the pot. The steam violently burst out, filling the small kitchen with an acrid, overpowering stench that clung to his nose and throat. It was so pungent it felt like all the worst smells in the world had fused together. Just one accidental breath was enough to make him retch. He held his breath, but the stench was so thick it still crept into his nose. Song Shu-hang rushed to the window and threw it open, desperate for fresh air. If he couldn't breathe soon, he'd be done for, and his dorm mates would be left to scrape his remains off the floor. Cause of death: asphyxiation by stink. As soon as he opened the window, the black smoke rolled out, and the smell began to slowly dissipate. Gagging, Song Shu-hang clamped his nose shut and peered into the pot, curious to see what had become of the failed potion that had created such an ungodly stench. In the pot, only a thin layer of dark, viscous liquid was left, black and transparent, reeking to high heaven. Wait, this seems familiar. He suddenly remembered something and grabbed his notebook of pill recipes. Black, transparent, pungent-smelling liquid. This matched the simplified description of body-tempering liquid from the notes of a professional alchemist. It looked a lot like what he'd just cooked up, so had he succeeded or failed? Song Shu-hang stared at the potion for a long moment. Well, maybe I should just try it. It's the result of 3.5 hours of hard work after all. One gulp wouldn't kill him, right? After hesitating for a bit, his curiosity about real cultivation overrode any fear of the unknown potion. At worst, he'd just end up in the hospital with stomach pumping. He wasn't stupid. He opened his phone and called his roommate, Tuoba, just in case. If anything went wrong, he could instantly call for help. He'd thought about calling emergency services, but worried he might not even be able to speak if things went south. The operator might think it was a prank. Better to call someone who knew him well. If he started screaming in agony, his roommate would get the message. Finally, he scooped up a small spoonful of the potion and blew on it to cool it down. In the end, only 5 spoonfuls of the thick potion remained out of all those expensive herbs, easily worth over 10,000 yuan. This is sesame oil. Just think of it as sesame oil, he told himself. Steeling his resolve, he closed his eyes, held his breath and swallowed it. Surprisingly, despite its horrifying stench, the potion tasted weirdly medicinal, not nearly as bad as he'd feared. But as soon as it went down his throat, a fiery pain erupted, as if it were burning him from the inside out, like he'd swallowed molten lava. He reached out to grab his phone, determined to call for help. But before his fingers could even press the screen, the searing pain vanished. The exploding sensation turned into a warm, soothing heat that spread from his throat to his stomach. He felt his whole abdomen fill with comforting warmth, so pleasant he almost let out a moan. But he was a man, he wasn't going to moan out loud, no matter how good it felt. It didn't stop there, using Song Shu-hang's belly as the center. The spiritual energy surged along his meridians, spreading throughout his entire body. At first, only his belly felt warm and comfortable, but soon every part of him was filled with an intense, overwhelming heat. Song Shuhang couldn't help but feel an irresistible urge to moan. It was just too intense to bear. But when he opened his mouth, he found it sealed tight, unable to utter a single sound. No matter how he tried, no sound came out of his throat, and yet he felt like he had to release something, or he would explode. So he mustered all his strength, opened his mouth wide and tried to push the sound from his belly out through his throat. He held it in for a while and finally, boom, a clear sound echoed out. But to his shock, it didn't come from his mouth. Instead, it came from his rear end. He'd been clenching for so long and finally let out a massive burp, but from the other end, Song Shuhang was completely speechless. Yet at that moment he felt as if all his internal organs had been cleansed by a warm current. His mind became crystal clear. His whole body was completely refreshed, as if he were standing in a dewy forest at dawn, with the cool air gently entering his mouth and nose, comforting him to the very core of his being. With that belch, the spiritual energy within him exploded entirely, spreading everywhere in his body in endless waves. The spiritual energy just kept surging and surging. 5 minutes later, on the balcony of the girls' dormitory, a young woman peeked out and called her roommates over. "Hey, come look at this! There's some crazy guy running laps on the track in this weather." Of course, the crazy guy she was talking about was none other than Song Shuhang. The cleansing process had left him with an unbearable itch to move, so he ran straight out of his dorm to the sports track. Sweat poured down his body and he casually stripped off his shirt, tying it around his waist as he ran. The girls in the dorm immediately switched to fangirl mode. "Wow, his body is amazing, so manly. Is he a student here? He looks so thin with clothes on, but when he took them off, damn those muscles." When Song Shuhang looked at his shirt, he realized it wasn't just soaked with sweat, it was also streaked with black impurities. What the heck is this? He wondered, could these be the bodily impurities expelled along with his sweat? Looking down at his own body, he found specks and grains of black filth stuck to his skin. He wiped his belly and was stunned to discover that his long-lost abs had reappeared. For nearly a year, ever since he started cramming for college entrance exams, he'd lost those abs under a layer of fat. Yet now, after just a few laps, they'd come back. What's more, all the minor ailments in his body had vanished, the dull ache in his shoulders from sitting at the computer too long, the stiffness in his neck from poor posture, all gone. Even his eyesight had suddenly become crystal clear. He used to be slightly nearsighted because of all the studying, but now his eyes felt completely healed. In fact, his vision was even sharper than before. When he focused his spiritual energy, he could even see the leg of a dead fly in the basketball hoop 10 meters away. This is insane. After his run, Song Shuhang took a shower and found that his skin had become noticeably whiter and healthier, glowing with a rosy shine that made even girls envious. Holy crap, he thought, when my roommates come back and see how pale I've become. In just one afternoon, how the hell am I going to explain it? Say I used some fancy skin whitening lotion. But whatever, this wasn't the point. What mattered was that the people in the 9 provinces' #1 group were all actual cultivators. For real, how could he possibly stay calm about that? Who could stay calm when faced with something so shocking? A group he'd always thought was full of second-generation cultivators, playing at being immortal, suddenly turned out to be genuine cultivators. Real cultivators, lofty and beyond comprehension. This was even more thrilling than winning 5 million in the lottery. Compared to real cultivation, 5 million was nothing but a speck of dust. But what should he do next? After all, Song Shuhang was a man of the AAA type, someone who knew no fear. Only those who knew too much would become fearful. He walked over to his computer, logged into his chat account, and took a deep breath. His cursor hovered over the 9 provinces' #1 group chat window. Those who did not know fear would only become afraid when they learned more. His cursor finally rested on the group's icon, clicking on it. This time felt completely different from before. At this moment, the door that separated the mortal world from the world of cultivation was right at his fingertips, right on his computer screen. He had two choices: remain an ordinary person living an ordinary life, or step into the world of the cultivators in the 9 provinces. Number 1 group becoming one of them, entering the dangerous and boundless world of cultivation. Song Shuhang hesitated for just a second, then firmly clicked on the 9 provinces number 1 group's icon. Cultivation was fraught with dangers. At the very least, there were heavenly tribulations to face. That thunder tribulation that had descended on True Monarch. A 6's transcension in City H was terrifying, and that was just the heavenly tribulation for a new first-rank cultivator. Even with True Monarch, a 7 by her side, she had still failed the transcension and was gravely injured. Without such a powerful senior by his side, Song Shuhang would be turned to ashes by such a terrifying tribulation. But could an ordinary mortal life ever compare to the grandeur and excitement of that world? Life and death are decreed by fate, so what if he died? He wasn't going to let this opportunity slip through his fingers. Only those who had no ambition or were as timid as mice would turn away from an opportunity like this. Just then, someone was chatting in the 9 provinces number 1 group. Wu Nuzi was recounting her experiences in City G to Beihei, talking about how she had encountered a ghostly spirit, how she was blackmailed by a ghost, and how she managed to capture it. Seeing Wu Nuzi online made Song Shuhang feel much calmer. His fingers flew across the keyboard and he typed out his first message in the 9 provinces. Number 1 group. With a click of the enter key, he sent it, his heart pounding with anticipation. Hello seniors, this is Thrice Refined Pressure Cooker. It was just a simple greeting, but as a newcomer that was enough to break the ice. Wu Nuzi immediately noticed and typed, "Who's online greetings, senior?" For her, anyone in the group who wasn't true. Monica 6 was a senior. Beihei was a bit surprised, a thrice refined pressure cooker. He still remembered how more than 10 days ago the group owner True Monarch Yellow Mountain had accidentally added a mortal to the group. That person had never spoken, and Beihei had nearly forgotten that there was such a person in the group. He had thought that the mortal would have long since left. After all, any normal person who read the conversations here would have thought they'd stumbled into a group of lunatics and would have quickly left. Yet this thrice refined pressure cooker had stayed all this time. And now he was even greeting everyone as seniors. Could it be that he had already realized something special about the group interesting? Beihei replied, "Thrice refined pressure. Cooker greetings." Wu Nuzi happily typed back, "Thank you for the materials you sent. Senior, oh my, it's senior." Song Wu Nuzi instantly recognized him, delighted to see him join the chat. She had never been able to find anyone with the name Senior Song in the group before. She didn't expect him to be online today. Song Shuhang quickly replied, "Wu Nuzi, you can just call me Song Shuhang. I'm just an ordinary person who was accidentally added by True Monarch Yellow Mountain because my account number differs from yours by only 1 digit. He meant to add you, but he ended up adding me instead. Oh, now that you mention it, I see that our IDs only differ by 1 digit." Wu Nuzi said happily. "It seems like fate that we're connected." Clearly she wasn't going to drop the habit of calling him Senior Song anytime soon. Beihei read up to this point and immediately understood the benevolent Senior Song Wu Nuzi had encountered in Jiangnan City was actually this thrice refined pressure cooker all along. That explained why he'd called everyone senior right off the bat. He must have realized something after what he'd seen with Wu Nuzi. Beihei typed, Wu Nuzi was also astonished. "Senior Song, the herbs I sent only arrived today. At most, there would only have been time to refine a single batch of pills. Did you really succeed on your first try? I can't even tell if I succeeded or failed myself, although I followed each step according to the formula by the 40th ingredient. Something unexpected happened." Song Shuhang continued calmly. "In the end, I only got about 5 small bowls of the body-tempering elixir. I tried just a bit of it, and it greatly strengthened my body. My vision improved, my physical strength, and even my stamina all increased significantly," Beihei affirmed. Those signs definitely prove that you succeeded in refining the elixir. Even if something unexpected happened at worst, the quality of the body-tempering elixir would just be a bit lower. But for a first try, you probably wasted quite a bit of herbs, right? After all, how could it be possible to succeed on the very first attempt? Thinking of this behest, honestly, I really want to know how many batches did you refine and how many succeeded? Song Shuhang answered sincerely batches. There was only one, since I only have one induction cooker to work with. As soon as this was said, Wu Nuzi chimed in. I think Senior Song only refined it once. After all, my herbs only arrived 5 to 6 hours ago. Behi was utterly shocked. Only once, and you succeeded on the first try. He suddenly felt like his scalp was about to split open, and he wanted to kneel down and cry. Back then, when he had just begun cultivating, he had to rely entirely on himself. He couldn't even remember how many times he had failed to refine the body-tempering elixir. He had failed so many times he almost lost everything before he finally figured out the process. Even though what he was refining was the older version of the elixir, it was enough to drive him crazy with envy. He asked again, "What is this induction cooker you mentioned? Is it some new kind of alchemy furnace? Could it be that girl Wu Nuzi even gifted you a modern pill furnace? Could that be why your success rate was so high?" Thinking this, Behi carefully inquired, "Duzmashes what kwatizinkitu?" Beha fell silent, feeling that all his years of alchemy experience had just been completely overturned. This mortal had refined the body-tempering elixir on his first try, using nothing but an induction cooker and a hot pot, while he himself still failed 1 or 2 out of every 10 batches. After a long silence, he finally asked in a defeated tone, "Can I take a minute to process this?" At this moment, Dam and Kwong, Jiao Tam Lung, had already arrived to roast him mercilessly. Dam exclaimed, "Kwong Jiao Tam Lung," while Zhong Kuai Tien Su joined in, and then Tuyen Nguyet Ku Si also appeared, maintaining the lineup. Speaking of Tuyen Nguyet Ku Si, he seemed to be a frequent flyer in this group chat. Song Shuhang always felt a sense of familiarity whenever this person spoke, but as soon as he turned away, he'd forget again. "Damn it, 3 of you already cursed me out. What more could I possibly say now?" Bai, he grumbled. "Let me show you my trump card. Oh, and Pharmacist, it's your time to shine," he called out. Pharmacist, who had been quietly lurking and reading the chat log, finally emerged. After a long while of typing and erasing, he finally posted a question. "Little friend, can you describe the entire refining process, especially that unexpected event you mentioned with the 40th ingredient?" Wu Nuzi's eyes lit up. "Oh, Senior Song, I really want to know about that step too. I failed so many times there." With Wu Nuzi present, Song Shuhang was easily able to join the conversation in the 9 provinces #1 group without any difficulty. Of course, part of this was because he had been silently lurking for over 10 days already, and he had a good understanding of everyone's personalities. "No problem," he said, "I'll briefly explain it. First, I sliced up the ginseng and put it in the pot. Then I added a cup of water." Pharmacist's typing speed suddenly shot up. "Wait, added water. Why add water? Because if I didn't, the ginseng would burn, right, Song?" Shuhang replied matter-of-factly. Behi sighed. "Makes sense. You're using an induction cooker and a hot pot after all. But for some reason, knowing the truth just makes my chest hurt even more. Why do I have such a weird feeling about this whole situation?" According to Song Shuhang's description, an image like this appeared in the minds of the seniors in the group. A young man with an elegant bearing named Song Shuhang was sitting properly next to an induction cooker with a pot on top. He was carefully adding the ingredients for the body-tempering liquid, one by one. Beginning the process of brewing the medicine, why did this feel so off? What did brewing pills have to do with an induction cooker and a pot anyway? I saw the liquid evaporating too quickly, so I added another cup of water, hoping to slow it down. You added water. It might not be perfect, but it did slow the evaporation a bit. And then, even with the water, it only addressed the symptoms, not the root problem. So I directly added the last 4 ingredients at once and increased the heat to its maximum. In the end, the pot lid was blown off and I was left with about 5 spoonfuls of body-tempering liquid. Pharmacist was stunned. 5 spoonfuls. If it's not a child's spoon, that's already quite a lot. How effective was the liquid compared to before? I forgot this was my first time making body-tempering liquid song. Shu Hang said, "Let me try brewing it using your method once, and then I'll give you my thoughts." As soon as pharmacist said that he logged off, Bei Lu's practitioner chuckled and said, "Pharmacist is always so impatient when it comes to pill refining. Once he's finished, if it turns out that your simplified version of the body-tempering liquid works, everyone in the group who uses your method will owe you a favor. That's a very valuable asset for you." Song Shu Hang speaking up in the group meant that he was interested in engaging with the cultivation world. In fact, after refining and using the body-tempering liquid, he was already halfway into the cultivation path. Thinking of this, Bei Lu's practitioner said, "Then little friend Shu Hang, let me officially welcome you to 9 Provinces #1 group." Normally this would have been explained by the group leader Huang Shan, true monarch since he was the one who added Song Shu Hang and kept him around. But his family's pet microbe was throwing a tantrum today, so Bei took over. Song Shu Hang was speechless, so Huang Shan, true monarch's pet microbe, was quite the character. The conversation continued. Bei Lu's practitioner said, "Since you've chosen to step onto the cultivation path, there's something I must make clear. Cultivation is not as easy as you might think. The journey is filled with countless calamities, and you could face mortal danger at any time." Song Shu Hang nodded. "I know a bit already. Just yesterday, I saw the tribulation lightning over at Black City. You even know about that." Bei Lu's practitioner was surprised. "It seems you've been paying close attention to us ever since you joined the group." Song Shu Hang laughed awkwardly. He couldn't very well admit that he'd originally thought everyone in the group was a bunch of role players and only read their messages for amusement. Bei spoke with some emotion. He'd almost been tricked into becoming a little monk himself once, and so he had a deep-seated aversion to Buddhist sects. At that moment, Master Tongxuan sent a silly smile emoji into the chat. Bei quickly added, "Haha, but it's not just the Buddhist sects. Many other sects also expect you to distance yourself from your family. Sects need disciples to live within their grounds, and those who don't leave the sect rarely get to travel." Outside, Tongxuan sent another silly grin emoji, apparently using it to pressure Bei. Song Shu Hang thought to himself, there's no gain without sacrifice. But he also knew that at least right now, joining a sect wasn't for him. He wasn't ready to leave his family and his world behind. Wu Newsy kept trying to sell Spirit Butterfly Island. Senior Song Spirit Butterfly Island is more relaxed about this. As long as you reach the 3rd rank of the Hutian warrior realm, you can leave the island for some time each year. Plus, I'll help you get as much freedom as possible. Song Shu Hang replied politely, "Thank you. But 3rd rank of the Hutian warrior realm isn't something normal people reach easily." Wu Niuzi had been seen as a genius in the group, and even she had taken over 20 years to reach that realm. Song Shu Hang knew he wasn't some prodigy. If it took him 40 or 50 years to get there, his parents would likely be gone by then. Wu Newsy don't expect to always get so much in return. Spirit Butterfly Island's Wu Newsy sent an angry emoji. Song Shu Hang felt a warmth in his heart hearing this. Even though these were just basic cultivation techniques, they were exactly what he needed most right now. His fingers hovered over the keyboard. With just a few keystrokes, the gates to the world of cultivation would truly open before him. "Thank you, Senior," he typed. Suddenly, a new message popped up in the group. It was from Wu Newsy's disciple. Wu Newsy's beloved disciple, Yu Newsy. She volunteered immediately. Senior Biashia leave the foundational techniques for Song Senior to me. Although I've only reached third stage teaching, the core basics is absolutely no problem. Besides, I'm planning to visit the Jiangnan area soon. I really want to see how Song Senior uses an electric cooker to refine the body tempering liquid. More importantly, she also wanted to take advantage of the fact that her master was still away and sneak out for a few more days of fun. She had already grown used to the excitement of the outside world and was constantly looking for reasons to escape and play. Wu Nuzi had just finished speaking when another message popped up, but this time it wasn't from Crazy Blade 3 Waves. He was still tied up like a dumpling in the corner of the room. Instead, it was Spirit Butterfly Island's head himself, whose tone was strict. Stay obediently on Lingdai Island and wait for me to return. I'll be back in about an hour. Spirit Butterfly Island's master clearly didn't want his disciple to sneak off again. Yu Nuzi stuck out her tongue and immediately fell silent. Behi sent a bright smiling emoji, clearly amused at seeing this little farce. Song Shuhang also couldn't help but smile wryly. He took a deep breath, ready to finish typing his request. Pan 141 vårt kwartisekitu, testie 58 vårt kwartisentkitu. Song Shuhang said gratefully, "Thank you, seniors." The alchemist asked Shuhang your address and contact information. Song Shuhang quickly replied, "I'm in the student dormitory at Jiangnan University Town." At the same time, Song Shuhang's eyes couldn't help but glance toward the small flower bed next to his computer. Inside it was a small plant, twisted like a dragon with backward-pointing thorns, and near its roots a faint blackish tinge. It was the black dragon grass, the herb that the alchemist had previously asked about in the group chat. He wondered if the alchemist still needed it now. The alchemist said, "I'll come find you tomorrow morning." Before Song Shuhang could say anything else, the alchemist had already logged off. He suddenly remembered that he had classes tomorrow morning. Oh well, if necessary he'd just skip another class. After all, he'd already skipped quite a few classes recently. Missing one more wouldn't matter. In the 9 provinces, number 1 group, Miss Wu, who had been scared off earlier by her father's scolding, quietly came back online. "Senior Song, are you really determined to take the path of a rogue cultivator? Even though everyone in the group will support you, being a rogue cultivator is still very hard." Song Shuhang replied with a wry smile, "It's the most suitable path for me right now." Then he added, "By the way, Miss Wu, I've been thinking the other day those 2 professors didn't end up in the hospital by coincidence, right?" Miss Wu Nuzi quickly replied, "Senior Song, what are you talking about? It was definitely just a coincidence." "Coincidence, huh? I've never believed in coincidences in my life." "Oh, right, my master is calling me. It must be important." "Senior, everyone please continue chatting. I'm going offline for now, okay?" Song Shuhang stroked his chin thoughtfully, as expected. It wasn't a coincidence at all. He had already guessed that there's no such thing as pure coincidences in this world. Both professors ended up in the hospital at the same time because of leg injuries. He felt a little guilty about Professor Yang Shui and Professor Smith. Maybe he should visit them in a few days. After all, if they hadn't gotten hurt, he wouldn't have been able to go to Luoxin town with Wu Nuzi. That's how I was able to receive 2 sets of precious ingredients from Wu Nuzi, and it gave me the chance to truly come into contact with the cultivation world. Speaking of which, just now during the conversation in the group, it really felt like I was dreaming. Originally, I'd always imagined that becoming a cultivator would require countless trials from the seniors in the group, then enduring endless hardships, like a monk on a pilgrimage, just to earn a single secret to immortality. Who would have thought that the seniors in the group not only didn't put me through any trials, but instead supported me wholeheartedly? Those 32 sets of refining materials you received, assuming you can successfully refine them all, would only yield 32 portions of the body tempering liquid. That's likely not even enough for your own foundation building needs. He didn't criticize Song Shuhang for wanting to share the liquid with his family. In fact, he quite appreciated it. Someone who, upon experiencing the powerful effects of the body tempering liquid, still thought of their family first. This was someone with the right kind of character, a person who knows righteousness and filial piety. Someone like that can be trusted to walk the path of a true cultivator. After all, few people want to risk their lives forming pacts with those who are fickle and untrustworthy. However, Bei Sanren continued, by the way, little friend Shuhang, you used the body-tempering liquid directly and were still perfectly fine. You must normally exercise quite a bit, right? Song Shuhang awkwardly replied, I used to exercise a little bit, but later, for various reasons, I stopped. It's been over a year since I exercised regularly. For over a year of not exercising. And you didn't feel any discomfort at all after using the body-tempering liquid? Not at all, aside from feeling hot at the very beginning. I just felt incredibly comfortable afterward, full of energy. Hey, that's interesting. Little friend Shuhang, let me ask you something. Don't be shy. Just answer honestly. Have you ever had a girlfriend? Song Shuhang was taken aback by the sudden shift in topic. What does using the body-tempering liquid have to do with having a girlfriend? Besides, what's there to be embarrassed about? He answered calmly, I just started college not too long ago. So no, I haven't had one yet. In other words, I'm still a virgin. The way this question was asked really gave him an odd feeling, but Bei Sanren laughed and said, Aha, still a virgin. Let me ask more directly. Have you ever, relieved yourself by shooting airplanes, like those guys in kung fu novels climbing to the rooftops for the girl they like? Song Shuhang was speechless. That was such a dated phrase, anyone could recognize it instantly. Come on, don't avoid the question. Have you ever done that? Don't be shy, just be honest. Song Shuhang clenched his teeth and typed out a single word. No. Bei Sanren laughed heartily. A promising young man indeed. One last question, have you ever had a wet dream? Song Shuhang was confused. What kind of topic switch was this? First he was asking if he was a virgin, now he's talking about wet dreams. Bei Sanren continued, I'm trying to be subtle here, but since you're not getting it, I'll just be blunt. Have you ever had a wet dream while sleeping? Don't you know, there's a private message feature in this app? Song Shuhang fell silent. He felt like he was about to cry. At that moment, the copper-faced Taoist privately messaged Bei Sanren. Bei, why are you recommending Shuhang to walk the path of a loose cultivator? We're all from the loose cultivator community ourselves, and we know how difficult it is to succeed as a loose cultivator. Bei Sanren sighed. Of course I know. The path of a loose cultivator is as hard as ascending to the heavens. If there were another way, I wouldn't suggest it to little friend Shuhang either. The copper-faced Taoist frowned. Then why do it? In this group we have many members from various sects, and there are plenty of seniors with high status. If they recommended him to join a sect, it wouldn't be hard to find a place for him. Don't forget his age, Bei Sanren explained. He's already 18. For ordinary people, that's just the start of adulthood. But for cultivators, it's already past the prime age. For foundation building, the best age for foundation building is recognized to be around 4 or 5 years old, when the child's bones are still soft, and they still have some of the innate spiritual energy they were born with. If they succeed, then they can merge it into their foundation, creating a solid base for cultivation. With that innate spiritual energy, there's almost no issue with becoming a mid-grade cultivator in the future, but Shuhang is already 18, and that innate spiritual energy has completely dissipated. Without it, even if he successfully builds his foundation, every breakthrough later will cost him far more resources and time compared to those who built their foundations at the ideal age of 4 or 5. On one side, you have those future geniuses who need only a little help and resources to grow endlessly. On the other, you have Shuhang, who will need massive resources and effort for every step forward. If the higher-ups in those sects didn't see real promise in him, they wouldn't waste precious resources on him. Even if the seniors in our group recommended him, those sects might only help him for a short while and then stop. That's why in the end, there's not much difference for him between joining a sect or staying a loose cultivator. In that case, it's best to let him choose for himself. That way, even if he stumbles, he's only accountable to himself, and we as seniors from the loose cultivator world can just give him a little help when he needs it. In his dorm at Jiangnan University, Song Shuhang sat down and looked at a small sealed jar on his desk. Inside was the leftover body-tempering liquid. It had to be used together with the breathing technique and fist technique that Medicine Master had taught him to fully activate its effects. At that moment, a gentle ringtone sounded. His phone was ringing. Song Shuhang picked up the call, and Tubo's voice came through. "Shuhang, have you finished tidying up those 2 beds yet? If you're done, come over here. Yang Dae has also found a place. Come check it out with us, and then we'll grab a meal together." "All right," Song Shuhang replied. After hanging up, he thought he should probably find a place outside campus like Yang Dae had done. He didn't need to live off campus permanently, but he'd need a place where he could practice alchemy or cultivate without being disturbed. If he wanted to rent a place, he'd need some money. Speaking of which, he wondered how the seniors in the 9 provinces #1 group earned their living. After all, they still had to deal with mundane things like electricity and internet bills, right? As he was lost in thought, Tubo sent him the address. Room 602, Block 221, D Daikat area. It's pretty close to campus. Not bad, Song. Shuhang thought that Yangda kid really found a good spot. He looked at the map on his phone and followed the directions Tubo had sent him. The Daikat area was an old residential neighborhood because it had been built long ago without any urban planning. The houses here came in all shapes and sizes, and the alleys were a chaotic mess. From a distance, the place looked like a jumble of buildings and winding passages. These deserted alleys used to be where the local troublemakers from the school gathered. However, ever since that group got beaten up, the delinquents around the university area had been much more well-behaved. These alleys were their usual hangout spots, and you could see them lounging around in every corner back then. But in recent days, their numbers had dwindled significantly. The strangest thing was that no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't recall exactly what had happened. Their memories all had a gap, and they didn't even know why they had ended up in the hospital. According to what they could still remember, one moment they were puffing on cigarettes in the alley, trying to act tough, and the next moment they woke up to find themselves in the hospital. Each and every one of them was left scratching their heads. This incident had become one of the unsolved mysteries of Jiangnan University. Clearly someone had tampered with their memories. As Song Shuhang was just thinking about these delinquents, suddenly, right before his eyes, a group of punks appeared, gathered in the alley and smoking. There were 5 of them, all with long, unkempt hair, dyed in all sorts of colors, and each one had piercings in their ears, lips and noses. Cigarettes dangled from their mouths, practically broadcasting in bold letters that they were rebellious and up to no good. Right now they were smirking and crowding around a girl. One particularly tall delinquent, around 172 cm, was using the classic Keibe Don pose to pin the girl against the wall. "Hey there, pretty, walking alone can be so boring, right? Want to come play with us for a while? It's free, we'll play however you want," he sneered. "It'll be real fun, come on." "Damn it," Song Shuhang cursed inwardly. These bastards actually dared to pull this crap right in front of him. He looked at the girl pinned against the wall. She was about 150 cm tall, with short hair and a pretty face even without makeup. Because she was petite, she looked like a high school student at first glance. Maybe she was a bit older in reality. Right now her brows were furrowed in obvious disgust, and although her face was twisted in displeasure, she still looked adorable. "Wow, even when she's angry, she's this cute," Song Shuhang thought. The tall punk leaning over her was playing up his best bad boy act, one hand propped against the wall and the other reaching out to touch her face. Song Shuhang couldn't stand it any longer. He clenched his fists and strode forward. He couldn't control his speed. He only took a few quick steps, and in a flash, he was right there. The punks saw a blur in front of their eyes, and the next moment Song Shuhang, who had been some distance away, was suddenly standing right next to them. "Hey, you guys don't get it. The girl clearly doesn't want to play with you," he said coldly. Song Shuhang reached out his large hand, gripping the back of the head of the punk with the bright blonde hair. With a sharp tug, he lifted the guy clean off the ground. Holy crap, even Song Shuhang was a bit stunned. He knew he'd had his body strengthened by the body-tempering liquid, and his strength had increased a lot, but he hadn't expected that lifting up a full-grown man weighing 50 kilograms would feel as effortless as picking up a small branch. Two of the punk's buddies brandishing sticks rushed forward. "What the hell? Who's this kid trying to play hero to save the damsel? You sure you're up for this?" Being yelled at by these guys made Song Shuhang frown in irritation. He had always been someone who cherished his family, and he hated nothing more than people who would casually insult someone else's family. "That's why I can't stand punks like you," he said. Filthy mouths and always quick to curse people's families. As he spoke, he turned the blonde punk in his hand into a makeshift weapon and hurled him at the two charging punks. With a loud crash, the three of them collided and crashed to the ground. "Wow, my strength is really off the charts now," he thought to himself. "I'd better be careful not to break them for real next time." In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 7 punks were already sprawled out on the ground. The remaining 2 couldn't help but swallow hard, their bravado instantly vanishing. They finally seemed to understand that this guy was no ordinary person. Song Shuhang glanced at the 2 punks still standing. Seeing their pale faces and how they no longer dared to make a move, he lost interest in fighting them. "Get lost," he ordered, his voice calm but full of authority. The 2 punks gritted their teeth quickly, helping their 3 fallen comrades up and fleeing as fast as they could. A true man knows when to retreat. They told themselves better to live, to fight another day and get revenge when the time was right. Even as they ran far away, they still couldn't resist shouting back, "Remember our faces, kid. Don't let us catch you again or we'll make you regret it." Song Shuhang couldn't help but roll his eyes. So this was what it meant to keep up appearances even in defeat, he thought. After that, he turned to look at the girl who was standing pressed against the wall. She was leaning casually against the wall, her expression indifferent and her gaze cold. There was no sign of fear on her face, nor any hint that she felt the need to thank Song Shuhang for helping her. "Are you all right?" Song Shuhang asked. The short-haired girl shot him a cold glance. "Humph, nosy," she scoffed, then turned and walked away like a defiant rooster. Song Shuhang was left standing there, a question mark hanging over his head. What on earth was that? Do all girls these days have personalities like this? But since he was a good-natured person, he just gave a wry smile and let it go. Oh crap, he suddenly remembered he was about to be late. If he missed the meal with the group, he'd really be out of luck. That night passed without incident. On the morning of June 5th, the weather was sunny and the temperature was as hot as ever. In the classroom, the teacher was enthusiastically giving a lecture, while the students below did their own thing. Some sleeping, some playing around. Song Shuhang held his phone in his hand. This time he'd made sure to charge it fully to avoid missing any calls from the alchemist. When will the alchemist arrive, he wondered. Suddenly there was a loud banging noise. Clack, clack, bang, bang, echoing sharply through the room. Everyone's eyes turned toward the source of the noise. The main classroom door, three-eyed bro who had been napping, was rudely awakened and grumbled. "Who the hell is it? Can't they see people are trying to sleep during class?" But before he could finish, they all watched in astonishment as the classroom door, once firmly shut, began to tremble under a powerful impact. The screws holding it to the wooden frame popped out one by one. With a crack, the door burst open, just like in a movie scene where a battering ram topples a castle gate. Even the lock was knocked, flying a spectacular display. In the stunned eyes of everyone present, the door swung wide open, revealing a tall, skinny man, still holding the same posture he'd used to shove it open. He stood there in the doorway about 180 centimeters tall, with long hair, styled to spike, straight up, a look that would be considered extreme, even among die-hard troublemakers. Everyone in the room stared at him, unblinking. What the hell? He just blew the door right off, seeing everyone gawking at him. The man looked embarrassed. You're all in class." "My apologies for the disturbance. Little friend Song Shuhang, come on out. I am the alchemist." Song Shuhang was as dumbstruck as a dog that had just been whacked. No way this bizarre-looking man is the alchemist. And why didn't he just call ahead? How did he even know I was here? Could he have used some kind of magical tracking spell? 15 minutes later, after excusing himself from the next two classes, Song Shuhang was walking along the road with the alchemist, senior alchemist. "How did you find me?" Song Shuhang asked. The alchemist answered, clearly quite pleased with himself. "I used the GPS feature on my phone. As long as I enter someone's phone number, I can locate exactly where they are," he added proudly. "Then I just looked around the classroom for someone who had already used the body tempering liquid, and that told me who you were. After using the liquid, you stand out from ordinary people." All the wild ideas in Song Shuhang's mind instantly crumbled. So it wasn't some magical tracking technique that spanned 1,000 miles. It was just good old phone GPS. Stepping forward to speak, wasn't it necessary for the person to confirm permission on their phone before the other party could use the GPS feature to locate them? Could it be that the alchemist was also some kind of advanced hacker, able to bypass firewalls and locate someone automatically? Speaking of which, I really didn't expect Senior Alchemist to dress in such a flamboyant style. Flamboyant style? What do you mean, like my hair standing straight up? He asked. "Yeah, for example, your hairstyle," Song Shuhang said. "Oh, you mean this? Actually, that happened because yesterday I flew here on my sword all the way from the East Sea, crossing over to Jiangnan, soaring over 2 whole provinces. There was such a strong wind that my hair ended up like this," the alchemist explained. "Then what about that smoky eye makeup you're wearing?" Song Shuhang asked. "Smoky eye makeup. Ah, I've heard of that. My disciple often tells me that's how the stars, like Avro or whoever, do it, right? But this isn't makeup. These are just natural dark circles," the alchemist said nonchalantly. "I'm a true alchemist. You see, I often stay up for days at a time, refining pills. Sometimes weeks without eating, drinking or sleeping. Over time, these dark circles became permanent. Usually I need to refine pills for more than 10 days at a stretch, so these dark circles never go away. Maybe once I break through to the next cultivation stage, they'll finally disappear," he said. Song Shuhang felt like there were 1,000 turtles slowly marching through his heart. Compared to the aloof, reserved persona the alchemist projected in the chat group in real life, he was surprisingly easygoing, and even laughed loudly, completely shattering that previous image. Soon they arrived at the boys' dormitory. "So this is where you live. Where's the alchemy lab?" the alchemist asked. Song Shuhang pointed to the kitchen alchemy lab. "Well, this is it, I guess." "Huh, isn't that just the kitchen?" the alchemist said. "Yeah, you said you only used an electric stove and a hot pot to refine the body tempering liquid, so naturally you'd be using the kitchen." "Little friend Shuhang, would you mind refining the body tempering liquid again for me to observe?" the alchemist asked. "Right now?" Song Shuhang asked back. The alchemist looked puzzled. "Is there a problem? It's just, I don't think I'll have enough time. I have class this afternoon," Song Shuhang explained. The alchemist smiled, a faint glow of spiritual energy flickering across his hand. "Class, huh? I keep forgetting you're still in school." "All right then, who's your professor this afternoon?" This question made Song Shuhang nervous. "Senior, please forgive me for speaking frankly. Although I trust your character, I still want to ask first. You're not planning to put my afternoon teacher in the hospital, are you?" The alchemist said casually. "Ah ha ha, you thought of that too. Not a bad idea at all. If I send your professor to the hospital, you'll be free this afternoon." He even gave himself a thumbs up. "Don't worry, I'll be careful. Just break a leg or two. No big deal." Song Shuhang's eyes filled with tears as he quickly waved his hands in protest. "Please, don't do that. 3 days ago, Wu Nuzi had already sent 2 of my teachers to the hospital. One is still there now, and the other was that English teacher you saw earlier, the one with the crutch. If you send any more teachers to the hospital, people will definitely think something's up." "Huh, Wu Nuzi already did it." The alchemist clicked his tongue. "That's tricky. If I send another one, it'd really be too much." He stroked his chin, looking regretful. What a pity it was. Such a clever plan too, but someone already used it. Song Shuhang felt like cursing him. "Clever plan my ass, are all cultivators this scary?" The alchemist sighed. "That's the trouble with mortals, they're just so inconvenient. But really, you're sure you can't skip this afternoon's class? If you want, I could cause some sort of unexpected accident that would cancel school for the whole day." He offered helpfully. That way no one would suspect a thing. Song Shuhang was speechless. Was this some kind of terrorist plan that would just make things even more complicated? Senior alchemist, please don't do anything so frightening, Song Shuhang said seriously. I can just request leave. I already wrote out my request form. Perfect then, let's find somewhere to refine the body-tempering liquid, the alchemist said. Or maybe we should go off campus and see about renting a place. We should lure this danger far away from the classrooms. The alchemist nodded. That's reasonable. Yes, we really should rent a place. I might be staying with you for a few days. Not having a place to stay would be no good. Shall we go now? Let's go, Song Shuhang agreed. But why are you carrying that broom? You're not some witch, are you? The alchemist laughed. All right, let's go. Song Shuhang took his wallet and bank card. As he did, he noticed the patch of black dragon grass by the window and asked, Senior alchemist, you mentioned in the group chat that you were collecting living black dragon grass. Do you still need it now? I managed to get a bit from some fellow cultivators in the group, but the quality was only average, nowhere near what my experiments require. It'll have to do for now, the alchemist said. You still have some black dragon grass. Song Shuhang pointed to the plant by the window. Yeah, right here. The alchemist only now noticed the purplish-black black dragon grass. Interesting, he said. I've been in this room for quite a while and I didn't even notice it. I've been dealing with spiritual herbs for over a century, and even in the densest forests I could find spirit herbs with my eyes closed. Yet this black dragon grass was right by the window and I completely missed it. This specimen must be special. He examined it carefully. Not bad at all. This black dragon grass has grown in a place where both spiritual energy and ghostly energy are rich for the past 60 years. It was also used as a formation's eye to anchor a formation. Its quality surpasses top-grade specimens. Because it served as the formation's eye, it seems to have mutated slightly and has some ability to conceal itself. I almost missed it too. Song Shuhang asked, Does this black dragon grass meet your requirements? Senior alchemist? It's perfect. The alchemist said, then looked at Song Shuhang and asked, But, are you planning to sell this black dragon grass to me? He smiled faintly. I must tell you this first. Black dragon grass is already a rare spiritual herb. The quality of this particular plant is even more extraordinary. The 2 boxes of body-tempering liquid that Wu Nuzi gave you aren't worth even 1/10 of this plant. So, are you sure you want to sell it to me? I don't have any use for it myself, Song Shuhang replied earnestly. Besides, if you hadn't posted the body-tempering liquid formula in the group for free, I never would have gotten the chance to experience the cultivation world at all. Senior, please accept it. The alchemist said, Even if I hadn't posted that formula, you would have run into the cultivation world sooner or later, just by being in the 9 provinces #1 group. And the formula's value varies from person to person. For sect leaders like Master Tongsuan or Venerable Moon, it's extremely valuable because they have so many disciples to train. But you're just one person for you. That formula isn't worth as much as this black dragon grass. He carefully lifted the black dragon grass, then pressed his palms together. The plant disappeared instantly. Originally, I only planned to use your notes to refine a simplified version of the body-tempering liquid. I was going to point you towards some foundational sword techniques and a basic meditation method, just enough to help you lay your foundation in 100 days. I didn't expect you to prepare such a generous gift for me. Now, using only basic sword techniques and a simple meditation method to repay you would be a bit too meager. Wait a moment. The alchemist said. He pulled out his phone and painstakingly typed a message to the 9 provinces #1 group, typing each word slowly and carefully. 5 minutes later, he finally managed to send it. Wandering monk, Tongsuan master. Tongsuan, I need to borrow the Diamond Foundation Fist and the True Self Meditation Sutra from your trip exploring the cave dwelling 14 years ago. Cost I'll treat you next time we meet. Ooh la la! Finally, he finished writing Song Shuhang, watching him laboriously input. Those 50-odd characters, felt a bit worried for him. It took the alchemist 5 whole minutes, typing and deleting, deleting and typing again, just to finish that short message. His forehead was beaded with sweat by the end. Now Song Shuhang finally understood why the alchemist always spoke so tersely in the group chat. Even writing short sentences was exhausting for him. But why didn't he just use the voice chat feature? The alchemist's message went through and the 9 provinces #1 group immediately came alive. Behe Sanren laughed and teased. "Oh, senior alchemist, are you borrowing those 2 basic cultivation techniques to help little friend Shuhang establish his foundation? Those 2 are good. Or did you get drugged by Shuhang like Wunuzi did?" Wunuzi quickly posted a dumpling emoji. Behe Sanren, "I didn't get drugged." Mad Saber 3rd. Lang joined in gut cleansing, huh? He was in high spirits ever since Wunuzi's father had finally left for Spirit Butterfly Island yesterday. 3rd Lang had been holding back for days. The moment he saw the phrase "get drugged," a flood of piggy movies rushed through his mind. It was too good to resist, so he started spamming. 3rd Lang, "Stop looking for trouble," Behe Sanren warned. "Remember, phones and computers can log into the same account at once. What if Wunuzi's father is the one logged in right now?" Mad Saber. 3rd Lang's expression changed instantly. He quickly went silent. Crap, he had completely forgotten about that. If Venerable Spirit Butterfly knew 3rd Lang had posted those videos in front of his daughter, he'd absolutely leap off a plane and come back to kill him. The alchemist chuckled and began typing again, but it was another while before he managed to send a few more characters. Top-grade mutated black dragon grass. At that moment, wandering monk Tongsuan came online. His first action was to post a smiling emoji, then an image of a small sword. "Got it," he replied. Song Shuhang could only smile wryly as he read their strange conversation. Little Wunuzi, so studious and well-behaved, chimed in. 2 seniors is the Diamond Foundation Fist and the True Self Meditation Sutra. Really that good? The alchemist nodded with satisfaction. They're both arts from the Vajra Temple 800 years ago. Although they were meant for disciples laying their foundation, the power of the Diamond Foundation Fist can rival first-rank martial arts. Among foundational arts, they're some of the best. It's a shame that the Vajra Temple no longer has a complete transmission. Many profound arts have been lost to the river of time. With that, the alchemist closed his phone and turned it off. He stepped out onto the dorm balcony and gazed up at the sky. Song Shuhang curiously watched him, not sure what he was doing. While Song Shuhang was still puzzled, the alchemist pressed 2 fingers together and pointed to the sky. 5 minutes later, he said, "It's done. I just confirmed the coordinates with Master Tongsuan. In 4 to 5 hours, he'll send over the Diamond Foundation Fist and the True Self Meditation Sutra." Song Shuhang shivered a bit. "Is Master Thong Huyen coming here too?" "No need, he doesn't have to come. Once I fix the coordinates for him, he can send the sword letter directly." "Oh, I see. That's amazing, sending books by flying sword." A vivid image formed in Song Shuhang's mind. Amidst deep mountains and forests, a venerable monk with a serene smile pulled a short sword from the folds of his kasaya robe. He tied a pouch containing martial art scrolls to the sword. Then he pointed his finger skyward, fixing the coordinates with an old friend from afar. With a gentle tap on the sword soared into the sky, carrying the pouch away. Cool and effortless Song Shuhang couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Flying on a sword compared to an airplane that's just another level the sky. It's forever a man's most romantic dream. Let's go find a place to stay and refine another batch of body-tempering fluid, pharmacist said. "Should we bring your induction cooker and hot pot along too?" A while later, the 2 of them walked side by side down the street. Song Shuhang sighed bitterly. "Senior, places like that cost tens of thousands of yuan a month. I can't afford it." Pharmacist waved his hand dismissively. "Of course I'm paying. What kind of logic is it to ask you to pay when you're here helping me out? Just thinking about renting such a big private house for over 10,000 yuan a month made Song Shuhang's heart ache. At the same time, a question rose in his mind. "Senior, normally, Do cultivators have jobs and sources of income like everyone else? Ha ha ha, what you're troubled by mundane money problems. Song Shuhang nodded honestly. After learning about the world of cultivation, I realized I might need a lot of money. For example, yesterday I was wondering whether I should rent a house outside school to protect my secret as a cultivator and make refining pills more convenient, but renting a house requires money. That's no problem at all, pharmacist laughed. When you've succeeded in your foundation establishment, I'll teach you how to refine several types of elixirs. At that point, I'll take you out to earn money. No, I'll take you out to fly, Song Shuhang smiled wryly. Thank you, senior. Soon they arrived at the same alley where just yesterday, Song Shuhang had played the hero to rescue a damsel. Suddenly, pharmacist stopped and turned his head, his eyes as sharp as knives, piercing straight to the soul. But the alley was empty. Song Shuhang asked in confusion, "Senior, what is it?" "Nothing, just some annoying tailors. Every time I go out there are always some fools trying to follow me, either to cozy up to me, ask me to refine pills for them, or see if I'm looking for rare herbs to mooch a bit off my efforts. Because of these idiots, every time I find a place to harvest herbs, I uproot even the most common little spirit herbs, so they get nothing." Pharmacist explained, his smile bitter and resigned. That bitter smile was the kind that could stretch across 100 miles of distance and still sting. He was like a tragic figure out of a grand novel, someone whose life could fill an epic saga. One of the stalkers, the leader of his group, had gathered plenty of information about this senior following Song Shuhang. From every angle he seemed to be just an ordinary mortal. They wanted to see for themselves, was he truly a powerful cultivator or just a mortal? He had thought his stealth was perfect. After all, neither Song Shuhang nor the odd man beside him had noticed his presence. But just when he thought he was completely hidden, that strange man walking with Song Shuhang turned and gave him a single glance. That smoky-eyed gaze was as sharp as an eagle scanning from the clouds or a primordial god, looking down with amusement on a lowly ant. Terror flooded him. Just who was this man? The leader, already a cautious soul who had only grown more wary with age, was chilled to the bone. His hands shook as he smoked a cigarette, slowly calming himself down. No matter how frightening this was, he'd have to face it eventually. After snuffing out his cigarette, he forced himself to refocus. "This time I just need to bring back the spirit ghost, then I'll go back to the far north and cultivate in peace," he vowed. But for now he would wait until that terrifying man parted ways with Song Shuhang to act. Not long after, Song Shuhang and Pharmacist arrived at a large villa. Seeing it, Pharmacist laughed heartily. "This one, it's perfect. Let's rent it." Song Shuhang was stunned. "Wait, senior, this house isn't for rent, it's someone's private home." But Pharmacist didn't bother listening. He simply laughed, pulled Song Shuhang up to the front door and pressed the doorbell. The door swung open and a slightly chubby, buzz-cut, middle-aged man poked his head out, eyeing Song Shuhang and Pharmacist. He stared at Pharmacist's wild hair for a long time, then asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" "Delivery." Pharmacist went straight to the point. "No, we want to rent the house. The price can be negotiated." The middle-aged man froze for a moment, but still politely replied, "I'm sorry, but this is my family's home. My relatives aren't comfortable living with strangers, so we're not looking to rent it out. We don't like sharing our home with unfamiliar people." "That's perfect," Pharmacist said cheerfully. "I feel the same way. I don't like sharing a roof with people. I don't know. So how about this? You all move out and let me rent the entire house. Whatever the rent is, just name your price. I promise I won't haggle." Seeing how Pharmacist's words were so aggressive and tactless, Song Shuhang tugged at the corner of his sleeve, trying to stop him. "Don't say that." Sure enough, the veins in the middle-aged landlord's forehead bulged and his face turned cold. "Sorry, I don't need your money. This house is not for rent. Please find another place," he said firmly. But Pharmacist wasn't ready to give up. "Come on, think about it. Really, money is no object." Song Shuhang had already pictured the scene of the landlord losing his temper completely and throwing them out, panicking. He grabbed Pharmacist's arm and tried to forcibly drag the senior away. All right, little friend, Thu Hang the pharmacist said. Let's start with the first refinement process again and see how it goes. Song Thu Hang smiled sheepishly, closed his eyes and carefully recalled his first time concocting the body-refining liquid. Since it had only been yesterday and because it was his first ever attempt, he remembered it clearly. Add water, first pour in a kettleful. Then add sliced ginseng and simmer for 5 minutes. Next came the goji berries, simmer another 5 minutes. The pharmacist silently observed every move, eyes sharp, but mouth closed, not disturbing the process at all. Even though he'd mentally prepared himself, he still couldn't fathom how Song Thu Hang's pill refining actions could be so creative. The pharmacist sighed inwardly. Time to think about modernizing the pill refining setup, at the very least for processes that didn't need alchemical fire or special flames. Modern equipment would make controlling the temperature much easier. With the help of the ice pearl Song Thu, Hang entered a state of deep concentration. His mind held nothing but the refining process. In the pharmacist's eyes, a hint of appreciation flashed. Though he was a bit older, maybe Song Thu, Hang had real talent for alchemy. Time, a priceless yet easily wasted commodity, slipped away whether you wanted it to or not. Refining and refining soon, it was nearly 3:30 in the afternoon. The body-refining liquid had reached its final stage, and just as the pharmacist was wondering, there was a loud boom. The immense pressure in the pot caused the lid to fly off. Thick, black smoke billowed out, a stench beyond words filling the room in an instant. Song Thu Hang had already braced himself, holding his breath, though he couldn't figure out how the foul stench managed to sneak into his nose anyway. Even so, plugging his nose helped a bit. Ugh, what is that smell? The pharmacist's senses were far keener than normal. His sense of smell 300 times sharper. The noxious reek assaulted his nose and mouth, making him feel physically unwell. Good grief, this stuff could practically be a biological weapon. Ordinary people would probably faint outright, foaming at the mouth from nausea and dizziness. Did it work? He asked. Song Thu Hang replied. With a stench like this, how could it be considered a success? The pharmacist, holding his nose, peered into the pot and saw a thin, translucent and utterly foul-smelling medicinal slurry. He hooked out a droplet and let it fall into his mouth, carefully testing the explosive medicinal properties. A satisfied smile spread across his face. Indeed, it was just as he thought, roughly half as potent as the simplified body-refining liquid he'd made himself, which was actually safer for a beginner. Seeing the pharmacist's pleased smile, Song Thu Hang sighed in relief. Maybe he could truly perfect this simplified pill recipe for the pharmacist. Not that easy, the pharmacist said. This successful batch only proves my theoretical modifications are feasible. He pulled out a thick notebook and recorded all the data and details of the experiment next. I'll need you to cooperate with some adjustments to your refining methods. I'll do my best, senior. Song Thu Hang agreed. Truly, behind every genius's success are drops of sweat no one else can measure. He glanced at the pharmacist, hesitating for a moment, then finally couldn't help but ask senior earlier. You said the flying sword message from Master Thong Huyen would arrive in about 4 to 5 hours. Isn't it about time? The pharmacist chuckled. No rush. The flying sword message uses me as a coordinate. It'll give a reaction when it's close. Let's head back to your dormitory. It's the original transmission point, so if nothing unexpected happens, the flying sword should arrive there. Besides, I need to record more of the feasible points. I observed in your refining process. All right, Song Thu Hang nodded. I'll head back and wait, senior. Go on then, the pharmacist said, tossing him a set of keys. This is the key to the house. I won't need all 5 floors by myself. Take the top floor as your own place, so you don't have to rent. Song Thu Hang accepted the key with a grateful "Thank you, senior," and left. 5 minutes later, he arrived at an alleyway in Jai Cat district. Key in hand, a little smile on his lips. He needed a quiet place. This solved that worry. But then he blinked in surprise. Just ahead, about 10 meters away, was a scene both unfamiliar and oddly familiar. 11 gang members loitering about. They had dyed hair-pierced hands, rings in their noses and lips, arms covered in strange tattoos, and the familiar raucous noise of street punks. A tall, burly leader was pressing a girl against the wall, a wicked smile on his face. On his arm was a tattoo of an adorable little Muscovy duck. The girl he was pinning was as pretty as a flower, around 1.5 meters tall. Short-haired, delicate, even without makeup, she looked like a high school student, small and cute. She leaned against the wall, expression cold and calm. "Hey, pretty girl," the punk sneered. "Standing here alone? Must be lonely. Wanna have some fun with us?" Song Thu-hang cracked his knuckles and strode forward. Just then the short-haired girl also noticed him. For a second her icy demeanor cracked, and the corners of her mouth twitched faintly. These busybodies, she thought with a cold snort, but then she suddenly reached out and grabbed the Muscovy duck punk by the neck, yanking him in close. The punk thought he was about to get a kiss. He even puckered up his slobbering lips, ready to taste the icy beauty's lips. But there was no kiss. A dull crack echoed out as her forehead smashed into his skull, sending him reeling, vision going black as he slumped unconscious. In his daze, he felt something warm flowing from his nose. Must have been blood from the blow. The other punks screamed and swarmed the short-haired girl. "You bitch, you're gonna pay for this. We'll show you real pleasure," she snorted coldly, and raised a leg, though not particularly long. It was enough. With a single powerful stomp, the ground cracked apart, chunks of stone flying straight at the thugs. Song Thu-hang, who'd been about to rush in to help, froze in place, mouth agape. "Holy shit!" he thought. Her movements were fluid and fierce, beautiful, and absolutely badass. Just one word: quality. Song Thu-hang stroked his chin and nodded seriously, so it turned out he really was meddling in someone else's business. No wonder she was so angry. The short-haired girl patted the dust-free, tight-fitting capri pants she wore, then tilted her head back at a 45-degree angle and glanced at Song Thu-hang, snorting coldly. She turned around and left with the air of a proud rooster, her steps light and confident. Watching her back, Song Thu-hang stroked his chin and thought, leaving without even a word of farewell. Well, it does seem so. After 2 days in a row of being cornered by hooligans, did this girl have some special physique or innate talent that attracted them? But anyway, he had more pressing matters to attend to. The only trouble was that his roommates might already be back. If the flying sword message came through now and they saw it, how was he supposed to explain? He'd barely just returned and hadn't even entered the room yet when a loud voice called out, "Gao Momo, it's you again. Of everyone I know, you're the only one with experience dating a girl." So what did he want to say to him? "Stay away from me, your face is really too much to look at right now. Spit it out quickly, I've got things to do." Gao Momo retorted. Song Thu-hang frowned. Gao Momo was back, but there was someone else too. Who was this person? Standing in front of him was a mixed-race student with blonde hair, wearing Jiangnan University's uniform. At first glance, this person looked like a bright, androgynous girl, but upon closer inspection, they seemed more like a beautiful boy who was a bit too coquettish. Overall, they were the type whose gender was impossible to guess just by looking. Now this gender-ambiguous classmate wore an eager, frustrated expression, inching closer to Gao Momo. "Here's the deal today. I'm going on a date with Xiao Mai." Gao Momo was startled, a bit flustered. Then isn't that... Very good. But the mysterious classmate suddenly flopped to the ground and started rolling around dramatically. "Then I'll hold her hand and it'll be so fun," they said with a grin, leaving Gao Momo speechless. "Don't go rolling around in other people's rooms." Gao Momo scolded. "I already rescheduled the date with Xiao Mai for tomorrow. This time I'm planning to kiss her, but I've never kissed anyone before. I'm scared I'll accidentally bite her too hard and hurt her. What should I do?" At this, their dewy eyes shimmered as they looked at Gao Momo. For some reason, Gao Momo's heart skipped half a beat, and embarrassment rushed straight to his head. "So you came to me to learn how to kiss, didn't you?" "Yeah, from a certain angle, that's exactly it. Among all my close friends, you're the only one with a long-term girlfriend, so you must have kissed a lot already. Teach me how to do it, show me how to get it just right, so I can be well prepared." Gao Momo shivered. Wait a minute, did I hear that right? You want to kiss me?" "Yeah, a French kiss. Let's try it out." But Gao Momo firmly rejected him, pushing the classmate away. "Sorry, but no, I'm not into guys. Besides, I already have a girlfriend. You'll have to find something else to practice with, like a pillow, a bolster, whatever you want. No, I've tried pillows, body pillows, even inflatable dolls, but there's no real feeling at all. I want a real wet experience to practice with, especially for the tongue action. I'm begging you, they pleaded earnestly. Gao Momo, of all my friends, you're the only one who can help me. Don't worry, we're so close, there's no problem. Look, I even brought a plastic wrap barrier. If you're grossed out, we can start by kissing through that. Even with plastic wrap, I can't help you. Your head's messed up, but mine's perfectly sane. I can't do something that would hurt my girlfriend. Do you think I'd do that to her? Absolutely not. Don't even think about it. Hey, wait, what are you doing? Then there was the sound of Gao Momo struggling fiercely, along with something crashing to the floor, hearing all this from outside. Song Shuhang's legs trembled. Damn, it was Gao Momo about to be forcibly deflowered. As a good roommate, should he rush in to help, or just wait quietly outside until it was all over, and then comfort him later? After hesitating a moment, he decided it was best to wait a bit longer. What if Gao Momo was actually into this, pretending to refuse, but secretly enjoying it? Wouldn't he be ruining Gao Momo's fun if he barged in? More than a minute passed as Song Shuhang anxiously debated whether to intervene when the dorm door suddenly swung open. Zakat Nguyet, with short blonde hair, emerged face flushed with satisfaction. Song Shuhang, who was peeking in, immediately saw Gao Momo sprawled on the bed with a vacant, lifeless look in his eyes, as though he'd been thoroughly trampled. Zakat Nguyet froze, seeing Song Shuhang's twisted expression of curiosity. That smug smile instantly vanished, replaced by a red-faced embarrassment. He actually knew how to be ashamed, apparently. Song Shuhang forced a casual grin, trying to ignore what he'd just witnessed, so as not to make things even more awkward. Haha, so you two are done. The passion of youth really is impressive. Zakat Nguyet blinked, and then burst out laughing carefree as ever, raising his right hand in greeting to Song Shuhang. Hello, I'm Zakat Nguyet, the childhood friend of Gao Momo. Hello, I'm also Gao Momo's roommate. Song Shuhang raised his hand and carefully shook Zakat Nguyet's hand, noting that it was small and smooth, making him think she might be a girl, though seeing how Gao Momo had been trampled in there, he figured if it was really a girl, it wouldn't be that bad. So he leaned toward the possibility that Zakat Nguyet was a guy. Meanwhile, Zakat Nguyet was deep in thought, saying, "By the way, I remember your name, Song Shuhang. Did you offend anyone recently? Because I saw someone going around asking about you in the Jiangnan University area, your class, your age, where you live, and even your close friends. It struck me as odd, so I remembered it. Oh, I'm part of the school's information department, by the way." Song Shuhang was taken aback. He hadn't offended anyone lately, though the pharmacist had warned him someone was following him. Maybe they saw him with the pharmacist and decided to snoop, but the pharmacist only arrived that morning. Plus, last night he had fought some thugs to save a girl. Still, that was last night and had nothing to do with today's. Kat Nguyet just smiled, patted Song Shuhang's shoulder and said, "Anyway, watch your back. Someone clearly has it in for you. I've got things to do. Good luck." After Zakat Nguyet left, Song Shuhang grew serious. Better to be cautious for now. When the pharmacist arrived later, he'd ask if there was a way to find out who was investigating him, since the pharmacist seemed skilled in such matters. Song Shuhang turned back to the room. Gao Mo, still half dead, moaned. "You wouldn't understand." Song Shuhang snorted. "Fine, lie there and play dead." Then opened the window, looking up at the sky. He wondered what the flying sword message would be like. Gao Momo finally sat up, muttering that Tusan wanted to drink tonight at Duongju's place, and asked if Song Shuhang was coming. Song Shuhang said sure, though he might be late because he had a friend coming by. Gao Momo left, gloomily determined to drink himself into oblivion. "Drowning your sorrows, huh?" Song Shuhang teased. And Gao Momo just nodded, leaving the dorm. Song Shuhang promised to join later. 20 minutes passed, and at 4:07 p.m. the pharmacist burst in, announcing little friend Shuhang. "The flying sword message from Thong Huyen Jaisu is coming. Anyone else here?" "Nope, just me," Song Shuhang replied. The pharmacist went to the balcony and pointed at the sky. Song Shuhang watched as a glowing streak approached, moving fast, clearly a small sword. Damn, he thought they're using flying swords for messages this openly. No illusions or disguises. He realized this probably explained all the UFO sightings. Cultivators' flying swords, not alien ships. The sword soon hovered in front of the pharmacist's outstretched hand, a sleek black blade floating unsupported, defying physics. Song Shuhang wondered, where's the actual manual? Did it fall off during flight? But the pharmacist pulled a thumb-sized object from the sword's hilt. It looked like a jade slip. Song Shuhang exclaimed, "Is that a jade slip for transmitting techniques?" The pharmacist shrugged. "No, that stuff's way too precious. This is just a USB drive. Human tech is so advanced. Now tiny USB sticks can store an entire library, even videos. Very handy for us cultivators." Song Shuhang winced at having his illusions crushed. The pharmacist handed him the USB and said, "Take the flying sword too. Tomorrow I'll give you Thong Huyen Jaisu's address so you can mail it back to him. Mail it back. Don't these swords fly home on their own?" Song Shuhang asked, baffled. The pharmacist laughed. "Of course not. No self-return function here. It flew here because Thong Huyen Jaisu powered it up, but flying back, too far, too much energy. Besides, only Thong Huyen Jaisu can control this sword. No one else can recharge it. Don't worry. I've mailed it dozens of times. No problems at all. There's a concealment array on it, so only you, me, and Thong Huyen Jaisu can see or sense it. It's invisible to everyone else and very light, so just stick it in a shipping box and it's fine. Even if it gets lost, the sword has a tracking imprint to recover it." He then gave Song Shuhang the USB with the foundational diamond fist technique and the true self-visualization sutra. Before you start learning these, the pharmacist cautioned, know that unlike pills or weapons techniques can't just be shared. You need the creator's permission, and if you pass them on, that person also has to follow the same rule. Thong Huyen Jai. Su gave me permission to share these with you. Song Shuhang plugged in the USB. It had 2 files. The Diamond Fist technique and the True Self-Visualization Sutra. He opened the Diamond Fist first, finding 18 images showing the moves. Each picture captured a portion of the martial arts form. Song Shuhang clicked the mouse to open the first photo. Although the name Diamond Basic Fist sounded somewhat plain, it didn't matter as long as the technique itself was powerful. Usually martial arts moves have grandiose names like 18 Dragon, Subduing Palms, where every move sounds imposing, with names such as Dragon Rising from the Fields or Dragon Salutes the Tail. This only made him more excited. But when he looked at the name of the first move, it was simply Basic Fist Technique 1. Song Shuhang's eyes widened in disbelief. There wasn't even an embellishing title like Diamond Demon Subduing Fist or anything. Just a plain Basic Fist Technique 1. He opened the second photo, Basic Fist Technique 2. Still unwilling to accept this fate, he quickly clicked on the third image, Basic Fist Technique 3. The senior pharmacist noticed Song Shuhang flipping through the images so quickly and curiously, asked, "What are you doing?" "Checking the move names," Song Shuhang admitted. "Yeah, but I didn't expect the names to be so simple," the pharmacist calmly replied. "As long as they're practical, that's enough. Fancy move names can be a mark of different martial artists, but for the purposes of training, numbering the moves is perfectly fine." Song Shuhang nodded in agreement, though he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed inside. He imagined a scene where he might face an opponent in a duel atop the Forbidden City's peak. His opponent would call out dramatically, soaring into the air, sword drawn in an elegant posture like an immortal descending from the heavens. Meanwhile, he would have to respond with Basic Fist Technique 3, which sounded so uninspired that it would lose half the momentum before he even threw the punch. The pharmacist ignored his lament and said, "Stop worrying about the names of the moves. It doesn't matter. If it bothers you that much, you can always rename them yourself later. Let me explain the different cultivation realms and the significance of foundation establishment first." In the cultivation path, there are 3,000 great ways and countless techniques. Each sect and faction has its own methods, but regardless of whether it's Taoist, Buddhist, ghostly, or demonic cultivation, the first step for any cultivator is always the same: refining and strengthening the body and gathering the vital energy within. This foundational step involves practicing basic martial arts forms, punches, body refinement, and basic sword techniques, until one's blood and energy surge within the body, ready to be harnessed. Afterward, the cultivator practices meditation techniques to collect and concentrate that surging blood energy within the heart aperture. Without the aid of medicinal pills, through relentless practice, the energy fills the heart aperture until it overflows, breaking open the aperture and forming a torrent of blood energy known as foundation establishment, or opening the aperture. With the heart aperture opened, one truly steps onto the path of cultivation, surpassing ordinary mortals and reaching the first rank of transcending mortals. Song Shuhang, upon hearing this, began to sit in meditation, practicing the basic martial arts forms. At first, his movements were unsteady. Gradually, the entire scene before Song Shuhang's eyes seemed to transform into rows of bones. "What's going on? Am I seeing things?" he thought as he shook his head forcefully to clear his mind. After that, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he found himself staring at a vast, boundless grassland. "What's happening? Is there something wrong with my eyes? Why am I seeing illusions like this?" While he was puzzling over it, a lone figure appeared on the empty grassland. It was a man with a vague face, his muscles taut and full of strength, a ruggedly masculine type that many shut-ins would dream of having. Song Shuhang instantly raised his guard in case something unexpected happened. But the man didn't even spare him a glance, focusing only on practicing a single martial arts move on the grassland. The man continuously demonstrated the move, shifting and stepping in perfect coordination. It was just one move with 3 variations. Yet in this man's hands it became endlessly transformative. Every motion of his fists seemed to interpret the hidden principles of the world. Though Song Shuhang couldn't understand what was happening, he realized this was a rare chance, so he widened his eyes and tried to memorize every detail of the man's movements. He didn't know how long had passed when he finally heard a faint voice in his ear, telling him he had firmly imprinted the 3 variations of that move into his mind. With a few more days of practice, he could probably master the basics. When Song Shuhang opened his eyes again, his familiar computer screen was in front of him, and the senior pharmacist was grinning proudly beside him. "Senior pharmacist, what just happened? I saw someone practicing martial arts." The pharmacist chuckled and explained it was a basic low-level hypnotic technique, something that only cultivators who haven't even reached the entry stage can be affected by. The images you saw on the Diamond Basic Fist Technique sheet, the 3 figures demonstrating the moves in the corner, along with the carefully arranged text. All of it was meticulously designed. Every character, every stroke and every figure worked together to form a simple hypnotic image. Then, if you focused your mind and truly wanted to engrave the contents in your memory, you'd eventually fall under its spell. Comparing what you remembered with what was shown in the images would eventually trigger the illusion that the creator of the Diamond Basic Fist Technique intended for you to see. Song Shuhang was amazed. "That's incredible. I completely immersed myself in that world and watched a martial arts master demonstrate the technique firsthand." However, nearly 2 hours later, Song Shuhang sat on his chair, rubbing his temples. That single hour had left him more exhausted than 4 hours of physically training with the body tempering fluid. His mind was tight and worn out. The pharmacist asked, "All done?" Song Shuhang nodded. "All done. Let's go find a place to practice." 5 minutes later, on the dormitory rooftop, the pharmacist began to explain. The Diamond Basic Fist Technique consists of 18 moves. Normally you just need to practice the entire set in order once, and your body's vital energy and blood will feel full and vigorous. Afterward you can sit and meditate to refine that energy, drawing it into your spirit. Song Shuhang nodded and, closing his eyes, carefully recalled all 18 moves from start to finish. Then he assumed the opening stance of the diamond basic fist technique. He had to admit that intense teaching method from earlier was shockingly effective. As soon as he performed the first move, he felt a familiar sensation as if he had practiced it countless times. His body flowed naturally through the 3 variations of the first move as smooth as water. He completed the entire sequence from Basic Fist Technique 1 through Basic Fist Technique 18. Effortlessly, it felt just like following along to an exercise video. But something strange happened even after finishing the set. He didn't feel any surge of vital energy in his body, let alone a sense of fullness. Perplexed, Song Shuhang turned to the pharmacist. Senior, what's going on? The pharmacist chuckled. Little Song, the foundation-building body-tempering methods of cultivators aren't just for show. That's why I told you earlier, even if someone else copies the movements, it doesn't matter. The most important part is the incantation. Do it again. Don't just focus on making the moves look good. You have to chant the incantation correctly and coordinate your breathing with it. And when you punch, use your full strength. Stop trying to look graceful. Start again. Only then did Song Shuhang realize that his earlier practice had been off. No wonder the diamond basic fist technique had felt like nothing more than an exercise routine. He immediately started again, this time muttering the obscure incantation under his breath as he moved. He stopped worrying about perfect form and focused instead on matching the power and flow he had seen in that man's demonstration, drawing from his memory of the man's explosive, powerful punches. With his eyes fixed forward, his feet stepped firmly, his waist powered the movement, and he channeled his entire body's strength. As his fist shot out like a cannonball, he heard a deep dong sound echoing in his ears as if an ancient bell had rung. In that moment, he had the illusion that the air before him had exploded from the force of his punch. He paused to savor that feeling. What was that, he wondered? The pharmacist's eyes narrowing with satisfaction, explained, "Ha ha, you're finally sensing the mystical energy of the world, aren't you? That's what separates cultivators from mere martial artists. You can call it spiritual energy. It was just a name using. It would make you feel more familiar. What is this, what spiritual energy is?" "Indeed," said the pharmacist with a smile. "You can't draw in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. You can't lay a foundation, and you can't cultivate. That's the basic, most crucial step in cultivation. But don't stop or overthink it now. You've already mastered the most basic move. Quickly move on to the second. Don't let your body rest. The more tired you are, the better the foundational moves will work." Song Shuhang resumed his practice with renewed determination, the effects of the body-tempering fluid even clearer than before. He felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth swirling around his fists and shoulders. After throwing out 10 punches in a row, his fists felt impossibly heavy, as if weighed down by iron. The whoosh of his punches cutting the air was clear. The pharmacist watched intently. For a complete novice like Song Shuhang, even after drinking the simplified body-tempering fluid, how many moves could he manage? Since Master Tong Xuan created the diamond basic fist technique, none of the elite disciples chosen had ever managed to perform the whole set in one go. Song Shuhang had missed the prime age to build his foundation, and his long-neglected body was nowhere near as fit as those elite disciples. The pharmacist doubted he'd even reach the 5th move. While the pharmacist pondered this, Song Shuhang had already completed the 4th move. He was panting like a bull, his hair soaked as if in a rainstorm, and his clothes stuck to his skin. Now not just his fists, but every part of his body felt as though crushed by a mountain. Even lifting his arms or shifting his stance brought sharp discomfort. Every muscle screamed in protest. "How many moves have I done?" "The 4th, I think." "But the diamond basic fist technique has 18 in total. Can I finish them all in one go?" Sweat streamed down his face, and he blinked to clear it from his lashes. "I can do this." "I will do this," he vowed. A breath like a soul's exhalation left his lips. White vapor, visible despite the hot day. stepping forward and lowering himself to sweep his leg, then forming fists and punching ahead. He reached the sixth move. By then, Song Shuhang was utterly spent, trembling from sheer exhaustion and on the verge of collapse. The body-tempering fluid's energy had long since run out. More than 12 hours had passed since he drank it, and only the barest trace remained to carry him to the fifth move. Could he endure longer if he took more of the fluid mid-practice? Show me the greatest depth of your resolve, the pharmacist thought. If you can finish the whole set in one go, the value of this simplified body-tempering fluid will at least double. He took a small porcelain bottle from his robe containing the simplified fluid Song Shuhang had helped him prepare. As soon as Song Shuhang completed the sixth move, the pharmacist called out, "Little Song, open your mouth." Song Shuhang's mind was almost blank, but instinctively he obeyed. The pharmacist flicked a black pill into his mouth, and instantly Song Shuhang's throat erupted in searing pain. Next, the medicine erupted into a warm current that flowed down Song Shuhang's throat to his stomach, wrapping him in a comforting heat that made him want to moan with pleasure. The enormous medicinal power felt like it was about to burst his body apart, yet it also provided him with immense strength. With that support, he successfully executed the seventh move of the Diamond Basic Fist technique, followed by the eighth, then the ninth. His progress was as smooth as cutting bamboo, but each punch left him more exhausted. Still, as long as he endured, the medicine replenished his strength, dissolving the fatigue. "I must do this. I have to complete the full set of the Diamond Basic Fist technique." Finally, after tremendous effort, he finished all 18 moves, which brought a satisfied smile to the pharmacist's lips. He really did it from start to finish. What a surprise. All right, before your blood and energy fade, sit down and begin meditating with the True Self Visualization Sutra. This visualization technique focuses the mind to eliminate stray thoughts, making one's spiritual force clear and calm, like a deep well, and gradually manifesting spiritual power. Song Shuhang took a deep breath to quiet his excitement, sat cross-legged, and began. Though the Diamond Basic Fist was from Buddhist tradition, the True Self Visualization Sutra was different. It emphasized visualizing one's truest self. This true self wasn't fixed. It evolved with age, experience, cultivation, and status. It could be a child, a wandering swordsman in white, a fierce warrior, or even a calm elder, shifting like the tides of life, even turning into a sea of blood under hatred. Unlike other visualization methods that were unwavering, like a lake, or serene, like an ancient tree, the True Self Visualization Sutra was uniquely tailored to oneself because it was the self. Who am I really? Will my true self become the peerless swordsman I've always dreamed of? Song Shuhang opened his eyes and finally saw it. His true self looked just like him. Plain shirt, black pants, sitting cross-legged and smiling gently. My true self is just me, so I'm still an ordinary mortal after all. Before he could overthink it all, extraneous thoughts were swept away as the visualization took hold, condensing his first pure thread of spiritual power. With this, he guided the surging blood and energy into his heart aperture. Who knew how long it took? But eventually he felt a warm pulse, where his heart was beating with new strength. Slowly opening his eyes, Song Shuhang realized he couldn't maintain his sitting posture. He flopped backward with a thump. "What's going on, senior pharmacist? My body feels like jelly. I can't even lift my arm," the pharmacist explained. "This is normal for the first time using the True Self Visualization Sutra. You drew in so much blood and energy that it slightly exceeded your limit, causing brief weakness. It'll pass in a few minutes next time. Remember to save a little strength for yourself." Song Shuhang laughed in relief. "I see, but senior, my true self was so plain. Does that mean I'm still just a normal mortal?" The pharmacist laughed. "Ha, no. Song Shuhang, you're a good person. Your true self reflects that." Song Shuhang was taken aback. "Wait, senior, don't just slap the good person label on me." But the pharmacist just smiled. "No, truly your true self shows your kindness, little Song." Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. "True selves can show that." The pharmacist patted his shoulder. Now you fully grasp both the True Self Visualization Sutra and the Diamond Basic Fist Technique. In fact, the way you threw those punches, I almost thought you'd been practicing for years. I have nothing more to teach you today. Take some time to lie there and reflect on the feeling of practicing the moves and your visualization. It's an important part of cultivation. I'll be going now. With those words, his body turned into a flash of swordlight and vanished before Song Shuhang's eyes. So, was that the legendary sword Light Flight song? Shuhang thought, amazed. Wait a minute, Senior Song Shuhang called out weakly, stretching out a hand and speaking with a bitter tone. Senior, could you at least send me back to my dorm first? Also, there's something important I forgot to ask the person investigating me. Is there any way to find them? But before he could get an answer, 2 hours later, baked under the hot afternoon sun, he finally dragged his aching body back to his room. Zhao Nian furrowed her brows and closed the notebook. Shuhang medicine isn't something you can just drink on a whim. This formula mixes a bunch of potent herbs taken together. It can be extremely strong, even deadly drinking. This is like jumping headfirst into a death trap. If you're sick, see a doctor. Song Shuhang's face turned pale as he tried to explain he was still weak from the True Self-Visualization Sutra, and now he was sure Zhao Nian would misunderstand even more. He had to clarify before she dragged him to the hospital, because if she told his mum, she'd fly over tomorrow and Aunt Zhao would definitely haul him to the clinic. Sis, it's not what you think, he began desperately. Back when he didn't know about the world of cultivation, he would have just told her straight up that this was a recipe shared by some bored kids in a fantasy chat group. He'd only copied it to warn them not to drink it, but now he was basically one of those kids himself. Zhao Nian crossed her legs and fixed him with a sharp gaze. Speak, she ordered Song Shuhang's side. Actually, not long ago, I joined a chat group. At the time, I didn't know anyone in there. It was completely random. Later, I realized everyone in that group was really weird, like they were obsessed with immortal cultivation novels. Then someone posted this prescription, the one you're holding. I'd never heard of some of those herbs. And the names were bizarre, like Trio, Lo Huyen Thao or something. I was worried someone might drink it and get hurt, so I copied the ingredients I could find online and asked you to check. If it turned out to be dangerous, I'd at least warn them before I left the group, as he spoke. Zhao Nian's lips curled up faintly. This nosy habit of his was typical Song Shuhang. All right, it looks like you're telling the truth, she said. As long as you're not the one drinking this stuff, that's fine. Just make sure those group members know, even if the ingredients are great, individually mixing them recklessly can kill you. Song Shuhang grinned sheepishly. Got it, sis. I'm going out for dinner later with a couple of your friends and some of mine, she added. Want to join? He shook his head quickly. No need, your friends will feel awkward. All right then, Zhao Nian said as she stood up. Take care of yourself, and remember what I said. With a wave, she was gone. Song Shuhang let out a huge sigh of relief. Thankfully, she hadn't discovered his cultivation secret. Time flew by quickly. After a shower and a change of clothes, it was already 6 p.m. Song Shuhang stepped out of his dorm and headed toward Li Yudong's place. When Song Shuhang arrived, Lin Tuoba and Chao Momo had already drunk quite a bit. The two of them were hugging each other with Chao Momo, occasionally wailing in a pitiful manner. Lin Tuoba was hugging him tightly, speaking words of comfort in a loud voice, repeatedly trying to soothe him, although they were clearly speaking Mandarin song. Shuhang couldn't understand a single word, and only the heavens knew what these two drunken souls were actually talking about. Li Yangde gave a wry smile as he opened the door for Song Shuhang and asked right away, Shuhang, do you have any idea what's going on with Chao Momo? He showed up acting like he wanted to die, pulled Tuoba along to drink, and after a while he started wailing that he'd been defiled and didn't want to live anymore. It's insane, he's a big guy, yet sitting there sobbing about being defiled is honestly kind of scary. Song Shuhang chuckled. I know what happened. After a while, Li Yangde changed the topic. Oh, right, Shuhang. The school is about to hold a big sports meet. You probably don't know about it because the class only announced it at noon today, and you were off being dragged around by that weird friend of yours. Anyway, there's something funny about signing up this year. No one in our class volunteered for the men's 5,000 minute run, so after everyone kept pushing it around, it finally landed on someone who'd taken leave and wasn't even there. I suggested someone with the surname Song. Song Shuhang, who had been listening carefully, immediately spat out his drink. Damn it, I'm going to curse. Set me up to run 5,000 meters. That's basically a death sentence. Li Yangde just laughed. Too late for complaints, the sign-up list has already been submitted. On June 7th, you're running whether you like it or not. If you don't show up, someone will drag you there. Just try your best. If you win, you'll even get some bonus points. Song Shuhang thought to himself that if this had been 2 days ago, he might have actually died running that distance. But now, with all the changes he'd undergone, 5,000 meters was nothing at all. Smiling confidently, he said, "Fine 5,000 meters it is. I'll take those bonus points for sure." His friends were soon so drunk they couldn't tell up from down, and Song Shuhang was left alone to sigh. The truth was, even for a new cultivator, he was no longer an ordinary person. After using the body-tempering fluid twice, training the Vajra foundational fist techniques, and practicing the True Self-Visualization Sutra, not only had his body become much stronger, but even his alcohol tolerance had improved. Once he'd helped his 3 drunken friends get to bed, he muttered to himself, "Better go back to the dorm and get some rest, and maybe see if there's any new activity in the group chat." Back in his dorm, Song Shuhang habitually opened the 9 Provinces #1 group chat. There were lots of new messages. First were the noon messages from Medicine Master, helping him exchange for 2 basic cultivation techniques. Then just 2 minutes ago, Tyrant Mystic said, "According to my calculations, it should soon be time for Senior White to end his 115-day closed-door cultivation. Right, Beihi's loose practitioner sent an icon of strength, and after a while he said, 'Senior White's seclusion is truly admirable. This time when he emerges, he'll probably be very close to 7th stage Venerable rank. Before long, we might have to call him Senior White Venerable.' A user named Drunken Moon. Resident added, 'The most important thing is that once Senior White finishes his seclusion, he'll definitely contact us, right? So who's going to go greet him?' Once he spoke, the group went completely silent for a moment. After a while, Beihi said, 'Let me say this first. I went to greet Senior White last time. I'm not going this time.' Song Shuhang had always thought the name Drunken Moon Resident sounded familiar. He seemed to show up in the group fairly often, yet for some reason he never left a strong impression. From the way they were talking, it sounded like greeting. Senior White was a pretty terrifying job. Suddenly, Mad Saber 3 Waves spoke up. 'Recently, I feel like my realm is stirring. I'm preparing to go into seclusion for a few years, so you all figure it out yourselves.' Beihi responded coldly. 3 Waves, stop bluffing. You only recently reached late-stage Spirit Emperor. It's still a long way from a breakthrough, but Mad Saber 3 Waves was adamant. 'I've had a lucky encounter recently, so my realm is about to rise.' Believe it or not, that's up to you anyway. I'll be in seclusion soon, so don't bother me." Copper Trigram Taoist calmly added, "What's the rush? Senior White's not coming out just yet. When the time comes, there'll naturally be a solution. When the boat reaches the bridge, it'll straighten itself out." Beihi asked, "So you've got a plan?" Copper Trigram Taoist snorted. "Of course this old man has a plan, but I'm definitely not telling you. Beihi, don't even dream about it." Beihi, frustrated, muttered under his breath, "Damn it." 3 months later, during the battle atop Forbidden Peak, they must crush this cunning foe so thoroughly that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Song Shuhang was scrolling through the chat log, just about to chime in and show he was still around. But for some reason, when he saw the secret plan in Elder Ghost's hands, a chill ran down his spine, all the way to his tailbone. He had a feeling that if he spoke up now, he'd be bringing trouble upon himself, so he shook his head vigorously, decisively, turned off his computer and climbed into bed to sleep. The night was quiet, punctuated only by the constant calls of cicadas and frogs. In the darkness, a figure clad in black moved like a wraith, stealthily approaching the male dormitory building. Finally, the figure paused beneath the window of Song Shuhang's room. Inside, Song Shuhang lay sprawled out, sleeping like the dead. Earlier that day, he'd helped the medicine master find a house, practiced with the body-tempering liquid, learned basic fist techniques, did some meditation, and even got into a fight. So much had happened that he'd spent every ounce of his energy. Even a slap or two now wouldn't wake him. The black-clad figure stared at him for a long moment, then pulled up a mental image of Song Shuhang's data to confirm the target. Yes, it's him. Then he scanned for the sealed ghost. The dorm room was small, so he quickly found it. The spirit ghost Ice Pearl, worn as a necklace around Song Shuhang's neck, completely unguarded. Excitement surged in the figure's chest. This mission was easier than he'd imagined. He flipped his right hand, a thin blade glinting between his fingers, and his eyes gleamed with murderous intent. The blade in his right hand slashed for Song Shuhang's throat, while his left reached for the necklace. As he did, a thought flashed in his mind. If he just took the ghost, he'd only get a modest reward from his clan leader. But if he also took Song Shuhang's head, maybe he'd earn the leader's favor, get a higher-level cultivation method, even be promoted to a core member and rise to the pinnacle of his life immortality, like the clan leader himself. The thought was so thrilling, he licked his lips in anticipation, but just as his hand brushed the necklace, a flash of light erupted from the bead. A sword burst forth and slammed into him like a hammer. His body felt leaden, his head reeled as if it had been cracked open by a club. Pain like a sledgehammer pounded him, and he barely managed to stifle a scream. Teeth clenched. Worse, a sickly feeling of exhaustion and nausea flooded through him. Poison. Damn it. When had he been poisoned, he had to retreat. Before he collapsed, he staggered to the balcony and leapt down. Landing hard, he spat out a mouthful of blood, staining his face cloth. He had to get back to the clan leader. Before the poison spread further, dragging his poisoned body, he fled. Meanwhile, the clan leader, pacing in his hotel room outside the university, was anxious. If his man had succeeded, he'd be back by now. If he failed, he'd be dead. Just then, a knock came at the door. "Who's there? Come in." The door opened and his subordinate stumbled in, collapsing onto him. He caught the man and barked, "What happened?" But before the man could answer, his body convulsed and went limp, dead before he could speak. The clan leader pressed his fingers to the man's wrist. No pulse, no blood flow. Dead. Frowning, he examined the corpse. No external injuries. No signs of a struggle, just a smear of fresh blood on the man's face cloth. Carefully, he peeled the cloth back to find the man's face pale and bloodshot, mouth dribbling foul-smelling blood. The clan leader's head swam at the scent poison. His subordinate had been killed by an incredibly potent toxin that turned his blood into poison, now seeping into the air. The clan leader hurriedly swallowed an antidote pill and forced out the invading toxins with his inner energy. But he knew if even the residual poison was this strong, the original dose must be monstrous. So Song Shuhang was no ordinary mortal after all. Forget the cover story of a gentle, well-mannered freshman with healthy parents. Those were just a disguise. Clearly he was an ancient monster in human skin. Cursing under his breath, the clan leader realized he needed to retreat immediately. If his idiotic subordinate had led Song Shuhang here, the young cultivator might already be on his trail. Without hesitation, he bolted for the balcony and vanished into the night. At dawn on June 6th, Song Shuhang woke up refreshed, but his brows knit as he sniffed faint traces of fresh blood lingering in the air. His door was ajar, and his roommates hadn't returned. Could it have been a thief? He found a thin blade, no hilt, meant to be wielded between the fingers, or as part of a specialized weapon. Such a tool demanded skill and was no fruit knife. This was a blade meant for silent killing. Even the most skilled thief wouldn't have the strength to wield such a lethal blade. The air was devoid of fresh blood, so this wasn't a burglary for money, but a murder attempt. And the only possible target in the dormitory was him. His 3 roommates were just regular students. No one would bother to hire an assassin for them. Song Shuhang's heart raced clearly. The person who'd been collecting information on him at the school days ago was involved. He ruled out the petty criminals outside the university and the followers of the pharmacist, since most of them just wanted help. Unless it was someone truly extreme, the only other possibility was connected to Wu Nuzi. Thinking back to when she captured the ghost spirit, she'd mentioned her father only sealed one, yet there'd been two. Ghost spirits don't reproduce, so where did the second come from? Could someone have deliberately put it in the Ghost Lantern Temple? If so, were they trying to raise the ghost spirit? Was that person one of the Lantern sect? If they were, why didn't they kill him outright? Did they fear the pharmacist's protection? Stowing the thin blade away, Song Shuhang decided to visit the pharmacist before classes to ask these questions. After washing up and hurriedly dressing, he skipped breakfast and bolted from the dorm. As he was leaving, someone called out his name. The voice sounded familiar. Turning back, he saw Zakat Nguyet catching up. "I found out who was investigating you," Zakat Nguyet said. He's around 183 meters tall. Lanky arms like a monkey's, wears dark sunglasses. His lips are so thick they look like sausages. He also spoke with an accent that sounded like someone from Jiangnan or City G. Wasn't that the Latin Square region? Definitely tied to the ghost spirit. After parting ways with Jia Kat Nguyet, Song Shuhang headed straight to the pharmacist's house, where an old Santana was parked out front. He thought those cars weren't even allowed on the road anymore. Was the pharmacist expecting a guest? Just then, a small woman no taller than 153 meters emerged, her presence like a fierce tiger. She ignored him and strode to the car, pulling a huge alchemy furnace from the trunk, then viciously kicked it. The furnace shuddered and wailed as though in agony, and the woman's expression suggested she was in a foul mood. Under his astonished gaze, the alchemy furnace suddenly swelled up, as if it were being pumped full of air, growing to the size of a car in an instant. Whoa! She kicked it and it got bigger, or was it some sort of object-enlarging spell? There were countless Dao techniques, and even if he couldn't imagine them all, there was nothing they couldn't do. She was a cultivator. And Song Shuhang silently vowed that one day he too would master such Dao techniques. The short-haired girl then stepped forward, hugging part of the furnace, took a couple of steps and frowned. With a thump, she set it down and turned to Song Shuhang, saying, "Song Shuhang, help me carry this. Helping beautiful girls is what men should do, right?" "You know me?" he asked, stepping up to help her lift it. The furnace wasn't heavy, just awkwardly big for one person, so it was easier for two to carry. She calmly replied, "Don't ask such silly questions. Anyone who even glances at us can tell how close I am to the pharmacist. How else would I know about you?" Song Shuhang thought who on earth could figure out their relationship with just a glance. But aloud, he asked, "Close relationship, are you the pharmacist's Dao companion?" "No," she said, "I'm just his disciple, Jiang Xian, my name for the past 30 years, and probably for many more. The pharmacist is off to Jiangnan for research, so I'm moving this furnace for him. He gets so absorbed in research that he forgets everything. Someone has to be around to keep him tidy, remind him to eat and cultivate on time." Chatting as they walked, they soon reached the third floor, the pharmacist's temporary alchemy room. Seeing Song Shuhang, the pharmacist smiled. "Ah, little friend, Shuhang, I was expecting you. You knew I'd come by this morning?" Song Shuhang asked. The pharmacist gave a cryptic smile. "Haha, my gaze sees far. Something happened near you last night, didn't it?" So it was the pharmacist who had protected him. Song Shuhang silently confirmed it. "Yes, someone broke into my place last night and left behind a thin blade. It still smelled faintly of blood, and I knew something was wrong." He handed the blade over and the pharmacist's eyes narrowed as he inspected it. "You're right. It reeks of fresh blood and the resentment of the dead. Whoever held it is no stranger to killing. I hadn't meant for you to see the harsh reality of the cultivation world so soon, but danger here comes not only from the heavens, but also from other people. Little friend Shuhang, how did it feel to be the target of an assassination?" "I felt a lot of things," Song Shuhang admitted. "At first I was scared that someone could get so close without me noticing. It's part of why I came here. I want to become more vigilant." He hesitated, then continued with a faint smile. "But after that, there was a hint of excitement too." "Excitement, huh?" Ha ha ha, the pharmacist burst out laughing. Little friend Shuhang, you truly are a strange one. Someone tries to assassinate you, and you're actually excited. Strange indeed, Jiang Xian chimed in. A weirdo, absolutely. She added, last night I quietly set up a small formation on your body. Sorry for doing it without your permission. That formation has some defensive power, and it's designed to react to attacks from cultivators. It also includes a special medicinal powder I developed myself. Just a heads up, I was particularly proud of that powder. Last night the formation was triggered, meaning the attacker was definitely a cultivator with malicious intent. Honestly, I never thought it would actually be used. I figured those tailing me would have at least a little sense. But it seems I overestimated them. They're just rabid dogs, biting at anything. Sorry for causing you a bit of trouble, little friend, Shuhang the pharmacist said. He suspected that the ones targeting Shuhang were those same shadowy followers. Other than those, I really can't imagine why any cultivator would want to harm a fledgling like you, he added. Shuhang lifted the pendant hanging from his neck, which held a small soul-binding pearl, and said, I survived last night thanks to your help, Senior. But honestly, besides being those tailing you, I suspect they were also after this. He held up the small, ghostly figure within. It's the spirit ghost I helped Wunuzi catch at the hour of the rat. But her father only sealed one ghost at the Kuaijing temple, yet we ended up with two. That discrepancy worries me. The pharmacist nodded. So you think the intruder might be the real master of that ghost, or perhaps some cultivator who caught sight of it and couldn't resist. To be frank, if it were just me they were after, I wouldn't worry too much. But the other day, I heard someone paid students at Jiangnan University to gather information on me, and those close to me, I fear they'll resort to anything, even harming friends and family. Jiang Zhangxian grinned slyly. Shuhang, how about I keep this ghost for you? Let them come after me, instead I'll deal with them. She'd barely finished when the pharmacist flicked her forehead hard. Don't be reckless. This spirit ghost is crucial for little friend Shuhang. Once he advances to the Foundation establishment stage and gathers the right materials, he can forge a contract with it, with this ghost as an ally, even if he misses the perfect window for laying a cultivation foundation and doesn't have true immortal energy to shield his body. He'll still have a chance to one day surpass the geniuses of the sex. Without it, his path would be 3 to 5 times as arduous. Jiang Xian rubbed her forehead, pulling a comical face. Fine, I was just joking. Besides, this ghost isn't much use to me anymore. By the way, Senior Pharmacist Shuhang said earnestly, I'd like your guidance on how to spot when someone is following me and how to stay alert in general. After this close brush with death, he was all too aware of his shortcomings. He might be thrilled by the danger, but he didn't want to end up stabbed in bed. All right, take it slow. These are basic survival techniques for cultivators, easy enough to learn. This was Shuhang's first time seeing the group's document folder. He'd only ever checked the chat messages and didn't realize how many strange documents were hidden in here. These guides were probably meant to help seniors who just emerged from closed-door cultivation quickly adapt to modern knowledge. It was impressive to see, though. Apparently they could even forge legal ID cards and personal information. The capabilities of the number 1 of 9 provinces group could shake the mortal world. Shuhang pointed to the last file and asked Senior, who is the devotion cultivator? At this, the pharmacist sighed. That's a senior with immense power. Over 200 years ago, the devotion. Senior quietly chose a remote, peaceful place for closed-door cultivation. But more than a century later, right when he was immersed in the bliss of cultivation, a device called an atomic bomb exploded right where he was meditating. Dangerous doesn't begin to describe it, if not for his immense cultivation and the more than 100 defensive formations protecting his retreat. He'd have died long ago. Even so, he had to recuperate for decades to recover. Now the phrase atomic bomb is a forbidden topic. Around him mention it, and you'll find yourself in real trouble. Shuhang was amazed. This senior is incredible. To be struck by humanity's strongest weapon and still live, that's true cultivation. The pharmacist nodded. Humans have progressed so quickly in the past decades that those of us who spend decades in seclusion feel left behind. Cultivators have to relearn so much just to keep up. Not only is humanity's development swift, but their talent for courting death grows too, rumor has it. There's enough nuclear firepower to set civilization back centuries. Whether that's true or not, many seniors now worry that one day they'll exit seclusion to find the world in ruins. Or worse, they'll be deep in meditation only to have hundreds of warheads rain down on them. The pharmacist flipped through the folder, finally finding the document Shuhang needed. Ah, here it is. Guidance on using spiritual sense to detect surveillance and sharpen your senses to boost vigilance. Simple and practical, just read and practice. This was generously shared by Tui Nguyet Cultivator, no payment needed. Thank you, Senior Shuhang said, sincerely glancing at the name Tui Nguyet Cultivator. It seemed oddly familiar, but he couldn't quite recall. The pharmacist chuckled. Don't dwell on it. If you ever do remember him, you'll have to address him as Tui Nguyet, True Lord 1. Last question, Senior Shuhang asked earnestly. After using your poisons, do I need to buy herbs from a regular pharmacy to detoxify? The pharmacist quickly scribbled a list of 4 herbal names. Any cultivator knowledgeable in poisons will at least try to gather these 4 herbs after exposure, but in truth they're not easy to find. Moreover, these 4 herbs aren't common. Only a few shops in Jiangnan carry them, which actually makes it easier to track down whoever is buying them. If someone really went to buy the herbs, they'd definitely leave a trail. Shuhang accepted the slip of paper and thanked the senior. This clue would surely help him find the mastermind behind it all. Far away in the waters where the South China Sea and the Pacific Ocean meet, there's a mysterious island that has never appeared on any map in the world. Shrouded by supernatural forces, no one from the outside world can see it. Even the most advanced equipment can't detect a single trace. This island is the domain of Spiritual Butterfly, Venerable Spiritual Butterfly Island. The island's standout feature is its countless butterflies fluttering and dancing in the air. One giant butterfly as large as a wash basin landed before a young woman standing on the island's edge, carrying a newspaper on its back. Wunuzi took the newspaper and sat on a stone chair under a small pavilion, her long hair tied neatly behind her. The newspaper looked quite ordinary, much like any sold at a market, but the stories within were anything but mundane. As Wunuzi read, she came across an article that piqued her interest. It spoke of the mysterious floating island that's been rumored lately. The article described how a cultivator had recently discovered the mythical island in the South China Sea, an island full of fragrant flowers, flocks of birds, rich spiritual energy, and even creatures thought to be long extinct. Wunuzi was intrigued. After all, the South China Sea wasn't far away. Maybe she should plan a trip to check it out soon. "What are you doing, Wunuzi?" A gentle, warm voice spoke as a handsome middle-aged man appeared behind her. This man was so extraordinarily handsome that no words could capture his charm. He was the kind of devastatingly good-looking man who seemed to have no equal. He was none other than Spiritual Butterfly, Venerable Master of Spiritual Butterfly Island. Wunuzi's eyes sparkled as she held up the newspaper, her expression bright with anticipation. "Father, look, I found something really interesting. Since we're free, let's go out and explore together." Again, Spiritual Butterfly Venerable raised an eyebrow, then smiled indulgently at his daughter. "But first, you need to complete your spirit contract with the ghost spirit. Once you're done, I'll take you wherever you want." "I promised you, didn't I?" she said resolutely, though her face showed a bit of frustration. "You know, I never go back on my word, no force. Not even 1,000 galloping horses could make me break a promise." Truth be told, she hadn't expected the contract to be so tricky. She'd already failed several times. Still, she quickly brightened up, skipping off to learn the art of ghost summoning, watching her retreating figure. Spiritual Butterfly Venerable murmured to himself, "She's so excited. Could she have already met someone special on one of her trips out?" Meanwhile, his first disciple, Liu Jianye, was somewhere else on the island. Feeling a sudden chill on his back was his master cursing him right now. He decided not to dwell on it. At 9:30 in the morning, Tu-san opened his door. Who's there? Song Shu-hang stepped inside with a basket. I brought you guys breakfast. Want some? Tu-san's eyes lit up. Not bad, kid. At least you've got some conscience. Hey, where's Gao? Mo? Shu-hang asked. Lee Yunde pointed to a corner and said, still lying there like the dead. Where is he? Lee Yunde pointed to a corner and said, still lying there like he's dead. That guy was even sleep-talking last night, mumbling something about a wedding. Yi, I'm sorry, please don't. The three heartless friends exchanged meaningful glances, eyes lighting up. Got it next time he's broke. We'll use this as blackmail to get a meal out of him. That's brilliant. Near Southern City University, there's a place called Shang Stone Bridge. I really want to try it. Someone added. Just then, Gao Momo stomped angrily out of the room. You three want to die, huh? A short while later, in Lee Yunde's room, Song Shu-hang asked, Lee Yunde, can you help me find out if there are any herbal medicine shops in the Jiangnan area that sell these 4 herbs? My friend needs them, but I don't know where to look, so I thought of you. You're the best with tech in our dorm. Should be easy, right? Yeah, all those shops use a shared system, Lee Yunde replied. I just need to enter the names of the herbs and I'll know which shop sells them. Plus, I'll check the relevant forums to see if any other places sell them outside the system. I'll have results by tomorrow night. Thanks, Song Shu-hang grinned. After the sports meet, I'll take you to eat at Thap Huang Hu Dao. No need to wait for that jerk, Gao Mo. In his heart, he was thinking that once he found the shops selling these herbs, he could narrow down the search for whoever was behind the purchases. He needed to track down that person's trail. At 10 a.m., he walked from the dorm to the alchemist's place, who had even bought a hot pot and induction stove just like the one Song Shu-hang used in the dorm. The alchemist was already brewing medicine. Song Shu-hang, bring me the Xiu Lo Tuyen Thao Sure, he said, hauling a bunch of herbs over. He thought to himself that the alchemist had helped him so much. The least he could do was cooperate fully. The refining steps for the body refining elixir hadn't changed, but today the alchemist had him use a medicinal decoction he'd prepared instead of plain water. This decoction, made from 5 common herbs in Chinese medicine, was supposed to shorten the refining process. 3 hours later, at 1:07 p.m., just as the alchemist had predicted, the medicine was ready. Song Shu-hang took a deep breath, only to get a noseful of the stench, and nearly faint black smoke billowed up, carrying a rank, fishy odor. The alchemist laughed. No need to hold your nose, watch this. He threw a special marble into the smoke, formed a hand seal, and the marble sucked up all the black smoke. Song Shu-hang's eyes shone. If only I could use magic like that. The alchemist tossed him the marble. Don't drop it. It's fragile if it breaks. All that stinky smoke will come pouring out again. Song Shu-hang caught it carefully. Please don't do scary stuff like that, senior. This thing's just a hollow shell, useless. If you're not using it, throw it out. But Song Shu-hang saw the marble's potential. It can store the stench from the body refining elixir. For first-rank cultivators or second-rank true masters who can't control their sense of smell. It's a nightmare if you ever fight a second-rank enemy. This might give you the upper hand. Song Shu-hang understood the alchemist was helping him because he suspected the person after the spirit link had at least second-rank strength. Senior, does this count as a magic treasure? Magic treasure, the alchemist snorted. It's just a stinky smoke bomb, I call it. The Aksu Huan Song. Shu-hang grinned. Can I rename it? The alchemist yanked his hair. Change it, fine, give it back if you don't want it. Song Shu-hang quickly put it away. Haha. Actually, the name Aksu Huan is perfect, and if you're giving it to me, of course I'll take it. This was a matter of courtesy, yes, pure courtesy. At 4 in the afternoon, Song Shu-hang's blood and energy had fully recovered, ready to continue practicing the basic Golden Bell fist techniques. This time he decided to train somewhere quiet on campus. He went to an abandoned building in Lecture Hall 3, a place built decades ago as a research lab for graduate students. But last year a fire broke out, though no one was hurt. The building was deemed unsafe and left vacant. Reconstruction plans hadn't been approved yet, so no one came here anymore. It was one of the best places for training that Song Shu-hang had found on the university's forum. He closed his eyes and silently reviewed the 18 forms of the Golden Bell Fist, then pulled out the simplified body-refining elixir from his bag, drank it and waited for the medicinal power to surge through his body. "All right," he whispered, opening his eyes and launching into the opening moves. His eyes were focused, every motion deliberate. His body flowed like water, his legs released force, and his punches crashed like an avalanche. He chanted the fist mantra as he practiced when his punch smashed a huge hole in the wall. He stared amazed. So this was the legendary skill of punching through walls barehanded. If he could level it up, maybe he could even fight alien robots one day. But it consumed his energy too quickly. Aside from cultivating the Golden Bell Fist, what other methods could strengthen the body? A sweet, slightly seductive voice spoke by his ear. "I can answer that for you, Master Song. Actually, it's simple. Apart from the basic Golden Bell Fist, even ordinary training like running, playing sports, or weightlifting can improve the physical strength of foundation establishment level cultivators. Of course, cultivators need to exercise with far greater intensity than normal people to see real results." Song Shuhang looked up to see Jiang Xian perched on the ledge nearby, smirking playfully as she nibbled a piece of chicken. Clearly she'd been watching him smash walls all afternoon. "In the morning, I'll run laps around Jiangnan University," he declared. "Oh, by the way, I was bored this morning and followed the unique toxin scent of my master. I traced it to a hotel in Jiangnan district where the poisoned man had been staying. Sadly, he was already dead, his body reduced to a pool of black sludge. No other clues, and the room was registered under a false identity, so the trail's gone cold. But it confirms what we suspected. There's definitely a group behind this, and the man was just one of their pawns." "So what will you do if you find the mastermind?" she asked. "I'll gauge his strength first. If the chance arises, I'll finish him while he's still weakened. Cut off any future threats," he said resolutely. "Finish him," Jiang Xian teased, trailing a finger along her throat. "You've never killed before. Are you truly prepared?" "I'll be ready," Song Shuhang replied firmly. "For my safety and the safety of my friends, I'll do what I must. I have to be ready, no choice." As night fell and the dorm quieted, he lay on his bed reading, while Tu San Li Yunde and Gao Mo Mo played a fierce competitive game on the computer. The three of them showed no sportsmanship. While gaming, they even used Song Shuhang's computer to log in as a trio, forming an enemy stronghold and happily trolling random players. Song Shuhang was secretly cursing them in his mind. "Oh right," Shuhang Li Yunde said. "I found the info about the medicinal herbs you asked me to look up. Among all the pharmacies registered in the National TCM distribution system in Jiangnan, only one sells the herbs you need, and they only have one of the types you're looking for. I also posted about it on a few online forums. Details should come in by tomorrow, and I'll send you all the pharmacy addresses then." As he spoke, he shamelessly minimized the game window and activated some hacks. Song Shuhang grinned. "Thanks, Li Yunde. Really appreciate it." "Appreciate my ass." Li Yunde grumbled, annoyed. In the next match, despite their hacks and underhanded tactics, the three of them lost pathetically. Tusan cursed. "Damn it, they're using hacks too." Just then Song Shuhang's phone rang. He glanced at the screen. It was Chu Na Na. Smiling, he answered. "Sis, calling this late. What's up?" "Can't I just call you for no reason?" she said, her voice sounding a bit breathless. "Come out and help me. I'm at Lu Ma Street near the back of the wedding studio. Do you know it?" Song Shuhang frowned, but quickly relaxed. "I know it. Should I bring anything?" "No need, just you. Come quickly." "All right, I'm heading out." He ended the call, quickly threw on a black jacket, and turned to the others. "I'm going out. Want me to bring back some late-night snacks?" "Yeah, sure," they said. As soon as he left the dorm, his face darkened. That call used Chu Nana's number, and the voice was similar. But it wasn't hers. He knew her voice intimately. The words she liked to use, her speech patterns, even tiny habits she herself wasn't aware of. The voice on the phone had been rougher, the intonation off with a hoarse edge. If he listened carefully, clearly it wasn't her. Someone was using her phone to lure him out. If that person said they meant no harm, who would believe it? It had to be an accomplice of that assassin since they'd failed to kill him. Now they were targeting his friends. "All right, bastard," Song Shuhang muttered, "you're dead." He sprinted to Lumar Street, but instead of going straight to the wedding studio, he stopped at an office building 200 meters away and climbed up to a window on the 7th floor. From there, he could see the studio clearly while staying hidden. He focused his spiritual sense, using a cultivation technique to heighten his perception and mask his presence. After training in basic body forging techniques, his eyesight was like a telescope, despite the darkness. Everything within 200 meters was as clear as watching HD video. Lumar Street used to be a busy pedestrian area, but now it was deserted, with only a few stores still open and barely any passers-by. The wedding studio was at the southeast corner, lit up, but with no one around. Song Shuhang quickly spotted Chu Na lying unconscious on a bench in the small green park near the studio. Next to her stood a tall, skinny man, about 183 meters, with unusually long arms, wearing dark glasses and thick lips like sausages. Song Shuhang clenched his fists. The man's features perfectly matched Lam Dao. So's description, this was the same bastard who had gathered information on him. He'd told Jiang Ziyan earlier that he was ready to kill if he had to. Now was the moment to test that resolve. Just then the man with the long arms turned to look straight at Song Shuhang's position, then bowed his head and dialed a number on Chu Na's phone. The call was for him. He'd been found. The phone in Song Shuhang's pocket rang, displaying Chu Na's number, just as he'd expected. After all, he'd only been practicing these basic techniques for 2 days and had just begun learning the spiritual sense method today. That the enemy sensed him was no surprise. Song Shuhang answered. The man smiled wickedly, using Chu Na's voice. "Found you, Song Shuhang," then he hung up. Song Shuhang turned off the phone, calming his thoughts. Moments later, he appeared in an alley behind the office building, facing the man from 5 meters away. "I'm here," he said coldly. The man clapped twice. "Interesting," he chuckled. "Back on that rooftop, you didn't even flinch when you saw me. You were just angry, so you already knew about me, huh? I wanted to give you a surprise." "No need," Song Shuhang said, expressionless. "But your coming here makes me very happy. It proves that you care about the girl next to me. She's your relative, right? How ridiculous to be so concerned over a mere mortal, truly laughable." The long-armed man removed his glasses, revealing eyes laced with blood. "Now, Song Shuhang, answer me. Are you experiencing your mortal tribulation, or are you just an ordinary human?" With that, his right arm suddenly swelled and took on the color of ancient bronze, launching a powerful punch straight at Song Shuhang. Although he had only just entered the cultivation world after days of practice, Song Shuhang easily dodged the blow, his face remaining calm. "Yet I've heard useful information," he said softly. "I've checked all the intelligence on you. Every record from childhood until now says you're nothing but a mortal." The long-armed man's eyes bulged with madness. "I can't understand why the sect master fears you. So he even thought you were a senior cultivator, hiding among mortals, that all your files were fake. He believed your so-called friends were nothing but cover to threaten you. He even withdrew from the Jiangnan University area, completely rejecting the intelligence I brought him, and didn't even reward me with the body-tempering fluid I was promised. All because of you. Song Shuhang, you're just a mortal. Why does the sect master care so much?" The man's voice was crazed. "Now tell me, Song Shuhang, admit you're just a mortal, then I'll kill you here in this dead-end alley, and I'll report back to the sect master that you're nothing but a mortal. I must reclaim the body-tempering fluid that rightfully belongs to me." So that's it, Song Shuhang realized. Back when he'd accompanied Wu Nuzi to Larkin Street in G City, someone from the sect had been watching. Hearing Wu Nuzi call him senior and seeing her powerful display must have convinced them he was a hidden expert, experiencing mortal life, and after the incident with the Poison Master, they'd grown even more certain of his strength. The fact that the sect master withdrew from Jiangnan meant he'd been lurking around here too, and the second person who'd fallen to the poison was likely the sect master himself. The thick-lipped man in front of him was practically foaming at the mouth, brandishing a long blade. Don't even think about escaping. I've already opened 2 of the 9 orifices. In this alleyway, no one will come to save you. I'll kill you, dissolve your body with the corpse-dissolving fluid, and leave no trace. Song Shuhang calmly pulled a small vial from his sleeve. The body-tempering fluid you want, is this it? He asked in a low voice. The body-tempering fluid, the man screamed. Throw it to me. Song Shuhang shook his head. Come and take it, I'm just a mortal. What are you afraid of? I'll give you even more if you let my sister go. The long-armed man's eyes widened while he didn't even hesitate. He lunged forward, determined to seize the vial before Song Shuhang could pull any tricks. But in his single-minded pursuit, he didn't even think to ask why Song Shuhang had the fluid in the first place, or how he could have so much of it. In that instant, a blade of light pierced the man's body as easily as tofu, plunging straight into his heart. He stared dumbly at Song Shuhang, who still held the empty vial, but now also gripped a sharp sword. How? He stammered, as blood poured from his chest, soaking the blade and turning it a brilliant crimson. It was a flying sword, invisible to anyone. But Song Shuhang and the Grandmaster, who had gifted it to him, no one else could see it, unless they surpassed the Grandmaster's power. Song Shuhang had held it ready all along, waiting for the long-armed man to come closer. He hadn't expected the man to throw himself forward so recklessly, but he only needed to adjust the tip slightly to aim it directly at his heart. With a soft fup, it was over clean and precise, easier than turning over one's hand. Song Shuhang drew a deep breath, silently relieved that he hadn't yet returned the flying sword to the Grandmaster. He raised his hand to cover his nose. Even though he had already achieved some enlightenment, the smell of fresh blood still made him slightly nauseous. After all, he wasn't some bloodthirsty demon like Ning, just a regular college student a few days ago. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm himself, pushing down the instinct to panic. The point of his sword was pressed against the man's throat as he asked any last words. The long-armed man gasped for breath. But before he could respond, there was a swift slash, and his head was severed cleanly from his body. I was just asking out of habit. I wasn't really interested in your last words, Song Shuhang said quietly. It was the first time he had ever killed not even a chicken before. This was his realization. He must accept it. The long-armed man was the first to die by his hand, but certainly not the last. With the black flying sword in hand, Song Shuhang carefully searched the man's body. There wasn't much a glass vial, 3 small knives without handles, a strange badge, 1,000 wen in cash and a phone. For a cultivator who has opened 2 orifices, you're dirt poor, he muttered. The badge was marked with 3 claw-like scratches, probably representing the man's organization. The pungent liquid in the vial must be the corpse-dissolving fluid he had bragged about. Damn, he actually carried this on him. Song Shuhang thought pouring a little of the fluid onto the man's body. The effect was immediate. The first-rank cultivator's corpse dissolved in moments. Since it was just a corpse, there was no blood and qi to resist. But it was clear this liquid could be a lethal weapon if used cleverly. A few minutes later, Chu Nana felt a sharp pain in her neck and woke with a start, confused by how her bed was shaking. She groaned in annoyance, but the shaking only grew worse. Damn it, can't I get a good night's sleep? She snapped, opening her eyes to find herself being carried piggyback by someone running at full speed. What the hell is going on, she thought, panic clearing away the last of her sleep, but relief washed over her when she saw the familiar figure, Song Shuhang. Shuhang, where are we? She asked. Oh, you're awake. Song Shuhang stopped, carefully setting her down. Are you okay? Feeling off anywhere? Chu Nana frowned. No, just a bit of a stiff neck, but why am I here? You're asking me, didn't you call me to come pick you up? I found you passed out on a roadside bench, so I thought I'd carry you somewhere to rest. Song Shuhang was telling the truth. She had indeed called him, and she had indeed dozed off by the road. Chu Nana thought hard, but her memory was fuzzy. She vaguely recalled going out for drinks with 3 friends, and should have gone home afterward. Could I really have gotten that drunk after just 4 drinks, she wondered. Studying Song Shuhang's face, he looked completely serious, so she decided to drop it. Whatever, let's just go home, she said. And Song Shuhang gave a warm smile. All right, I'll walk you home. His smile was like sunlight, filling her with trust. It's only been a day, but you've grown so much, she thought, not realizing that the moment Song Shuhang had raised the sword and decapitated the long-armed man, his soul had already undergone a profound transformation. Really must be your imagination, he said lightly. After they left, Jiang Ziyan emerged from the shadows beneath a nearby roof. She pulled out her phone and reported to the alchemist, Song Shuhang has returned safely. And one more thing, alchemist, let me tell you, I will never give up. Stop trying to get rid of me, it's useless. With that, she didn't wait for a reply and hung up. Whatever I want, I'll get it no matter what. She jumped down from the roof and headed to the spot where the long-armed man's corpse had been dissolved by Song Shuhang's potion. Song Shuhang had done well, but to cultivators who knew how to track auras, there were still plenty of traces left behind. Jiang Ziyan was cleaning them up now, using a small spell to thoroughly wipe away all signs of the scene. Once Song Shuhang's cultivation improved, he would be able to handle this himself, so there was no need to worry. After bringing Chu Nana back to safety, Song Shuhang stopped by a convenience store to buy snacks and drinks for his roommates, but they were too busy gaming to care, telling him to just leave it somewhere for later. As usual, the first to respond was the ever-online Beihi Sanren. Never seen or heard of an organization with a badge like that. Probably just a small-time unknown group, he said. Hearing this, Song Shuhang was relieved. Beihi Sanren was like the group's information hub and knew everyone's situation intimately. If he didn't recognize it, then this badge definitely wasn't linked to any senior in the group. Before Song Shuhang had been worried, it might be related to some hidden force under a senior's control, which would have been troublesome to resolve. Even Wu Nuzi was online. Song Senior, is that group important to you? She asked. Song Shuhang replied. Personally, yes, it's very important. All right, I'll go ask my dad. She said, going offline quickly to find Lingdi. Zhenjun Beihi Sanren continued. Are they enemies or friends? Enemies, Song? Shuhang replied simply, can you handle it? I've found some leads. If I really can't do anything, I'll ask for help, he explained. Beihi Sanren sounded relieved to hear that. The alchemist is still with you, right? Yes, he might stay a few more days, Song Shuhang replied. Beihi Sanren felt reassured. At that moment, Wu Nuzi returned and said, Song Senior, this seems like it's from some small-time group. Anyway, once I finish my contract with the spirit ghost tomorrow, I'll help you crush them. It'll also be a good chance to test my new spirit. Her cheerful words instantly lifted Song Shuhang's spirits. Thank you, he said. Once we wipe out that little group, let's go explore that mysterious island near the East Sea together. Senior, I've heard people say there's a floating island covered in exotic birds and flowers, rich in spiritual energy and home to ancient creatures thought to be extinct. It sounds amazing. She was already letting her imagination soar, her excitement infectious. Tyrant Saber was online too, chiming in as usual. But Wu Nuzi, you'd better finish that contract with the spirit ghost before you run off to play. Her virtual battleship was immediately blown up by a cannon shot. All right, fine. Tonight I'll do whatever it takes to finish that contract, she declared. Just then, Song Shuhang got a private message notification. Ding, ding, ding. Someone wanted to talk to him directly. Song Shuhang opened the message and saw it was from Wu Nuzi, who had just gone offline. Senior Song, did something happen today? You feel a bit different somehow, she wrote. Different. Song Shuhang was puzzled and reviewed everything he'd said earlier, but didn't see anything unusual. How could she tell he was acting differently? Was this that legendary sixth sense of women? Meanwhile, in another part of Spirit Butterfly Island, Spirit Butterfly Venerable looked at his daughter's chat with Song Shuhang and felt like crying. He was secretly logged into her account again, tears streaming down his face as he sipped his wine. Who is this Senior Song really? It feels like my daughter is about to leave me behind. He wept. Around 3 in the morning, Song Shuhang was fast asleep, but his spiritual energy occasionally swept outward in a protective circle, an instinct left over from days of constant vigilance. Even in sleep, his body would sometimes automatically activate his spiritual sense to maintain a state of alertness. All of this happened without Song Shuhang even realizing. In the midst of a drowsy sleep, he suddenly heard his phone ring. It was a young man's voice asking fellow Taoist Shushan Pressure, "Are you there?" Song Shuhang woke up instantly. "Hello, it's me," he replied. "Little friend, were you sleeping? Then I'll make it brief." The man said, "I'm the talisman master of the 7 Life Talisman from the 9 Provinces #1 group. Also, I got your number from Medicine Master. I mainly wanted to ask about that tablet with the 3 claw marks you posted in the group tonight." Song Shuhang was fully awake. "Senior, do you have information about that organization?" he asked. "I do know a bit, though. It's from over 40 years ago." The man said, 43 years ago, I was wandering all over the world and passed through a village in eastern Huaxia. Everyone there had been sacrificed in a blood ritual by demonic cultivators. No one survived. Their spirits gathered into a vengeful ghost. That's a method often used by demonic ghost cultivators. Back then I swore I would destroy them all. I searched for a long time and only managed to kill some of their minor henchmen, but I did find those 3 claw mark symbols on their bodies. I heard you now have a lead on the leader of this 3 claw-marked ghost cult. Right, Song Shuhang answered. I have some clues thanks in part to Medicine Master's help. If all goes well, I should be able to locate their leader within a few days. That's wonderful, the Talisman Master said. These demonic ghost cultivators deserve to die. Unfortunately, I'm currently in Western Huaxia and busy with urgent matters, so I can't come help in person. Please send me your address tomorrow. I'll mail you some protective talismans that might help protective talismans. Song Shuhang immediately thought of the yellow talismans that Wunuzi had used against the spirit ghost. The voice continued, "By the way, little friend, this Shushan Pressure, nicknamed Dao Title, is usually a cultivator's face and reputation. Yours just sounds weird, like you didn't think it through at all. It's better if you pick a different Dao title. Anyway, send me your mailing address so I can send the talismans as soon as possible." The Talisman Master said all this and paused, worried Song Shuhang would refuse his good intentions. Song Shuhang was speechless. Shushan Pressure wasn't even a Dao title, just his username. Maybe he should really change it. Otherwise, if everyone kept thinking it was his Dao title, he'd have to endure being called Senior Shushan Pressure in real life. Just hearing that was enough to make his organs ache with that song. Shuhang sent his address to the Talisman Master and went back to sleep. The next day dawned hot and stifling. Song Shuhang woke up, stretched, and looked down at the flying sword by his side. So it wasn't a dream after all. Yesterday really was the first time he had killed someone. Next up was that cult leader, and Song Shuhang gripped the flying sword in his hand tightly. The other party had misunderstood, thinking he was some powerful expert, and had fled from Jiangnan in fear, but Song Shuhang couldn't rely on that misunderstanding to keep himself and his family safe. If he didn't resolve this major threat, he wouldn't be able to live in peace. Fortunately, by this afternoon at the latest, there would be clues. After waking up and washing his face, Song Shuhang opened the dormitory door to get a bit of fresh air, and just then there was a knock. As he opened the door, he saw a tall man in a black uniform with a bright smile standing there. He looked familiar. Who was he again? "Classmate Shuhang, we meet again. I'm Xiaofang from Fengchen Express Delivery. This was the second delivery. In just 3 days with 2 different senders, both with such impressive status that it was intimidating. This guy had really nailed the identity of Xiaofang, and even if he had to call himself Xiao Xiaofang or Xiao Xiao Xiaofang, it wouldn't matter. Good morning, Xiaofang. This is another air shipment, right? Yes, direct delivery from Western Huaxia. I flew out last night myself and brought it to your door at the fastest speed, so you wouldn't have to wait long. Classmate Shuhang." Accepting the parcel, Song Shuhang smiled. "It's perfect timing. Thank you for your hard work. Where should I sign?" He thought to himself, this must be the package from the 7 Life Talisman Master. It was only sent out at dawn and is already here by 6 a.m. That's incredible. As he signed his name, he thought of the black flying sword from Master Tongxuan and casually mentioned, "By the way, Xiaofang, in a few days, I might need to send out ahead. I'll contact you then, okay?" Sima Fang's eyes lit up immediately, and he eagerly asked, "You're sending it out? Want me to ship it by air for you? It'll be quick." Sima Fang offered enthusiastically, "No need." Song Shuhang replied, The recipient isn't in a hurry, so sending it by normal delivery is fine. I'll contact you when I'm ready to send it out. Sima Fang smiled, his service attitude worthy of a 5-star review, and waved goodbye cheerfully. No problem, you can call me anytime, 24 hours a day. Holding the package, Song Shuhang felt a surge of anticipation. He wondered what those protective talismans, the 7-life talisman master, had promised him would look like. He placed the box on his table and carefully unwrapped it. Inside was a small stack of bright yellow talismans, each inscribed in red ink with mysterious runes and spell formations. There was also a note from the 7-life talisman master, explaining the functions of the 20 talismans in total. The top 5 were armor, talismans exactly as the name implied. They could activate protective energy and form a shield to block attacks from cultivators below 3rd rank. Using them was simple. Press your thumb to the formation and use your spiritual energy to draw out the latent power with a soft shout of armor. Each one could only be used once, but they would be enough to protect Song Shuhang 5 times in total. The next 5 were sword talismans, obviously offensive. They worked the same way, activated with a single shout of sword, and could unleash a sword strike at the power of a 3rd rank battle king. Unless an opponent had some special defensive means, a 2nd rank true master would lose half his life to such a strike. The final 10 were demon-breaking talismans, specifically designed to combat the demonic ghosts and sinister beings used by these rogue cultivators. These dark entities were immune to physical attacks and had stealth abilities that made them hard to detect. For a weaker cultivator, they were nearly impossible to counter, but with these 10 talismans, Song Shuhang would be able to banish or destroy such threats. Holding the box of talismans, he felt like the 7-life talisman master hadn't just given him life-saving help in the nick of time. It felt like he'd also provided warm clothes, food and shelter in a snowstorm, a truly unexpected blessing. With these talismans in hand, Song Shuhang even felt confident that he could face the cult leader directly. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to throw his life away in a headlong assault. His only goal was to eliminate the threat by any means necessary. He didn't care about the process, only the result. After carefully stowing the box of talismans away, he knew that everything was ready. All he needed now was the right opportunity. Just then, his 3 roommates burst into the room, nearly startling Song Shuhang. "What are you doing? Why are you tying me up like this?" he protested. At 7:30 on July 6th, the Jiangnan University sports meet was about to begin. Song Shuhang, forcibly roped in by his 3 roommates and several close friends, was escorted to the event. Next up, the 5,000-meter men's run. All participants, please get ready at the starting line. Song Shuhang found himself pushed forward by his friends, all of them cheering and urging him on. "Come on, classmate Shuhang, you got this." "Screw you guys, go check yourselves." Song Shuhang shot them a middle finger. Still, he'd drunkenly promised he'd take first place, so he supposed he'd have to show them what he was made of. At that moment, a tall, dark-skinned student next to him gave him a cold smirk. "Pretty boy, you think you're going to win this just because you're good-looking? I'll give you a whole street's head start, wanna bet?" Song Shuhang sighed. Apparently being too handsome really did bring unexpected headaches. Song Shuhang said helplessly, "A city block is at least 800 meters. So leaving me 1 block behind means over 2 laps. There's no way I can win. You should just give up." The tall, dark-skinned student almost ground his teeth to pieces. "You little punk, I'll show you what true competition looks like." Bang! The starting gun sounded. The tall student shot forward at a sprinting pace, worthy of the 100-meter dash. His stamina was exceptional, far better than the average college student in a school-level competition. He used that explosive sprint to open up a gap that would fill others with despair, planning to maintain it until the finish. Let's see you keep up, you pretty boy, he thought. 1 city block is an understatement. If I really unleashed my full strength, I'd leave you 4 laps behind. Feeling confident, he turned back to see how far he'd left that pretty boy in the dust. Surely he was already choking on his tailwind. But to his shock, Song Shuhang was right behind him, less than a meter away, keeping up effortlessly. His eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you nuts? You're going full speed right from the start. With your stamina, you'll be completely spent after one lap." Song Shuhang, still sprinting, gave a calm smile. "No worries, I'm just running at my normal pace. You don't need to worry about me," he said. "Wow, you're actually worried about me." "So thoughtful," he added lightly. "Thoughtful my ass," the tall student cursed silently. "Humph, let's see how long you can keep up this act. I just hope you don't collapse after one lap." But as he ran another lap, he thought for sure he'd shaken the annoying pretty boy. Yet when he turned to check again, Song Shuhang was still there, sticking close behind him like an unshakable shadow. It felt like one of those minor characters in a horror film who just wouldn't die, no matter how many times you tried. Impossible. Am I hallucinating? How can you still be there? Why won't you collapse already? He thought frantically. Song Shuhang kept up his gentle smile. "I feel fine, and I can see you've still got plenty of energy too. Need a little help," he said, his tone infuriatingly casual. "Help, you bastard." The tall student fumed, feeling mocked. Song Shuhang took a deep breath, focusing his spiritual pressure directly onto the tall student. It was a technique of applying spiritual pressure used at a low enough level to simply make the student feel a surge of fear, like a savage beast was right behind him, ready to devour him. "Ah!" the tall student screamed, running flat out in pure terror. The spectators stared stunned as he charged like a madman. At that pace, he might just break the world record for a distance run. He kept going, ignoring the pain and the fatigue. His legs were numb, his stomach churned like he was about to vomit. This was the hardest, most exhausting run he'd ever done. But finally, the finish line was in sight. Foam was practically forming at his mouth as he pushed for the final few steps, convinced that he had left that pretty boy far behind. They'd even lapped the third-place runner 3 times. He was certain he'd won. He leaped forward like a starving wolf reaching for the finish line, victory just inches away. But in that final moment, a figure streaked by him so fast, he couldn't even see it clearly. By the time he realized what had happened, Song Shuhang was already at the finish, arms raised in victory. His roommates crowded around, laughing and cheering. "Song Shuhang, I can't believe you did it, you bastard. How did you get so fast all of a sudden? Ha ha ha, amazing, you won." The tall student's heart sank in crushing defeat. That damned pretty boy had pulled ahead right at the last second. Song Shuhang turned back with a friendly smile. "You were a great opponent. Keep it up, the runner-up spot is all yours." Runner-up, it's yours." The tall student felt like his heart had just been cracked open by those words. Tears welled up and ran down his face. A while later, Li Yunde pulled Song Shuhang aside. "About those pharmacies you wanted me to check out, I've got news," Li said. Grinning, he handed over 4 addresses. "All of them more or less have the herbs you're looking for. In fact, this place called Yuanlang Herb Pharmacy has everything you need. The owner just sold 1 batch of those herbs yesterday, and the buyer ordered another large batch, so the owner is about to restock. If you move fast, you might be able to place your order before he sells out again.